The rooftop of the school. Tasaka Rin noticed the surprise on Red A's face and couldn't help but be slightly startled. Caster, have you discovered something? Could it be that there are other masters besides me? Last night, she and Red A only saw Astolfo's magical energy soaring into the sky. It ended too quickly, so they didn't get a chance to see her true identity. In her mind, besides herself, the only magus at the school was Emiya Shuru. But that guy has very little magical energy. How could he become a master? Servants are composed of magical energy. As a magus, I am particularly sensitive to magical energy, and I just felt an extraordinary surge of magical energy. It should be a servant. Red A said in a deep voice. There was one more thing he didn't mention. The boy who just entered the school gate gave him a very familiar feeling. This is really unexpected. Tasaka Rin felt slightly embarrassed. When she was at home, she confidently said that there wouldn't be a second master at the school. Fortunately, Red A didn't mind. He said, try to confirm his identity. Do you want to deal with him at school? Tasaka Rin asked in surprise, aren't you a magus? Shouldn't you establish a magic workshop first? It seems that you have a deep misunderstanding of me. Red A shook his head and said, even if a magus doesn't have a magic workshop, they still have enough strength. You should believe that the servant you summoned is the strongest. Tasaka Rin pursed her lips and said, I don't even know who you are. How can I believe that? There's absolutely no problem. After all, you are Tasaka Rin. Red A said with a smile. You. Tasaka Rin suddenly stopped. She saw a familiar figure, Emiya Shuru. But the two of them didn't have any relationship beyond being acquaintances. In the original work, she initially took special care of Emiya Shuru because of Tasaka Sakura. Red A looked at him with his eyes and calmly said, there's another new servant. Perhaps this newcomer is the master. What? Tasaka Rin was shocked. He's the master. That's impossible, right? We'll find out after school for a test. Red A said nonchalantly, if that's the case, it's best to take the opportunity to deal with it. I just don't know who he summoned. Tasaka Rin sighed and said, the Holy Grail War is really cruel. But let me make it clear, he's my classmate, so try to spare his life. Red A nodded expressionlessly. Second year, Class C. Li Shang looked up and saw Emiya Shuru walking in. It wasn't surprising, because Astolfo had just reminded him that there was another servant nearby. There was no doubt it was Artoria. Emiya Shuru saw him and immediately walked over, greeting, Li Shang, good morning. Since it was not yet 8 o'clock, there weren't many people in the classroom. His behavior wasn't too abrupt. How's your injury? You didn't take 2 days off. Li Shang looked at his energetic appearance and couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of the sheath. I'm fine. Emiya Shuru said in a low voice, Saber told me about the Holy Grail War last night. I didn't expect it to be like this. So, have you made up your mind to participate? I don't know. Emiya Shuru seemed confused. The Holy Grail is the omnipotent cup that can grant any wish. Since you were chosen, it means you also have a wish to fulfill. Li Shang thought for a moment and said, you should ask yourself why you want to participate in the Holy Grail War. Emiya Shuru was stunned and silently returned to his seat. What exactly was his wish? He remembered his admiration for Emiya Kuritsugu, and he studied magic to become someone like him, shining like the sun. A righteous partner? Fujimura Taiga rushed into the classroom with swift steps. It was time for class. Li Shang didn't think about anything else. The school remained quite calm until the end of the afternoon. I'm going to work in Shinjuku, so I'll leave first. Emiya Shuru gave an apologetic smile and said, there have been several recent murder cases, haven't there? Li Shang suggested, maybe we should pause our part-time job. It's okay, I have Saber, there shouldn't be any major problems. Alright, stay safe. Li Shang didn't say anything else. Emiya Shuru quickly disappeared into the night. As he turned into a quiet street, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. He saw a skeleton standing in front of him. He nervously swallowed his saliva. But soon, a flash of swordlight passed by, and the skeleton soldier shattered into pieces. It's a servant. Artoria looked around with a vigilant expression, it should be a magus. Emiya Shuru nodded. He was educated about the Holy Grail War yesterday, so he knew that a magus referred to a caster servant, not a master. But in the next moment, 3 red arrows flickered down from the sky. Step back. Artoria didn't even turn her head as she met the aerial attack, and her invisible sword directly struck the arrows. But to her surprise, the arrows trembled and disintegrated. A loud explosion resounded. Artoria quickly retreated at an extremely fast speed, grabbing Emiya Shuru and moving away from the center of the explosion. In a distant building, Archer once again bent his bow and nocked an arrow, his speed incredibly fast. 3 arrows, then 3 more, a total of 9 arrows descended towards Artoria like a relentless pursuit. With his combat experience, he naturally understood how helpless it was to have a liability. Especially in the dark, his chances of winning were further reduced. Only Rin Tasaka beside him stared in astonishment. If they weren't in the midst of battle, she really wanted to ask him, "Are you an archer or a caster?" But in reality, he was indeed fighting with the methods of a caster. After all, his bow and arrows were projections of magecraft. Including his reality marble, unlimited bladeworks, it was also a grand magecraft. For him, being a caster was like adding wings to a tiger. Artoria carried Emiyashuru and didn't dare to stop. But as expected by Archer, it was difficult for her to launch an effective counterattack. And she couldn't let go of Emiyashuru either. The opponent had long-range attacks from an unknown location, fully capable of covering both targets. If she separated from Emiyashuru, Archer could immediately change targets. Killing the master would naturally cause the servant to disappear as well. Saber, this won't work if it continues like this. Emiyashuru's face turned pale due to the excessive speed. He once again experienced the cruelty of the Holy Grail War. As the captain of the archery club, he understood the advantages of long-range attacks. Unless Saber abandoned him and went to find the opposing servant, they could only passively endure the attacks. But that would be meaningless as well. Boom. The place where Artoria had just landed exploded once again. Countless debris and dust spread outwards. She turned her sword to shield Emiyashuru from the shockwave. "Do you know where Li Shang lives?" Artoria's expression turned serious as she said, "In the current situation, we need to introduce another servant." Emiyashuru's eyes lit up, but then he asked, "Will it cause trouble for Li Shang?" "No, we can form a temporary alliance and eliminate this servant." Artoria thought for a moment and said, "With one less servant, it will also reduce the competition for Li Shang. I remember he told me, at the ghostly manor." Emiyashuru didn't hesitate anymore and said. Artoria immediately changed direction and flew away at high speed. "They're trying to escape." Archer frowned and said, "This distance is already beyond my attack range. We're leaving." Tasaka Rin didn't hesitate and made a quick decision, jumping off the building. "Hey." Archer felt somewhat helpless and quickly followed suit, uttering a few syllables. Suddenly, a huge flying carpet caught them. "Did you forget that I'm a magician?" "Sorry." Tasaka Rin smiled apologetically and asked, "But what was that attack just now?" "Although I'm a magician, it doesn't mean I'm not skilled in archery." Archer explained, "With magic enhancement, my archery skills are not too shabby." "Not bad." Tasaka Rin had just witnessed that Saber, Emiyashuru's servant, was able to overpower her, which was quite unexpected. "I told you that the servant you summoned is the strongest." "HMPH, you narcissistic guy." Tasaka Rin gave him a disdainful look, but she couldn't hide her happiness inside. Because the haunted mansion was at the foot of the mountain, the closer they got, the more secluded it seemed. Li Shang walked onto a small path. Suddenly, he looked up. A strange aura was revealed on the slope. A tremendous amount of magical power was pouring out almost without concealment, comparable to yesterday's Matu Shinji. But he was already dead, so there was no possibility of him coming back to life. So the only possibility left was Ilyasville. Heavy footsteps sounded. A figure over 2 meters tall walked down the slope. Explosive muscles showed that he possessed unmatched strength. Berserker, Heracles. Beside him, in stark contrast to his massive figure, was a small girl, Ilyasville. She was pure white all over, like a snow elf. She showed an innocent smile and called out, "Big brother." Li Shang was a little confused. "Shouldn't you be looking for Emiyashuru? Why are you looking for me?" "I don't know you." Li Shang shook his head and said. Astarte also appeared. "Ilyasville came specifically to see you." "Why?" "Because someone often talks to me about you." Ilyasville's eyes lit up with excitement. She raised her hand and said, "Berserker killed her." Heracles leapt up at her words. His size did not affect his speed. Accompanied by a loud wind, he raised his short sword, resembling an axe, and hammered it down towards Astarte. Li Shang quickly stepped back. Astarte stood in place and, in an unexpected manner, kicked the axe sword. Unimaginable power burst forth. Li Shang was dumbfounded. Not only did the falling Heracles not withstand this force, but he also took a few steps back because of it. But he quickly advanced again. Astarte showed no fear and punched the axe sword repeatedly. 8 extremities fist. Li Shang recognized the technique she was using. After all, he had also learned it, but this was a bit too outrageous. However, he quickly remembered that she did indeed have a melee attack module in the game. Li Shang furrowed his brows slightly. Heracles had a defensive noble phantasm formed from 12 labors, allowing him to resurrect 11 times. It would be difficult to deal with him in a short amount of time. So, should he go after Ilyasville? Remembering what she had said earlier, Li Shang bypassed the battlefield between Astarte and Heracles and walked up to her. To his surprise, Ilya showed no signs of panic. You seem very confident. Li Shang thought for a moment and took out his Chinese sword. Ilya's strength was not weak, as she was essentially a lesser Grail with magic circuits throughout her body. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that a person grew on her magic circuits. Unfortunately, as an artificial being, her body was fixed at the age of 9, and her remaining lifespan was only 1 or 2 years. Not to mention that her heart was needed to activate the Greater Grail after the Holy Grail War. Ilya tilted her head and asked, "Big brother, do you want to kill me?" Li Shang fell silent. This question was really difficult to answer. But before that, there was someone who really wanted to see you. Ilya smiled. In front of her, a dazzling blue light bloomed. Even her entire body was reflected in the same color. Countless slender magical ribbons condensed and then revealed a petite figure in rotation. "I am Miyu. Has Ilya caused you any trouble?" The little loli in a kimono bowed slightly, showing great politeness. Li Shang stood still. You've walked onto the wrong set. Miyu is one of the main characters in Magical Girl Ilya, and can transform into a magical girl with the magic wand made by the Jewel Man. In the game, she can indeed be summoned as a servant. But what's the situation now? Why can Ilya summon 2 servants? Hello, I am Li Shang. Li Shang responded. I know. Miyu glanced at the distant battle and said, I didn't expect to meet under these circumstances. The blue gem in her wand suddenly spoke, this is indeed a very serious problem. But undoubtedly, it is a very novel experience. Miyu raised her wand and said, so, let's begin, former master. Just then, a white stream of light rushed over from a distance. Berserker, come back. Miyu frowned slightly and shouted. Hercules immediately stopped and stepped back. Astarte did not pursue either. The stream of light landed, revealing Artoria and Emiyashuru. They looked astonished, completely unable to understand the situation. Why are there so many servants? Li Shang was also confused and asked, Emiya, are you being chased? Yeah, there's a servant using a bow and arrow attacking from a distance. Saber couldn't let go of the fight because of concern for me. Emiyashuru sighed and said, he had already realized that his strength was really holding them back. Miyu looked at Emiyashuru, stopped Ilya, and said, it's not the time today. They left immediately. Emiyashuru breathed a sigh of relief. If it turned into a big melee, it would be quite bad. The servant chasing you probably noticed our presence and disappeared. After a moment, Astarte spoke. Thank you, you saved me once again. Emiyashuru couldn't help but smile wryly. It's not his nature to trouble others one after another. And tonight made him realize his serious shortcomings. This is not the place to talk. Let's go to the haunted mansion where I live. Li Shang extended an invitation. The servant first summoned skeleton soldiers for a surprise attack, and then switched to pure archery attacks, said Shuru Emiya in a low voice. Because of the advantage of long-range attacks, we couldn't find his whereabouts or see who his master is. He's quite skilled in archery, added Artoria Pendragon. If it weren't for the skeleton soldiers earlier, I would suspect him to be an archer-class servant. Skeleton soldiers are usually exclusive to caster-class servants. Archer-class servants rarely possess such skills. Even if they do, there's no need to waste their own magical energy. After all, with archery skills, why use magic without any enhancements? My servant is an archer class, so the one who attacked you is most likely a caster class, Li Shang glanced at Astolfo and said. At this moment, she was wearing a red windbreaker with a hood, hiding most of her appearance. She changed into this outfit after Shuru Emiya appeared. It seems Astolfo couldn't be bothered to explain. After all, it's difficult to make people believe. Just saying that she crossed over from another universe is already magical enough. Not to mention explaining why she has a similar appearance to Rin Tasaka. It's better to just hide her appearance directly, as it's normal for a servant to not reveal their true name. If the true name is known, people will have a general understanding of their strength and weaknesses based on legends. For example, everyone knows that Achilles' weakness is his heel. That's why Artoria Pendragon and Shuru Emiya didn't ask Astolfo why she refused to reveal her true identity. It's really confusing to have a caster class who can use archery. Artoria Pendragon furrowed her brows slightly, not having any leads for the time being. But she inexplicably thought of Merlin. As a magician, he doesn't like chanting spells and prefers to use a sword to attack. Perhaps this caster class servant has the same interest. There have been cases of summoned servants appearing in the Holy Grail War in the wrong class. In any case, since he attacked you, it means you've been exposed. Li Shang pretended to ponder and analyzed. Shuru's daily routine is quite simple, going to school and working. I suspect this master is at the school. At the school? Shuru Emiya was slightly surprised, as he hadn't thought of that. Fuyuki City is so big, it's already a coincidence for two masters to be in the same school, and now there are three. Does the Holy Grail like high school students? Shuru, do you know about the famous magic families in Fuyuki City? Li Shang asked again. No, Shuru Emiya shook his head. His father, Kuritsugu Emiya, never told him. He only taught him one projection magic, and didn't pass on any other skills. If he could have obtained Kuritsugu Emiya's perfect marksmanship, even if his magical energy was lacking, he wouldn't be in such a miserable state. But unfortunately, his father had already retired at that time, without any worldly desires. The Matu family, the Tasaka family, and the Einsburn family, Li Shang explained. These are the three most famous magic families in Fuyuki City, and they are the ones who initiated the Holy Grail War. Shuru Emiya was stunned for a moment and asked, are you talking about the Matu and Tasaka families that I know? Matu Shinji and Tasaka Rin. That's right. Li Shang followed his train of thought and said, so the master at the school is most likely Rin Tasaka. Shuru Emiya opened his mouth, completely caught off guard. Rin Tasaka is like a schoolflower in the school, with many admirers. Of course, he doesn't have any thoughts about her, he has only heard of her reputation. After all, his girlfriend is his toolbox, like a pair of pliers or a wrench. He just felt a strong sense of dissonance when Rin Tasaka suddenly became associated with magicians. It's like a little white rabbit showing off a chest comparable to that of a tiger. What are you planning to do? Li Shang asked softly, as fellow masters, fighting is inevitable. If you're too soft-hearted, you'll easily be crushed by others. Emiya Shuru remained silent. His inherently kind personality meant that he wouldn't be able to kill. Altria sighed inwardly, finding this kind of personality rather unnecessary in the Holy Grail War. He was completely different from his father, Emiya Kuritsugu. She thought for a moment and said, Master, take a few days off from school and learn swordsmanship with me. Emiya Shuru nodded. His performance tonight was indeed terrible. If he had saber swordsmanship, perhaps he could avoid the arrows falling from the sky. This way, Altria would have a chance to counterattack. We can form a temporary alliance, Altria said again, at least for now, we don't need to fight. That's not a problem, Li Shang agreed. After all, in his previous life, he had also been a king's chef. And at this stage, there was no harm in forming an alliance. He was more interested in knowing about Ilyasville. Altria and Emiya Shuru stood up to bid farewell. Li Shang accompanied them to the door. On the way, Skathich came out and looked at them with great interest. She recognized Altria, the legendary king of knights. In terms of fame, she herself was inferior. In this case, it was quite correct to snatch the position of a disciple. We'll go find Ilyasville tomorrow, Li Shang said when he returned to his room. Under normal circumstances, a master cannot summon two servants unless they cheat. And the most likely person capable of cheating is Zoken Matu, as he is one of the builders of the Holy Grail ritual. The three families. Tasaka provides the land, Matu provides the technique, and Einsburn provides the Holy Grail. With the death of Tasaka's Shinji, and with only the young and ignorant Ilyasville from the Einsburn family, Zoken Matu naturally became the prime suspect. Medea had done something similar in the original work. As a mage of the God clan, she directly analyzed the Holy Grail ritual and cheated to summon Sasaki Kojuru. But it wasn't thorough enough. It resulted in him being unable to leave Ryudu Temple and could only be a gatekeeper. However, Zoken Matu was different, he was the designer. It was like having access to the source code. The question was why he would help Ilyasville. With Zoken Matu's personality, he most likely didn't have good intentions and was probably planning something against her heart. Saving a little girl from having her heart ripped out was something that needed to be done. Okay. Astardi lifted her hood and asked, should we bring Skathich? It's up to you. Li Shang casually replied, if you don't like it, it'll just be the two of us. Astardi was slightly taken aback and smiled, then let's ask her tomorrow. She could hear the meaning behind Li Zhang's words. Quite happy. This guy isn't completely clueless. Let's go to sleep. Astardi excitedly stood up and pulled him into the room. The next day, she woke up in Li Zhang's embrace, not knowing why she had changed positions while sleeping. Perhaps it was because she was too relaxed. During breakfast, Li Shang asked Bazit, but unexpectedly, she chose to refuse. Skathich didn't object either. There was a feeling that something was being kept secret. Li Shang didn't ask any further questions and set off with a study towards the Einsburn castle. In the forest outside Fuyuki City, there was a boundary. Li Shang remembered that Emiya Kuritsugu had tried to visit the castle several times to see Ilyasvili, but was always blocked by the boundary. As a result, Ilyasvili misunderstood him, developed hatred, and ultimately transferred her affections to Emiya Shuru, thinking that he had taken away her father's love. In short, it was another tragedy of family ethics. In fact, Ilyasvili herself was also pitiful enough. She was raised as the Holy Grail from a young age, and no one taught her anything other than magecraft, so she appeared innocent and terrifying. In addition, the body modifications she received from her mother's womb made her like a golden princess, constantly enduring pain. Her servant, Heracles, could easily take her life with just a slight movement using her magical energy. Li Shang found it hard to imagine how she managed to endure it. And there was also the betrayal of the production staff. Originally, there was a route for Ilyasvili in the Holy Grail War, but it was cancelled due to time constraints. After various factors, magical girl Ilyasvili appeared. But what was thought to be a family-friendly content turned out to be dark and tragic. In one sentence, Ilyasvili made a decision that affected eternity, cutting off the flow of time, and everyone else except her found happiness. After getting off the car, Li Shang and Astati walked through the forest and quickly arrived at their destination. Li Shang stopped and stared at the boundary in front of him. Unlike the usual visual deception boundary, this one looked more like a cage. It was difficult to enter and exit except for authorized personnel. Can we go in without alerting the boundary? Li Shang didn't want to alert Zoken Matu, considering that he might be inside. We can. Astati's answer was not unexpected. She had previously forcefully broken through the boundary purely for speed, not because she couldn't do it. According to the theory of the clock tower, the boundary had a positive effect, and if it was reversed, it would have a negative effect. When the two cancelled each other out, the boundary would be completely broken. But this process would be relatively slow. After all, it was like creating a new boundary to counteract the original one. Fortunately, Astati was not an ordinary mage, and she no longer needed to hide her servant's strength, so it only took her 30 seconds. The boundary was broken. Inside was a bright white space, covered in thick snow everywhere. Although it was within the range of winter, it was obviously not normal. So it was caused by magecraft. Li Shang formed hand seals and quickly sensed 3 abnormal sources of magical energy. He pointed to the right side of the castle and said, "Let's go over there." The two entered the corridor and quickly arrived at a hall. Astati glanced inside and then raised her hand to cover Li Zhang's eyes, saying, "They're taking a bath." Oh. After all, Li Shang was not a pervert. In front of Astati, he couldn't possibly peep at 2 little girls. Hercules is guarding the door, and there is no one else. We can go directly to them later. Astati's right hand remained in place. Li Shang could only see the light through the gaps between her fingers. It smelled quite nice. He remembered that Astati had a skill called Demon's Sugar. It meant that she had a succubus-like ability to enhance others' physical limits through kissing and smiling, similar to the effect of encouragement. But Li Shang had never experienced it before. He didn't know what it felt like. In his random thoughts, he heard Astati say, "It's over, I'll take you in." Her right hand moved from his eyes to his shoulder, grabbing Li Shang, as if she had teleported into the hall. Ilya and Miyu's faces were startled, but when they saw that it was Astati and Li Shang, they relaxed. Hey, we should call the police," Sapphire's voice sounded. A strange man broke into the elementary school girls' bathhouse. Sapphire, the master is not that kind of person, probably, Miyu shook her head and said. If it weren't for the last 2 words, I would believe what you said. Li Shang couldn't help but comment, and said seriously, "I didn't see anything." That statement makes you even more suspicious, Sapphire said. Li Shang decisively changed the subject and asked, "I want to know why you were summoned, Miyu?" So it was because of this. Miyu tilted her head and said, "I thought you came because of me and Ilya." "I really am not a lolicon," Li Shang shouted in his heart. Although he had spent money to summon Ilya in his previous life, he really wasn't a lolicon. He liked beautiful girls like Astata, or those with a generous chest like Karya. About a month ago, a guy named Matu Zangan came to the Einsburn family and said he wanted to make a deal. Miyu continued without teasing Li Shang. The deal was that he would help summon a second servant for Ilya, and the Einsburn family would help him modify his body. Modify his body? How? Does he want to become a cyborg? That's the only thing Li Shang could think of. The Einsburn family's artificial humans were indeed unique. Even in the clock tower, only Izaka's dolls could compare. But they had major flaws in a short lifespan. I'm not sure, Miyu shook her head and said. Because the temptation of the second servant was too great, the Einsburn family naturally had no reason to refuse, so the deal was made. It happened suddenly, and the Einsburn family only prepared one relic, so the second one was summoned randomly. Miyu paused for a moment and smiled. That's why I was able to be summoned. If Rin Tosaka was the relic of Red A, then Ilya was undoubtedly Miyu's relic. Do you have any records of the modifications made to Matu Zangan? Li Shang thought for a moment and asked. I want to see what he was planning to do. No problem. Miyu called her artificial maid, Celia, and gave her a few instructions. Although this maid looked at Li Shang with a dangerous gaze, she still carried out Miyu's orders. Thank you. Li Shang took a file and opened it. Immediately, he frowned. After the incident at the Twin Towers, he had studied the knowledge of body modification for some time. Matu Zangian's modifications were somewhat strange. With his personality, he should have undergone modifications for rejuvenation and longevity, but that wasn't the case. To put it simply, he modified his body to be able to accept more magical power. Like some kind of ritual to summon something. Making his body reach its limit, making it convenient for something to descend. This was clearly abnormal. What about him? After the body modification was completed, he left without saying a word, and we don't know where he went. Miyu looked at him and asked, is there a problem? Not sure for now. Li Shang returned the file to Celia. He originally thought that Matu Zangian's target was Ilya's heart, but now it doesn't seem like it. Just as Miyu was about to say something, she raised her hand and shouted, Berserker. Following Miyu's command, Hercules walked straight into the courtyard. Naturally, he wasn't attacking Li Shang and Astati, but the unexpectedly intruding Gilgamesh. His massive body brought an overwhelming sense of pressure. Ordinary servants would definitely find a way to avoid it. But Gilgamesh had a faint smile on his face as he raised his hand. Suddenly, several golden halos appeared above Hercules' head, and chains descended, entangling his limbs. The chains of heaven. A noble phantasm that increases in hardness the higher the divinity of the target being bound. It can be said to be one of the few countermeasures against divine weapons. For Hercules, it was practically a death sentence. Even with his infinite strength, he was now locked in place, unable to move an inch. Gilgamesh's attack didn't end there. Behind him, a golden light shone, and various strange weapons pierced through Hercules' body at an extremely fast speed. The king's treasure. The prototype of all noble phantasms, the embryonic form of human inventions and treasures from ancient times to the present. Although their true names were not revealed, with their sharpness alone, they were enough to break through Hercules' defense. Pitiful beast, Gilgamesh said with an indifferent expression. If it were the Hercules with swordsmanship and consciousness, he might have spent some time fighting him. Gilgamesh noticed the four people who came out of the room and quickly smiled. Ishtar, although this is an unexpected encounter, don't disappoint me. He waved his hand. The weapons that were originally flying towards Hercules now covered Li Shang and the other four. Astati threw 3 blue gems, and a violent magic power suddenly spread, blowing her clothes into a frenzy. The sound of metal colliding constantly resounded. Swords and blades rebounded one after another, deeply embedding themselves into the ground with tremendous force. Gilgamesh raised an eyebrow. Quite interesting. In the instant he was evaluating, a silver-white longsword flickered and swiftly approached him. Gilgamesh saw Li Shang, who had a faint eyeshadow, and was slightly taken aback. Daring to attack me, you mortals do have some courage. He calmly took out a red longsword and blocked Li Zhang's Han sword. An astonishing power spread. Gilgamesh's gaze slightly narrowed. This mortal was not inferior to a servant, and the sword was not bad either. What was even stranger was that this sword seemed to be absent from his treasury. Although there were swords of this type, there were no 7 deadly sins. Unless it didn't belong to this world and had never appeared in history. Gilgamesh's interest grew stronger, but he still resisted using the all-knowing star and clairvoyance. Exploring it himself clearly brought him more pleasure. Li Shang took a step back, gripping the longsword with both hands, and swung it again. Once again, it was blocked, but he wasn't discouraged. Because he had a helper. Hercules was bound by the chains of heaven and couldn't move, but Astati wasn't. Seeing Li Shang getting close, she didn't use gem magic and instantly appeared in front of Gilgamesh, kicking him away. Li Shang knew his servant well and could already predict what would happen next, so he tightly gripped the longsword and silently took a half step forward. Still so rough, Ishtar, Gilgamesh said with a faint smile, as he swung his longsword like a hammer, striking her leg. But at that moment, Astati twisted her waist, accelerated with her right leg, bypassed the longsword, and kicked him away. It didn't take more than a second. Li Shang, who was prepared, rushed forward. The Han sword flew out of his hand like lightning, and smashed into Gilgamesh's motorcycle suit. A faint golden light circulated. The Han sword was ineffective, piercing the armor but being deflected back. But Gilgamesh could only achieve the same. He crashed into the wall, creating a huge pit. This is impossible. Gilgamesh climbed up from the ruins, his face looking grim. According to reason, Ishtar shouldn't have such strength. She couldn't have descended in her true form. As a servant, there are limits, but he himself could be considered the pinnacle of servants. Astolfo had no interest in answering, and she approached again. Gilgamesh reacted quickly, dozens of swords surged forward. But they had no effect. Astolfo treated them like ordinary arrows, easily knocking them away with punches and kicks. Her right fist smashed into the gauntlet Gilgamesh used to block, and her left hand slapped his face. Unimaginable strength seeped through his helmet. Gilgamesh took flight once again. Like a golden streak of light piercing through the wall. I've wanted to fight you for a long time, and today I finally get my wish. A smile appeared at the corner of Astolfo's mouth as she said, "Consider this a lesson for the wise king in his old age." But what awaited her was Gilgamesh's fury. He had never experienced such humiliation before. Dark red light appeared around him, constantly swirling as a tremendous magical power surged forth. A crimson cylindrical sword floated in front of him. Noble phantasm, Enuma Elish. Legend has it that when the heavens and earth were first separated, the gods used this sword to cut the world and create it. In terms of power, it even surpasses Artoria's Excalibur, ranking at the pinnacle among many noble phantasms. It is a rare anti-world noble phantasm, meaning its target of attack is the entire world. Once used, it means Gilgamesh is serious. Although in the original work, he always waits until the last moment to get serious, but it is already too late. Dim red filled the field of vision, space began to distort, and stars surrounded him. Gilgamesh raised Enuma Elish and said, "Farewell, Ishtar. In that case, I'll be a bit more serious too." Astolfo took out 3 holy grails. Gilgamesh noticed the holy grails in her hand and couldn't help but be stunned. In the next moment, a brilliant light turned into an endless universe. Your Enuma Elish can cut the world, but can it sever the galaxy? Astolfo raised her hand, and the image of a golden star appeared at her fingertips. You are not Ishtar. Gilgamesh finally activated his clairvoyance and all-knowing star, instantly flooding his mind with information about Astolfo and Li Zhang's identities. For a moment, he was speechless, but there was no time to say anything else. An endless burst of golden light, as if the entire universe was roaring. Gilgamesh turned into dust, not even leaving a drop of blood behind. Astolfo reappeared. Hercules, who had been bound by the chains of heaven, regained his ability to move. But at this moment, Ilya and Miu had no courage to continue fighting. They were pulled into the noble phantasm and witnessed that astonishing scene. It was simply cheating. How could a servant with such power be summoned in the Holy Grail War? No matter how you look at it, it feels strange. Li Shang put away the Han sword. Originally, he had made a lot of preparations, but he never dreamed that the summoned servant would be Astolfo. As a result, he had been idle up until now. This can also be considered a happy annoyance. He noticed the expressions of the 2 little girls and couldn't help but smile. Gilgamesh's death meant that the Holy Grail War was halfway over. The remaining servants were not true antagonists. The main reason was that Astethys was too strong, making the Holy Grail War lose its suspense. Li Shang felt it was time to come clean and explain the situation to Ilya. Living room. The artificial maid brought snacks and black tea. Their attitude towards Li Shang and Astethys also became more respectful. I come from the clock tower. Li Shang spoke up. Even if Ilya didn't have much common knowledge, she still knew the name of the clock tower. And Miu, not to mention, she had encountered Luvia and Rin Tasaka from the clock tower in the original world. In the previous Holy Grail War, King El Meloy participated as a master and died. After that, the clock tower investigated the Holy Grail and found that it had been contaminated. Li Shang was referring to the plot of the former director of Chaldea. It was because the Holy Grail was contaminated that he did not summon Solomon and also gave up on Chaldea's plan. Ilya and Miu obviously understood the meaning of this sentence, their little faces showing surprise. Are you saying that we are doing useless work? Miu couldn't help but ask, but since it has already been contaminated, why can it still summon servants? Because its operation is normal. Li Shang explained, but it turns any wish from positive to negative. For example, if you wish for world peace, it directly kills all humans and achieves peace. What about Ilya? As a summoned servant, the Holy Grail would grant her knowledge of the present world. She knew about Ilya's dire situation. She wouldn't live for another year. Originally, winning the Holy Grail War and making a wish would have been no problem. But in this situation, if she wished for immortality, who knows if it would turn her into a demon or a vampire monster. There's no need to worry about that. Astethys smiled and said, I know a crowned magus named Aozaki Orange, she can help Ilya change bodies. Li Shang was slightly taken aback. Aozaki Orange still owed them a puppet. Using it on Ilya now would undoubtedly be feasible. Astethys was a primordial goddess, she had her own simulator and didn't need a puppet. The Clock Tower's task force is to dismantle the Holy Grail ritual and completely eliminate the Holy Grail War. Li Shang casually made up a reason. Actually, it wasn't entirely made up. The Clock Tower did say similar things, asking them to investigate the cause of King Elmeloy's death and understand the situation of the Holy Grail War. As for Ilya, she could return to her original family or go to the Clock Tower. But Miu and Heracles would lose their magical supply from the Holy Grail and would naturally find it difficult to survive. And they were just servants, not the original beings. There was no need to forcefully keep them here. After the matter was over, Li Shang and Astethys left Einsburn Castle. What Ilya planned to do was her own business. Taking advantage of the time now, she could chat with her rare best friend, Miu. Li Shang didn't go directly back to the Phantom Mansion. The place he wanted to go was the church. Although Kotomine Kirei had decent combat power, losing Gilgamesh meant losing his greatest ally. With his personality, keeping him around would easily lead to trouble. And Li Shang felt that Matu Karya might also be at the church. Fuyuki City was neither big nor small, and there were only a few special places. No matter what Matu Karya wanted to do, he needed magical energy. And there were ley lines beneath the church. Of course, the largest ley lines were in Ryudu Temple, where the core of the Holy Grail ritual was also located. The Holy Church and the Phantom Ocean Mansion are backed by the same mountain range, not too far apart. Because it was daytime, there was a relatively large crowd. But the bus was too slow, so Li Shang enjoyed a real skyship. He had previously ridden Marana, but they were all at low altitudes. This was his first time at high altitude. It was quite interesting, like an open-top airplane. There's a smell of blood. A statue stood in front of the Holy Church and said. Li Shang also caught a faint smell and was slightly startled, then walked straight in. Traces of battle could be seen everywhere. They followed the traces to the back of the Holy Church, a hillside, where they saw the body of Yan Fengqili and the murderer, Bazit. She had many wounds on her body. On the other hand, Ska Thatch looked as if she hadn't been in a battle. Li Shang easily guessed the reason. Bazit found Yan Fengqili and had a one-on-one fight, ultimately killing him. He tugged at the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, Gilgamesh had left, otherwise who knows what problems there might have been. How did you guys come here? Bazit noticed the two of them and asked. We took care of his servants, so we came to take care of him. We didn't expect you to beat us to it and save us the trouble. Li Shang smiled and asked again, besides Yan Fengqili, have you seen anyone else? No, Bazit answered. Strange. Where is this tongue-dirty inkstone hiding? Could it be Ryudu Temple? Li Shang looked at Bazit and said, you should go back to the Phantom Ocean Mansion and rest for a few days. What about you? We'll go investigate the situation of the other masters. Li Shang casually explained. By the way, didn't you go to Einsburn? How did you encounter Yan Fengqili's servant? Bazit remembered the morning's conversation. Einsburn has a master, and her servant is of the Berserker class. Li Shang mentioned it briefly, but the threat is already gone. Bazit pondered for a moment, but didn't say anything else. She had just fought a life-and-death battle with Yan Fengqili and was quite exhausted now. If it weren't for her family's inherited Shindai dress, she might not have won. Li Shang and Astati took Marana to the next location. Ryudu Temple, the most important location in the original work, where many plotlines unfold. The place where Kazuki Tsuchiru resides. But because he no longer has Medea, he is not a master this time, so naturally he won't die because of it. He used to be an assassin, but now he is a teacher at the school. Li Shang has also seen him twice, very strict. Now it's daytime and he's teaching at school. Ryudu Temple seemed extremely quiet, abnormally quiet. It's Castor. Astati said in a deep voice. At this point, Ryudu Temple has already turned into a magic workshop, far stronger than the Einsburn family's boundary, and it's difficult for any other magus besides the servants to achieve this. Li Shang nodded. In his perception, Ryudu Temple and the entire mountain were enveloped in magic, becoming a whole. Is it Reda? Li Shang was a bit uncertain. Li Shang was about to let Astati blast through the barrier when an unexpected figure appeared on the steps leading to the mountain gate. Artoria. She held an invisible longsword, her expression unusually cold. What's going on? Li Shang asked instinctively. Astati naturally couldn't answer him. As Artoria approached, before Li Shang could say anything, she rushed down from above, running towards him. It wasn't a warm embrace after a long separation. It was a swift and invisible sword strike. Li Shang instantly activated his language spirit and sage mode, using his Han sword to block her Excalibur with all his strength. Artoria took a few steps back, gracefully landing after a mid-air flip. What happened? Li Shang managed to ask. Artoria didn't answer. She swiftly moved, her Excalibur mercilessly slashing towards his neck. In such an abnormal situation, it was clear that something had gone wrong. Astati, break the barrier, Li Shang said again, deflecting her Excalibur once more. With the dual enhancement of language spirit and sage mode, he realized that his power was no weaker than Artoria's. But as a servant, power was only a part of it. Her skills and noble phantasm were the most important. Artoria hesitated for a moment, gripping her Excalibur with both hands, and suddenly thrust it forward. In an instant, the spinning wind exploded with unimaginable speed, like a hammer striking out. Li Zhang's expression froze. He couldn't take it head-on. Magic circuits connected to his nerves, and magical power surged rapidly. Body replacement technique. A loud bang. The remaining wooden stake was torn apart. Li Shang formed a hand seal with one hand and instantly appeared behind Artoria, swinging his Han sword down. But he knew that the King of Knights would surely be able to react. So he simultaneously clenched his left fist, swiftly passing through the gap between the two of them like Lion Majesty, and smashed towards her head. As expected, the Han sword was blocked, but the fist hit successfully. Artoria immediately appeared momentarily dazed. Li Shang had no intention of showing mercy. Several Lion Majesty emerged from his sleeve, hissing and flying out. Shadow snake limbs. The Han sword in his hand suddenly pulled back, causing a silver-white shockwave to ripple. The words, "Fortune's blessing," flashed by, indicating a critical hit. But after all, she was the King of Knights. Artoria's dizziness didn't even last for a second. Seeing Lion Majesty approaching, she made no movement. Instead, a set of armor suddenly appeared, tightly enveloping her. This was normal. During her lifetime, because her appearance was too feminine, she always wore a helmet. And that helmet, Artoria, who had reached the gun stage, could understand that it could indeed conceal her appearance. Even her eyes couldn't be seen. Although as a servant in the present world, she didn't wear a helmet, it didn't mean it didn't exist. Otherwise, it would be too illogical. Li Shang knew that this attack would be in vain. But perhaps a critical hit could surprise him. The Han sword collided directly with the Excalibur. A burst of gas exploded. The Excalibur revealed its true form. Artoria was slightly surprised, the immense power causing her to step back. At that moment, the entire mountain trembled. Li Shang instinctively looked up and saw the massive magical power enveloping the sky. The starlight was roaring. Even in broad daylight, it was clearly visible. A faint golden light fell like a meteor shower. The barrier crackled and snapped. Inside Ryudu Temple, it was not as calm as imagined. Emma Yashuru, holding projected swords, was struggling to defend against Red A's attacks. But Tasaka Rin, as the master, was nowhere to be found. Who is this guy? Red A's pupils contracted. Emma Yashuru, in the midst of his battle with Red A, gradually awakened the memories of his body. But he was far from a match for him. As long as he was given time, he could definitely take down Emma Yashuru. And the reason he was doing this was because he was tired of living as a servant. He was not an ordinary heroic spirit, he was a guardian. Red A was a version of Emma Yashuru from a certain timeline or the future. After the Fifth Holy Grail War, he joined the Clock Tower with Tasaka Rin. After graduating, he traveled around pursuing his dream of finding partners in justice and constantly saving others. But in an accident at a power plant, he was on the verge of death. At that moment, a restraining force appeared and, claiming to save the power plant workers, made him a guardian. Red A agreed without hesitation. Since then, he had been repeating the cycle of saving people endlessly. Finally, he felt tired. But as a heroic spirit, it was impossible to be erased from the throne of heroes. After being summoned, Red A thought of a possibility. If he killed the past Emma Yashuru, then the future version of himself might cease to exist as well. Even if it meant cooperating with Matu Zoken and betraying Tasaka Rin, he was willing to do it. Red A glanced at Emma Yashuru, freeing one hand, and countless magic circles appeared all around. Magic power surged into the sky like a tide. The barrier received assistance and began to reinforce itself. Red A couldn't help but feel fortunate. Fortunately, he had seen Astolfo's battle before and knew how terrifying she was. When Matu Zoken came knocking, he chose to cooperate. The content was that he would receive the assistance of the Greater Grail and possess infinite magical power. In return, he would help Matu Zoken buy time. But Red A realized that he had underestimated Astolfo. It was unbelievable. How could there be such a powerful servant? The intense shock almost destroyed Ryudu Temple along with Mount Enzo. While maintaining the input of magical power, Reda tried to slow down the time of the barrier's collapse while chanting a magic incantation. As a practitioner, but not a member of the Goto family, his high-speed divine words level was relatively low. If it were Medea, she could instantly cast magic with a dozen or 20 syllables. But even so, Reda was faster than in the original work. There wouldn't be an embarrassing situation of a chant being too long and getting killed halfway. For the current situation, he could only use his noble phantasm. Unlimited blade works. Rewrite reality into a world of the mind. Somewhat similar to a different dimension. Red A planned to pull Emiyashuru into it and settle their grievances. As for Matu Zoken, who cared about him? In the instant they both disappeared, the barrier completely shattered. Li Shang leapt back, avoiding Artoria's attack. Without using noble phantasms, they were evenly matched. One important reason for this was that he had seen the swordsmanship Artoria used. The night he met in Avalon, which he went to because of a flower. Exactly the same. Li Shang finally understood his identity at this moment, a knight of the Round Table, Artoria's foster brother, Gawain. Master. Astolfo raised his hand and asked, how should we deal with her? The barrier had already collapsed, but before entering, Artoria had to be dealt with. Li Shang speculated that the reason she couldn't speak or attack them was due to a command spell. Only when forcibly executed would it be like this. This also indicates that her master, Emiyashuru, is likely in danger, as he has even entrusted his command seals to someone else. Just then, Scathach appeared in front of Li Shang and said, she entrusted them to me. She held a crimson spear, and a rare fighting spirit appeared in her eyes. Because she sensed the magical leakage from Astolfo's attack on the barrier, she rushed over. Li Shang was slightly taken aback, but immediately nodded. He passed by Artoria and entered Ryudu Temple. There were traces of battle all over the ground, but no one could be seen. Inherent barrier. Astolfo looked around and said, it should be Red A. Indeed, something has happened. Li Shang wasn't too surprised either. In the original work, Red A did something similar. He cooperated with Medea and betrayed Rin to Sokka. Should we break in? Astolfo asked. You can enter the inherent barrier too? Li Shang seemed somewhat surprised. The inherent barrier could already be considered a forbidden spell in magic, a top-tier existence. As long as there is enough magical power. Astolfo shook his right hand and smiled. The magical power of a planet is more than enough. Li Shang didn't know what to say, but he could guess who was inside the inherent barrier. Besides Reda himself, it was likely Emiyashuru. He thought for a moment and said, this is their own grudge. Let's find Rin to Sokka first and clarify the situation. Li Shang formed hand seals and expanded his perception. In sage mode, he almost instantly took in the situation of the entire mountain range. It was pitch black underground, with nothing but magical power. The situation couldn't be seen clearly. Considering that the Greater Grail was here, Li Shang could understand. Rin to Sokka is inside. He used body flicker technique to appear in front of a room, opened it, and saw Rin to Sokka tied up. Her mouth was stuffed with a towel, making it impossible for her to speak. Upon seeing Li Shang, a look of surprise immediately appeared on her face. Ah. Because of the towel, her voice sounded muffled. Li Shang approached and untied her, asking, Rin, what happened? But Rin to Sokka didn't answer. She looked at Astolfo, who resembled her, and momentarily forgot to speak. Could it be that her mother had crossed the line or her father had strayed? This thought flashed through her mind. It was just too similar. But she quickly remembered that she still had a biological sister. Reportedly, she had been sent to distant relatives in Finland. Are you my sister? Rin to Sokka couldn't help but ask. Now is not the time to talk about that. Astolfo raised an eyebrow and said, first, tell us why you are here. Rin to Sokka snapped out of it and realized her own loss of composure. Last night, an old man claiming to be Matu Zuken's friend, Matu Shinshin, came to my door. He said he could help me win the Holy Grail War, as he was a good friend of my father, Tokiomi Tasaka. But what I didn't expect was that my servant, Castor, betrayed me. After secretly conspiring with Matu Shinshin, he used a peculiar dagger to break our contract. I'm not sure what happened afterwards, but after being captured and brought to Ryudu Temple, I saw Emiyashuru and his servant, Saber. I see. Li Shang also confirmed his own speculation. Indeed, it was Red A's betrayal. As for that dagger, it was highly likely to be the noble phantasm of the projected Medea, rulebreaker. Its effect was to sever contracts. In the Holy Grail War, it was quite useful. However, logically speaking, the projected dagger's effect should not be as good as the original. But considering Matu Zoken, it was also possible. Fortunately, Reda hasn't gone so far as to kill Tasaka Rin. At least it's better than the original. Leaving Tasaka Rin to Matu Shinji gave birth to a popular joke. I can play with this for a year. Luckily, Cu Chilane arrived and saved her. After catching her breath, Tasaka Rin asked, "What's happening outside? I just felt a strong shock. Did you guys fight with Castor?" Emiya, like you, had his servant taken away, but he was pulled into Castor's noble phantasm, so we don't know the situation at the moment, Li Shang explained. Based on my guess, Castor's noble phantasm is most likely a bounded field. And Saber is temporarily being held back by my colleague, which is why I was able to come and save you. A bounded field? As a proper mage, Tasaka Rin received education from the Tasaka Tokiomi system since she was young, unlike someone like Emiya Shuru who is only half-hearted. She understood the concept of a bounded field very well. If we want to save Emiya, we must know where Castor's command spells are. By retrieving the command spells, we can order Castor to release the bounded field, Li Shang said in a deep voice. Going around in circles, it comes back to the same question. Where is Matu Zoken? The Greater Grail, Tasaka Rin suddenly said. After I was captured, Castor and Matu Zoken didn't pay any attention to me, so I overheard their collaboration. It's probably that Castor obtained the magical power of the Greater Grail and is buying time for him. You stay here, Li Shang decisively said. My servant and I will handle it. I'm going too, Tasaka Rin immediately said. Although it sounds a bit harsh, it's difficult for you to be of help with your current strength, Li Shang shook his head and said. Tasaka Rin hesitated to speak, but she maintained her elegance as a lady and didn't argue anymore. I'll have Marlena take you back, Li Shang said, gesturing to her outside the door. You're staying too? Tasaka Rin was slightly surprised and worried. Such a dangerous task should be left to the servants. Astethys couldn't help but laugh. She grabbed her hand and pulled her outside, saying, You really think of me as your sister, but unfortunately, I'm not. However, your sister is indeed staying at my place. After this is over, you'll be able to see her. Tasaka Rin was stunned. Not my sister, but looks so much like me. Astethys pushed her onto the flying carpet and said, Hold on tight. When Tasaka Rin snapped out of it, she was already far away from Ryudu Temple. The Greater Grail, strictly speaking, is a magical ritual. Its essence is the magical circuit of Justitia. Justitia is an artificial human created by the Einsburn family. The accidental birth of the third magic user. The so-called third magic is the materialization of the soul, ultimately achieving immortality. The Einsburn family was established by disciples of the Magus who achieved the third magic. But unfortunately, their skills were not up to par, and they couldn't reproduce Justitia's miracle, so they constructed the system of the Holy Grail War. Essentially, it was to reach the root. By injecting the souls of the 6 deceased servants into the Lesser Grail and using their power to pierce the world, and then using the accumulated magical power of the Greater Grail to fix this hole, a door leading to the root was created. As for the so-called granting of any wish, it was only a reason to attract magi to participate in the Holy Grail War. And the location of the Greater Grail is the large hollow beneath Ryudu Temple. Astethys raised her hand, not using a gem, and a golden light burst from her fingertips, piercing through the ground until the end. Li Shang saw this and jumped down the passage. After about half a minute, they reached the bottom. An emptied-out hall. There was almost no need to search. He saw Matu Zoken. At this moment, he didn't look like a normal human no matter how you looked at him. His face only had a faint nose and eyes, and his whole body was covered in blood-colored lines. He looked at Li Shang and said, Nice to meet you, Master of Chaldea. Please allow me to introduce myself. I am one of the 72 Demon Pillars, Sequence 8, Barbados. Babatosu, why don't you do something productive? Now is not the time for you to make an appearance. Li Shang couldn't help but make a sarcastic comment. Babatosu's appearance proved that the Holy Grail War was no longer the Holy Grail War he remembered. It was more like a singularity in FGO. In other words, history had deviated. I wonder if defeating Babatosu will drop any materials or give a Holy Grail. Matu Zangan can summon it because he is from the so-called mage ancestor lineage. As for what happened between their ancestors and the mage ancestor, it is unknown. Li Shang looked at Babatosu and asked, What do you want with me? Naturally, I want you to die. Babatosu's face showed fanaticism. To contribute to the king's cause, your death is fitting. The 72 demon pillars are said to belong to the magic king Solomon in legends. In the Type Moon universe, they say that the king is the person who grew up on Solomon's corpse, King Gilgamesh. The final boss in the first part of the FGO game. After Babatosu finished speaking, he began to transform. Its original human-like form revealed its true appearance. A cylindrical shape with large blood-red eyes. Its body rapidly expanded, completely enveloping the Great Holy Grail ritual, like the Ruyi Jingu Bang charging towards the heavens. The hollow top suddenly opened, dust and falling rocks rained down. Let's go. A statue perched on Li Zhang's shoulder, and magic power surged, teleporting them instantly. They appeared inside the Ryudo temple. The spot they were just in had already been filled by the demon pillar. All the eyes on Babatosu's body stared intensely at Li Shang and a statue. Laser beams shot out from the black cross-shaped pupils. The almost infinite magic power caused the Ryudo temple to be in a state of turmoil. Weeds and dust on the roof were blown away. Li Shang was not good at dealing with such large-scale attacks. Although he had many area of effect ninjutsu, his magic power was like a drop of water compared to Babatosu's ocean. And it's hard to say if close-range attacks would be effective against such a large cylinder. Even if Li Shang stabbed it with his Han sword, it would be like a toothpick to it. A statue took action. Her response was always simple. 3 green gems were thrown out. As soon as they touched the air, they suddenly lit up, like car headlights. Countless beams of light exploded outward from the gem sender. Li Shang squinted his eyes. Only blood red and green remained in his field of vision. They seemed to be hungry dogs tearing at each other. For a short time, they were evenly matched, but fortunately, a statue had the upper hand. Violent waves blew. Li Shang stood in place and heard Babatosu let out a scream. This is impossible. Who are you, servant? Although it had no mouth, its voice still clearly transmitted. As a demon pillar, and with the blessing of the Great Holy Grail, there were no more than 7 servants who could defeat it. They would be the chosen crowned servants or crowned substitute servants. Such as Merlin, Gilgamesh, King Hassan, Ozymandias, and so on. Li Shang and a statue did not reply. There was no point in chatting with the demon pillar. The time of divergence has come. Babatosu was so angry that it recited a poem on the spot. Of course, it wasn't just idle talk. This was its skill. As the words fell, all the eyes on its body rapidly rotated, and a bloodlight expanded like ripples. Be careful, it's a curse. A statue immediately recognized its nature with just one glance. It is not an ordinary magic or physical attack, but a more troublesome curse. According to the clock tower, curses must be cast through a medium. But Babados is obviously not an ordinary magician. Li Shang didn't pay any attention to it. He had the talent of the 4 gods' earthly appearance and resistance to weakening status skills. A statue also did not use gem magic. Accompanied by invisible ripples, a huge crown appeared above her head. Li Shang was slightly startled. He was also within the range of the crown. The blood-colored light touched the crown and immediately dissipated. Are you Ishtar? Babados recognized the crown. It is the symbol of the divine authority of Ishtar, the princess of the heavens. HMPH, worthy of Fujimaru Ritsuka, able to summon divine spirit servants in the Holy Grail War. Babato's blood-red eyes lit up. Magic power raged like a storm. Since it is Ishtar, ordinary attacks naturally have no effect. Knowing everything, therefore sighing at everything. Babados began to recite lines, or rather, magic incantations, incineration style, Babados. A vast sea of fire condensed above Ryudo Temple. Its range covered almost the entire Fuyuki city. But there was no temperature. Countless people who noticed all this stared in awe at the sky, thinking they were hallucinating. Many people even shouted that doomsday had come. But it came and went quickly. It only lasted for a second before disappearing completely. At this moment, Babados looked at the stars around him and fell into a state of speechlessness. Its body was already large enough, but now it swayed like a blade of grass in the wind. For the first time in its life, it experienced the feeling of insignificance. As one of the divine spirits, Babados possessed extensive knowledge, and it quickly realized that it did not recognize the stars around it. An unfamiliar universe, but this was impossible. All servants were born in the throne of heroes, and they all lived in the celestial galaxy. Who are you? Babados couldn't help but ask. You are a servant from beyond the celestial galaxy, but why are you helping Chaldea? The celestial galaxy is the name of the current universe. A statue looked at it and said, this is fate. She raised her hand, and endless golden light completely enveloped Babados. Its body trembled and fell apart. The light flashed, and soon there was no trace left. Li Shang raised an eyebrow, indeed no materials dropped. After all, this is not a game. The galaxy in sight slowly receded. No matter how many times you see it, it feels exceptionally shocking. To control the entire galaxy with the body of a servant, it is more than enough to be called a grand servant. But the restraining force probably did not anticipate this scene. After all, the 7 grand servants were chosen by Gaia and Elia. But for them, this is a good thing. Their goal is to save human order and ensure the smooth continuation of this planet. With Astati's help, it will obviously be easier than before. Li Shang returned to the large cavity below Ryudu Temple. As he expected, the remaining Holy Grail magic circle had been destroyed. And it was irreversible damage. After all, Babato's body was too large. The Great Holy Grail could not bear it and crack directly. In a sense, it saves us trouble. Li Zhang's purpose was to come and destroy the Holy Grail magic circle, and now, he doesn't need to do it himself. Suddenly, he remembered something. Now that the Great Holy Grail is destroyed, does it mean that the servants summoned by it will also disappear? As servants manifest in the world, they consume a tremendous amount of magical energy. The magical energy that supports the servants is mostly borne by the Great Holy Grail. If it is solely provided by the master, like someone like Emiyashuru, it will be instantly drained. Fortunately, he and Tasaka Rin's servant have already been defeated. Fortune relies on misfortune, and misfortune relies on fortune. That's probably how it is. Li Shang left the main hall and returned to Ryudu Temple. He heard a cracking sound in the air. Emiyashuru emerged covered in wounds. He didn't die. But Reda disappeared without a trace. Li Shang secretly thought, he really is the protagonist, killing another servant again. One can only say that Red A's protagonist halo has expired. In Fate, Collide Liner Prisma Ilia, Emiyashuru is even more outrageous. He ended the Holy Grail War overnight and even caught the Kaleidostick. Compared to that, this Emiyashuru is just average. Li Shang walked up to him, and green light emanated from her hands. Emiyashuru widened his eyes as the injuries on his body disappeared at an astonishing speed. After a moment, only a warm feeling remained. Healing magic. Li Shang casually made up an excuse, but it was actually healing jutsu. The Holy Grail War has ended. What are your plans for the future? Ended? Emiyashuru was a bit bewildered. To be honest, his experience in the Holy Grail War was quite unpleasant. He was forced by Matu Shinji to summon Artoria, then chased by Reda and Tasaka Rin. After training for a few days and greatly improving his swordsmanship, he encountered Matu Zoken and Reda without even having a chance to demonstrate his skills, losing Artoria. In the end, he fought desperately in Unlimited Blade Works. Emiyashuru's current mood was that the Holy Grail ended without him even knowing what it looked like. It was too fast. Well, there was an accident, and the Holy Grail is no longer effective. Li Shang thought for a moment, but it was difficult to explain. She could only say that Matu Zoken violated the rules and destroyed the magic circle during the battle with Astolfo. Emiyashuru opened his mouth. It sounded quite reasonable. But he felt a sense of loss. Do you have any thoughts of going to the clock tower? Li Shang asked directly. Emiyashuru's talent was needless to say. Just his Unlimited Blade Works alone was enough to make him a top-ranked magus in the Mages Association. Now that he was an orphan, going to the clock tower was undoubtedly a good choice. Li Shang invited him, naturally hoping that his protagonist Halo could be of help someday. The clock tower. Emiyashuru thought of Reda and nodded silently. Although he used his silver tongue to persuade his future self, he did want to experience his journey. He didn't know if he could persevere. His wish had never changed, to become a just partner. The clock tower undoubtedly provided him with a stage. Li Shang pulled him up. Artoria and Skathich, who were fighting outside Ryudu Temple, disappeared without a trace. Under normal circumstances, when a winner was decided, only one would die. Now that both were missing, besides dying together, the Greater Grail was the only possibility. To understand the truth, they would go to Einsburn Castle and see Medea and Heracles. Li Shang and the three of them left Ryudu Temple. Led by Astolfo, they arrived at Tasaka Rin's small house. After some explanation, she also showed a similar expression to Emiyashuru. Wasn't this too hasty? She had been preparing for over 10 years, and this was the result? No gaming experience at all. Li Shang brought up the idea of going to the clock tower. Tasaka Rin readily agreed. Because she was also an orphan now. She originally had a guardian, Kotomine Kirei, but he had already died. In addition, she wanted to see her only younger sister, Tasaka Sakura, so she naturally wouldn't hesitate. Li Shang, who had kidnapped the male and female leads, was in a good mood. It feels like playing a game to unlock an illustration. Now there is only one more main character left, Ilia. He and Astati arrived at the Einsburn Castle. Has the Holy Grail War ended? Ilia looked downcast. Mayu is her rare good friend, and although Hercules cannot speak, he has always protected her. Now both of them have disappeared. If you want to see them again, go to the clock tower. Li Shang said. Since he is Tasaka Rin, the establishment of Chaldea is inevitable. Summon them again when the time comes. Really? Ilya immediately looked up at him. I have no reason to deceive you. Although you are a loli, I am not a pervert. And Ilya just looks like a loli, but in fact, she is already over 18 years old. She is Emiya Shuru's sister. Her body has become like this because of magic. Li Shang suddenly became a little curious. After Azusaki Tsubaki made a new body for her, will she continue to grow? In theory, she should. The doll made by Azusaki Tsubaki is exactly the same as the original body. That is, before Ilya was modified. If that's the case, she won't stop growing. One less legal loli. Ahem. In any case, Li Zhang's mission is complete. Emiya Shuru, Tasaka Rin, Ilya. The three geniuses are handed over to Weber. He must be very happy. Probably. After waiting for 2 days, Ilya left the castle alone and came to the Phantom Mansion. Rin Tasaka and Emiya Shuru had already finished their instructions. Actually, there was nothing to tidy up. On the contrary, it took quite a bit of explanation for Emiya Shuru and Fujimura Taiga. The 5 of them set off for London. Although the clock tower welcomes magicians to join, it is not that casual. But fortunately, Astati's face is big enough. After obtaining the recommendation letter from the monarch, admission became quite simple. Because it takes time, the 3 of them temporarily stayed at Astati's castle. It's just that the meeting between Rin Tasaka and her sister Sakura Tasaka was not as easy as imagined. In the original work, they often met in the same high school. But now, there is only childhood friendship left, and it has been almost forgotten. Li Shang can't help. With the Holy Grail War over, there is temporarily nothing else to do. He has time to play with his simulator again. 5 talents. Li Shang hesitated for a while and chose Silver Tongue, Memory Retention, 7 Sense Mind, Lake Blessing, and 27 Dead Apostle Ancestors. The first 3 are needless to say, they can definitely be taken. Lake Blessing can be immune to water style. The 27 Dead Apostle Ancestors are immortal, saving simulation coins. Life Infinite Simulator Loading. Loading complete. Our slogan is to create miracles with heart, and be happy even without money. Current world. Hokage Ninja. Related event, Rise of Akatsuki. Simulation begins. Age 0, you were born in Rain Shinobi Village, both parents died, and you were adopted by an orphanage named Yayu. Age 3, you started practicing, but progress was slow due to lack of physical development. Age 4, you realized that your talent is average, so you focused on physical arts and supplemented with ninjutsu. Age 6, you joined the ninja school, and your reputation gradually spread in Rain Shinobi Village. Age 8, on the day you graduated from the ninja school, you were notified to meet the angel in Rain Shinobi Village. The first impression Rain Shinobi Village gave Li Shang was the continuous rainy weather. Throughout the year, the number of rainless days could be counted on one hand. It was a terrible world. At least, that's how it was for Li Shang. Repeating the same thing over and over again only made one weary. Even playing games every day would become unbearable. Li Shang remembered that some esports clubs had organized experience camps, but the majority of them did not pass. When any hobby becomes a profession, it is no longer a hobby. His thoughts were tumbling everywhere. After finishing the graduation exam at the ninja school, a Rain Shinobi dressed in a diving suit like attire walked into the classroom. Without any unnecessary words, he called 10 newly graduated genin and asked them to follow him. Li Shang was among them. He glanced at the tall tower in the distance. The architectural style of Rain Shinobi Village was very peculiar, with a sci-fi feel, all towering towers that reached the sky. But the tallest tower, he knew that was Nagato, or rather, where Pain was. Since the death of Hanzo, Rain Shinobi Village had been secretly managed by the Akatsuki organization. Li Shang had lived here for 8 years, and overall, it was relatively peaceful. There were no major disputes. The Akatsuki organization couldn't be said to be managing it well, but rather, they were just getting by. Stronger than the constant infighting in Konoha. In Rain Shinobi Village, they were united because of the Akatsuki organization. The Akatsuki organization mentioned here is not the few rogue ninjas we usually talk about, but a large organization. The organization created by Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan. After Yahiko's death, Nagato established the current Akatsuki organization. But the original members naturally did not disappear, but were used to manage Rain Shinobi Village. The group soon stopped in an open space in front of the tallest tower. Li Shang secretly thought that his guess was correct, they were indeed summoned by the Akatsuki organization. But with their strength, what help could they provide? Even with cheats, he was quite miserable now. Li Shang could finally experience the difficulty of ordinary ninjas in the ninja world. In the previous two simulations, one was Uchiha and the other was Hazuka, both from prominent ninja clans. They had exceptional talent, while his current physical condition was quite average. The worst part was his chakra limit. Taking the C-rank Great Fireball technique as an example, he could only use it twice before running out of chakra. Even if he had a bunch of ninjutsu, what was the point? Helpless, he could only rely on taijutsu. Although he couldn't use techniques like the 8 inner gates, he had some knowledge of taijutsu from Konoha village, Kirigakure, and Otogakure. Combined with his immortality talent, it was quite suitable for taijutsu. After waiting a few seconds, there was suddenly a violent fluctuation of chakra in the middle of the tower. In a dazzling white light, an angel descended. Wearing a black cloak with white edges and a red cloud pattern, with light blue-purple long hair, Konan floated in midair with wings behind her. Her body looked like a piece of paper, and there were paper flakes falling around her. This angel is shedding feathers. If Li Shang remembered correctly, it should be her ninjutsu, Shikigami dance. She turned her whole body into paper. She would only return to her original form after the ninjutsu was released. A real paper person. The rain shinobi who led them here immediately shouted, "Kneel down, pay respects to Lady Angel." The 10 people quickly reacted and knelt down in unison. Except for Li Shang, the others showed expressions of admiration or excitement. The reason was simple. Konan would occasionally give speeches in Rain Shinobi village to win people's hearts. Li Shang estimated that in his 8 years here, he had listened to at least 10 speeches. Although the level of the speeches was average and lacked emotion, combined with her angelic appearance, many people revered her. A cold and beautiful woman also fit the image of an angel. Could it be that we were called here to listen to another speech? Li Shang felt a bit uncomfortable. Nan Jia is indeed beautiful, but expressionless, and the content of her speeches is basically about peace. Enduring it once is bearable, but enduring it more than 10 times is like being in prison. It sounds really boring. That's normal. Just like idol dramas, both the male and female leads are good looking, but the plot is melodramatic and the acting is lacking. For most people, it's a form of torture. You 10 are the outstanding graduates of this year, Konan said calmly. I brought you here because I want to select 3 of you as my students. Li Shang was somewhat surprised by these words. Is there another twist? He quickly remembered that Konan did indeed have students in the original work. They couldn't be considered disciples, perhaps it was Nagato's mission. For example, Xianghua, who was turned into one of Pain's 6 paths after her death. And it's hard to say it's not a conspiracy. Because she had just become a Chunin, Konan sent her on an S-rank mission. The selection method is simple. You will fight against my shadow clones, and the 3 who last the longest will be my students. Konan raised her hand, and countless sheets of paper fell from the sky, quickly forming 10 figures on the square, dividing the battlefield. Choose any one of them as your opponent, and start now. The Rain Shinobi immediately stepped aside and gave instructions. According to Konan's personality, there wouldn't be any underhanded tactics. These 10 shadow clones should have the same strength. Unlike the other 9 who were eager to occupy a position, Li Shang calmly walked up to the last remaining shadow clone. What's your name? Konan asked. Is there more dialogue in the plot? Li Shang replied, Yeyu. His name didn't have any special meaning. In the Rain Shinobi village, more than a third of ordinary ninjas have the character, Rain, in their names. In the neon-lit ninja world, although some surnames are hastily given, having a surname means you're not the lowest level commoner. Li Shang was undoubtedly a commoner. Show me all your strength, don't disappoint me. Konan reached out and twisted several sheets of paper together, forming a short sword. She obviously had prior knowledge. She knew that Yeyu was skilled in taijutsu and understood that he was the strongest in this group. As the hour of the Akatsuki organization, she hoped for the emergence of geniuses from the Rain Shinobi village. After all, recruiting people every day was quite tiring. Li Shang also drew out the short sword on his back. Because of his body, he couldn't use a normal katana. After all, he was only 8 years old and only 1.4 meters tall. Konan didn't say anything more. She took a step forward and made a simple strike. In an instant, the paper sword crossed a distance of 1 meter and reached Li Zhang's face. There was no fancy moves, it just aimed straight for his chest. A loud clash. Li Zhang's short sword blocked the paper sword. What followed was an astonishing force. If nothing unexpected happened, he would be sent flying. But it didn't happen. Li Zhang's whole body tensed, but his movements were extremely light. In Konan's somewhat surprised gaze, she saw him use the force to jump up. The short sword in his hand swept out in an arc, directly aiming for her eyes. Not bad technique. Konan praised in her heart, but the reaction of the paper sword was not slow, or rather, faster. This was obviously evident. Li Zhang's level was at most an elite among genin. But Conan wasn't just anyone. Even if it was a shadow clone. The paper sword hit the blade of the short sword, causing it to deviate. Taking advantage of this moment, the paper sword passed through the gap and aimed directly at Li Zhang's heart. At this moment, he was in midair with nowhere to borrow force from. But Li Shang disappeared. Conan felt surprised once again. Such a fast body flicker technique. The body flicker technique of an ordinary ninja is not that useful. With Conan's strength, it is clear that she can see through everything, and even intercept halfway. But Li Zhang's recent body flicker technique is indeed a bit incredible. Conan immediately strikes back with a knife. Li Zhang's attack is immediately blocked, his arm numb, and his body exposed. Even so, among the 10 people present, he is the first to directly face Conan's attack. In just a few seconds, half of them have already been eliminated. Li Shang is performing the best. It seems to be evenly matched. Even the onlookers, Rain Shinobi, can't help but feel amazed. If it were him, it would be difficult to be so clean and neat. Conan turns around, and the paper knife goes from being pulled back to cutting towards Li Zhang's chest. Not even a second passes. Too fast. If it were a big hit, Li Shang would naturally not be afraid. But the current situation is very bad. Fortunately, his talent, the 7 apertures Linglong heart, has given him extraordinary combat abilities. Li Zhang's body slithers like a snake, abruptly sliding on the ground. Then, using his feet, he circles around Conan, then stands up straight, and the short sword stabs down towards her head. Even Conan's cold personality can't help but want to shout out the word, beautiful, at this moment. This person, she's done for. Given time, perhaps he could become the successor of the Akatsuki organization. Conan is very aware of the need to be prepared for danger in times of peace. The strength of the Akatsuki organization is temporary, and in order to continue, there must be a successor. She constantly gives speeches in Rain Shinobi village, also with this purpose in mind. With a sound, the short sword returns empty-handed. Li Shang is not surprised either. It would be strange if he actually hit her. Although Conan is not particularly skilled in physical techniques, her strength is much higher, and it is impossible for Li Shang to harm her. If everyone is at the same level, it is possible. Li Shang is quite satisfied because he is the only one still persisting among the 10 people at this time. The defeated few look at him with expressions of disbelief. Especially the second longest lasting purple sunflower. She persisted for so long purely because of her long-range attacks and her summoning beast, well, a door. But Li Shang is different. This is a real close combat. It tests all aspects of his qualities. Conan does not stop. She wants to see Li Zhang's limits, but she also does not use any other ninjutsu. Still the paper knife. But this time, it is even faster. Li Shang only feels that his field of vision is filled with white knife shadows. Danger. The range is wide and fast. The 3-body technique is difficult to be effective. But using other escape techniques would be difficult to explain the source. Physical techniques can still be said to be self-taught. After all, he exercises for at least 8 hours every day. These are all visible, and Conan can easily find out. But there is no need to continue. His current display of strength is already enough. Li Shang adopts a sword-to-sword fighting style. However, due to the difference in speed, he only takes 3 strikes before being knocked away. Conan does not pursue further. The paper knife turns into paper scraps and disappears. She calmly says, "Not bad." Afterwards, she also turns into paper. All the shadow clones are recalled, and Conan remains suspended in midair, saying, "Yeyu, Purple Sunflower, and Fuyang, stay, the rest of you leave." Although some people feel unwilling, no one will question the decision of Lady Angel. Li Shang gets up. He is not injured. Obviously Conan held back her strength. "You guys come over." Conan descends in height, but still does not touch the ground. Li Shang looked up at her. Because he was relatively small, the angel appeared particularly large. At the same time, he also noticed the traces of paper connecting on her exposed skin. Indeed, she was a paper person. Li Shang and the other 2 people bowed respectfully and shouted, "Angel, ma'am. The 3 of you will be a ninja team from today onwards." Conan scanned them and said, "Gather here again tomorrow morning. Use the remaining time to get to know each other." After she finished speaking, paper pieces flew into the sky from her feet, one after another. At the highest point of the tower, they transformed into real human forms, wings folded, and turned to enter the tower. Li Shang withdrew his gaze and looked at his teammates, 2 little girls. You can't say that. After all, both of these little girls are older than him. "I'm Yeyu, skilled in physical techniques," Li Shang casually said. "You're strong." The girl with purple hair, Xianghua, spoke in a cold tone, saying, I'm Xianghua, able to use space-time ninjutsu to summon various ninja tools. My dream is to collect all the summoning beasts. It's a fighting style similar to Konoha's 1010. She's a rich little girl. She likes to throw ninja tools when there's nothing to do. Li Shang nodded and looked at the other girl. Her entire left side of the face was covered by hair, only revealing her purple right eye. If the left eye is not needed, it can be donated to someone in need. I'm skilled in sensory ninjutsu. Fuyang spoke gently, saying, I hope we can cooperate sincerely in the future and complete the tasks given by the angel. She, like Xianghua, is a worshipper of Conan. Li Shang thought to himself, it's really a waste for Conan not to be an idol. Anyway, Akatsuki is short of money, so sacrificing a little for world peace is acceptable. After the introductions, Li Shang suggested that everyone go out for a meal. They are young and teammates, there's nothing that can't be solved over a meal. After eating, everyone became more familiar with each other. Li Shang returned to his own residence, a rundown small room. It was assigned to him after he passed the Yanin exam and left the orphanage. Because of the history of Rain Shinobi Village, there are many orphans, so the conditions are not bad. Nagato and Conan were also orphans. Li Shang directly lay down on the bed. Fighting against Conan's shadow clone made him particularly exhausted. He almost fell asleep during dinner just now. But maintaining a certain level of social interaction is necessary. Since this incident is called the Rise of Akatsuki, it definitely corresponds to the oppressive feeling shown by the Akatsuki organization when collecting the tailed beasts in the plot. In Li Zhang's opinion, the impure world reincarnation was not abused before, and the Hokage ninja plot was quite good. After that, it became a bit bad. A new day arrived. After eating instant noodles, Li Shang came to the front of the tower. He was the first to arrive, but Xianghua and Fuyang also arrived quickly. Within 10 minutes, after they all arrived, Conan appeared in front of them once again. She still maintained her angelic image, floating in the air with her feet off the ground. She raised her hand, and 3 pieces of paper flew to their eyes. Infuse your chakra into them to test your attributes. Li Shang held the paper and soon a water stain appeared. He had the water attribute. Very normal. Rain Shinobi Village is known for its water. Xianghua and Fuyang also had the same attribute. The first lesson today is the study of ninja tools. Conan took out 3 umbrellas. They were the iconic ninja tools of Rain Shinobi Village. Of course, Li Shang thought that a big reason was that umbrellas can provide shelter from the rain. Conan doesn't have the talent to be a teacher. The quality of her teaching is terrible. She forcefully crams the knowledge she has mastered, regardless of whether Xianghua and Fuyang can accept it. Li Shang doesn't have much of a problem, but he hasn't learned much. Conan's physical skills in the Akatsuki organization should be the worst. She only learned the basic physical skills of Konoha from Jiraiya. Li Shang is even more of a grandmaster than her. Apart from physical skills, her paper control secret technique is also her specialty. Because it's not a special bloodline limit, it can be learned. But secret techniques are definitely more difficult than ordinary ninjutsu. Xianghua barely learned half of it. She summons paper and forms the blizzard tactic. It has no killing power and can only block the line of sight. Fuyang is even worse, she hasn't learned anything. Although Li Shang quickly grasped it, it is not very useful to him. The power of paper control secret technique is determined by explosive tags. He is temporarily out of money. In just 1 month, Conan felt that she had been emptied by Li Shang. She didn't know what to teach, but she was in a good mood. Given time, Li Shang will definitely become a strong person. Xianghua and Fuyang will be far behind. Conan is not suitable as a teacher, but her vision is still good. With Xianghua's talent in spacetime ninjutsu, fighting with summoned tools and ninja beasts, becoming a Yanin is not a problem. Fuyang is only good at perception ninjutsu, and her future achievements may be limited to Nin. The ninja world is actually quite cruel. Although Yanin are cannon fodder in the later stages, even in Konoha, the number of Yanin is not too many, probably not more than 1,000. The other small ninja villages have even fewer. High tower. Conan knocked on the door and walked to the window. Pain, one of the 6 paths, was looking at the gloomy sky in the distance. But it didn't rain today, because it's Sunday. Nagato would block all the rainwater on this day, allowing the villagers to sense his presence and miracles. For ordinary villagers, this power is truly miraculous. There are not many ninjas in the entire ninja world who can do this. Pain was made using Yahiko's body. In addition to Nagato's own disability, he gave orders as the diva Path Pain. Pain. There is something to report to you about Yeyu, Conan said. His talent is very good, He has already learned my paper control secret technique, and there is not much more I can teach him. What is his background? Nagato understood what she meant. She wanted Yeyu to go further. He didn't have any objections. After guarding the Rain Shinobi village for so many years, there is finally a talented person worth looking at. Currently, only he and Konan in the Akatsuki organization are true Rain Country natives, the others are not. And they have ulterior motives. His parents died in the civil war within the Rain Shinobi village, they were our supporters, and he grew up in an orphanage, so there should be no problem with his background, Konan replied. The civil war in the Rain Shinobi village was a war between the forces led by Pain, and the Rain Shinobi led by Hanzo. In the end, Hanzo died and his clan was wiped out. What is Yeyu good at? Nagato asked. Each member of the Akatsuki organization is talented and capable of everything. Since they want to cultivate him, they can't be perfunctory. Physical skills, Konan thought for a moment and said, his technique is very good, and he is diligent, but his chakra is too little. Nagato was not surprised. Chakra is something that can be trained after birth, but it is mostly innate. For example, the Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan. No matter how much a normal ninja trains, their chakra can't compare to 1/10 of theirs. For physical skills, let Hoshigaki Kisame handle it, Nagato said in a deep voice. Hidan has mental issues. Ju and Afei are both traders. Kakuzu is busy making money. Deidara only knows how to explode things. Sasori is a puppet master. Konan nodded and said, I will inform him. In her opinion, Hoshigaki Kisame is an honest person and obedient. There should be no problem with him teaching Yeyu. If it were someone like Hidan, she doubted that Li Shang would be sacrificed to the evil god the next day. Hoshigaki Kisami's original partner was Uchiha Itachi, but he did not betray them. Instead, he temporarily left the organization. Konan did try to find a partner for him, but none of them satisfied him. She felt helpless. The members of the Akatsuki organization are all top-notch fighters, so naturally, their requirements for partners are high. Kakuzu has already cut off his teammate's head several times to sell it for money. Finally, they encountered Hidan, who had an immortal body, which put an end to this behavior of selling teammates. Hoshigaki Kisami's honesty is relative. When encountering someone who slows them down, he won't show mercy. But Konan is looking for him to be a teacher, not a teammate. The nature is different. In a room inside a tall tower. When the members of the Akatsuki organization are not on missions, they rest in the Rain Shinobi village. The secluded village is undoubtedly their best activity space. What did you say? Hoshigaki Kisame was somewhat surprised. Being a teacher is really rare. Especially when it comes from Konan, it feels very strange. I have never been a teacher. Hoshigaki Kisame grinned, I don't know how to be a teacher. I think you are more suitable. I am his teacher, but I have nothing more to teach him. Oh? Hoshigaki Kisame became a little interested, so, he is a genius? I only taught him for a month, Konan added. Hoshigaki Kisame quickly shook his head and said, I don't have time to play with a little brat. He will surprise you. Konan said confidently, you don't need to treat him like a child at all. In the past month, she had multiple interactions with Yeyu. If it weren't for his young age, she would definitely think of him as a reliable adult male. Hoshigaki Kisame raised an eyebrow, pondered for a moment, and said, if that's the case, let him go with me on missions. He will grow faster in actual combat. Konan was slightly surprised, obviously not expecting this answer. But it makes sense. The ninja world is inherently cruel, and it's not a bad thing for him to understand it earlier. When they were wandering due to the war, they were also around the same age. Try to keep him alive, Konan said finally. She used try to instead of definitely. Although Hoshigaki Kisame is powerful, he is not Nagato with the Rinnegan, who can ensure everything goes perfectly. But with Yeyu following him, the danger has been greatly reduced. The next day, Li Shang, Xianghua, and Farong arrived at the square in front of the tall tower on time. Without waiting for Konan to appear, they started their respective training. As the saying goes, the master leads the way, and the practice is up to the individual. Konan has already taught them what she needs to teach, and only appears when checking their progress. But Li Shang feels a bit bored. He knows various ninjutsu and has rich combat experience, but he lacks chakra. And physical training cannot be accomplished overnight. This leads to his daily routine being repetitive and boring. It's a bit similar to Might Guy, constantly running in circles. There are so few taijutsu users for a reason. Those with a bit of talent won't choose the exhausting and painful training. Besides, ordinary taijutsu users really can't beat those who specialize in ninjutsu. Because most ninjas have high offense and low defense. The martial arts ninja gets hit before getting close. While Li Shang was running and thinking, countless pieces of paper fell from the sky and formed the shape of Conan in front of him. He immediately stopped and shouted, "Lady Angel." Perhaps to maintain her image, Conan wouldn't let them call her teacher. Li Shang felt it was more likely that she didn't see them as her disciples. "Follow me," Conan said as usual. With the flapping of her wings, she flew into the sky. But intentionally slowed down. Li Shang formed hand seals with his hands, and his chakra transformed into paper, reshaping his body. A pair of white wings spread out. Dance of the Shikigami. Although it was only a B-rank technique, Li Shang found it very useful. After all, he could fly. In the ninja world, most ninjas cannot fly. In this situation, he could easily kite them in the air and kill them. But unfortunately, being able to fly for half an hour with his chakra was already quite good. Li Shang followed Conan and eventually stopped on a balcony extending from a high tower. The Rain Shinobi village has a strange custom of placing dead bodies on the top of the tower. So there are no people living above the tower, only below. But this person obviously didn't care about that. Li Shang had a guess that he might be a member of the Akatsuki organization. Sure enough, he saw Hoshigaki Kisame in the hall. In theory, there should be a difference in appearance between the 2D and 3D versions, but he was different. His shark-like face seemed to have walked onto the wrong set. He should have gone to the neighboring One Piece. With his exquisite water-style jutsu, he would be the nemesis of devil fruit users. He is Hoshigaki Kisame. From today you will learn from him, Conan said cleanly and quickly before running away. Li Shang was stunned. Learning from Hoshigaki Kisame was really unexpected. Being called a tailed beast, he had so much chakra that his water style had already become water release. But Li Shang himself lacked chakra. It would be nice if he could steal Samahata from him. Samahata not only absorbs chakra but also stores it, like a power bank. Teacher, Li Shang pondered for a moment and called him teacher. He couldn't call him uncle, that would be weird. Hoshigaki Kisame nodded indifferently and said, "Wait for me at the village gate tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Li Shang was puzzled and asked, "Are we going out of the village?" He had never been outside the village in his entire life. There was no way. The Rain Shinobi village implemented a policy of isolation and did not interact with the outside world. In the original work, except for the Chunin exams, they rarely left the village. Going out for a mission, Hoshigaki Kisame grinned, "If you die, don't blame me." But Li Shang obviously wouldn't be scared like an 8-year-old child. He wasn't worried about revealing anything either. After all, there were many children as young as 5 or 6 years old on the battlefield in the ninja world. Hoshigaki Kisame was somewhat satisfied with his reaction. But this was just the beginning. If he annoyed him, death wouldn't be a joke. Even if it was entrusted by Conan. Li Shang left the tower and continued his training for the day. Although it was unexpected to go out of the village with Hoshigaki Kisame, for him, it was more exciting. Finally, he could go out and see everything. He wondered what changes there were in the ninja world. Uchiha was still there, and the strength of Konoha was preserved to the maximum. There were also 3 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan, plus 2 destined children, Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. The Akatsuki organization wouldn't go as smoothly as in the original work. Li Shang currently had no plans, he would see how things went first. It was another rainy day. He stood at the village gate, holding an umbrella. A few minutes later, Hoshigaki Kisame appeared. He was wearing the black and red cloud uniform of the Akatsuki organization, without an umbrella, but the rain completely avoided him. Having a lot of chakra is really something. Li Shang felt a bit envious. I need to find a way to get some chakra. For example, I could get a tailed beast to use. After all, in the end, the 9 tails has to become the 10 tails. Before that happens, can you lend it to me for a bit? After leaving the gates of the Rain Shinobi village, Hoshigaki Kisame said, "Since I'm going to teach you, I need to understand your strength first, so I've assigned you a B-rank mission to eliminate bandits." After all, the Rain Shinobi village is still a ninja village. No matter how closed off it is, the mission system for ninjas still exists. It's just that starting with a B-rank mission seems a bit hasty, doesn't it? Li Shang complained. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, the 2 big shots, had their first mission outside as C rank. Well, at least on the surface it was a C rank. Take a look at the situation yourself. Hoshigaki Kisame threw the scroll to him. Li Shang took a look at the contents by opening it. Do you call this eliminating bandits? Clearly, it's the border outpost of the Hidden Grass village. There are 8 ninjas, 6 of them are genin, and 2 are cha, nin. It is well known that apart from the 5 great villages, the cha, nin and ya nin of the other ninja villages are not as strong. It's possible that the Cha-nin of the Hidden Grass Village is just a genin in Konoha, or even worse than a genin. Li Shang estimated that he could handle it. Ordinary middle-level genin shouldn't have any large-scale ninjutsu. As long as he gets close, he can take care of them. But Li Shang realized that he estimated too early. When he arrived at the outpost, someone had already beaten him to it. Bodies were strewn all over the ground. Hoshigaki Kisame scanned the surroundings and said, "Inspect." Li Shang nodded in response. Obviously, this was another test. He squatted down in front of the nearest body, pulled open the clothes, and saw the wound in the heart. A single strike kill. Li Shang commented, the sword was very fast, so fast that this person died before they could react. He then went on to open the other bodies one by one. They all had the same wound. There's only one culprit. Li Shang closed his eyes and took out his short sword, actually replicating the actions of the culprit. Hoshigaki Kisami's mouth curled up, showing some interest. The wounds on the bodies and the direction they fell were not enough to deduce. This also meant that Yuru had rich experience or a natural talent. Hoshigaki Kisame naturally believed in the latter. It seems that Conan was right, he really is a genius. This seems to be Konoha's swordsmanship, Hoshigaki Kisame said uncertainly after reading it. The reason for the uncertainty was that this swordsmanship was very basic, and it's possible that it wasn't used by Konoha ninjas. And why would Konoha ninjas come to the border of the grass and rain countries? Li Shang put away his short sword. He was able to replicate it because he recognized it as the basic swordsmanship of Konoha. Perhaps it could be called the foundation of Konoha-style swordsmanship. Its secret technique is called Dance of the Crescent Moon. Li Shang was impressed because Tsukakaze was very skilled in Konoha-style swordsmanship. He suddenly realized a problem. The culprit doesn't seem to be tall. Perhaps they're just a teenager. Li Shang continued to search around, and when he finally stood on a high point, he noticed that the bodies were arranged in a cluster of blood-red flames. It's the Amaterasu Revolutionary Army, Hoshigaki Kisame said. They leave behind a flame as a mark after killing someone. Li Shang was a bit confused. What is this? Hoshigaki Kisame had originally planned to use this mission to test Li Shang. Since it had already been taken, they could only find another one. But there was no need to report back with it. Li Shang collected the forehead protectors of the deceased ninjas as evidence. As a ninja, the forehead protector was undoubtedly a symbol of identity. Most ninjas attached great importance to the forehead protector. Li Shang was simply being obsessive-compulsive and didn't want to see any failures on his ninja record. And also to make some money on the side. A gift from nature. Hoshigaki Kisame didn't care. Having been in the Akatsuki organization for a long time, he had seen all sorts of weird things. Loving money was relatively normal in comparison. By the campfire, Li Shang held a sword with two small white rabbits hanging from it and asked about the Amaterasu Revolutionary Army. Because he had been stationed in the Rain Shinobi village for a long time and didn't have sources of information like White Zetsu, it was normal for him to not know. Fortunately, Hoshigaki Kisame was the kind of ninja who was easy to talk to. Plus, he didn't have anything else to do, so he satisfied Li Zhang's curiosity. The Amaterasu Revolutionary Army originated from the Konoha Rebellion 2 years ago. The 5th Hokage, Uchiha Fugaku, intended to step down. At that time, there were two candidates with the highest support, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. In the end, Uchiha Shisui became the 6th Hokage, and Uchiha Itachi directly defected with his younger brother Uchiha Sasuke, leaving Konoha and establishing the Amaterasu village in the former Otogakure village. Of course, they call themselves the Amaterasu Revolutionary Army. After listening, Li Shang felt that it was probably just an act. Perhaps they felt that Konoha was too big and inconvenient to operate in, or they might accidentally trigger another great ninja war. But by becoming a small force, they wouldn't have so many concerns. As for whether the outside world would believe it, Li Shang believed that most likely they would. Uchiha Itachi, as a well-known Uchiha genius and the son of the Hokage, it was only natural for him to defect in anger if he were to lose. There have been countless similar actions in the ninja world. What did they do afterwards? It wouldn't be boring for them to provoke the grass country by just staying in the original Otogakure village, right? Li Shang remembered that there was the rice country and the iron country between the grass country and the Otogakure village. And the land of Earth, one of the 5 great nations, was adjacent to the grass country and the rice country. Uchiha Itachi was always smart, so there was no reason for him to provoke the land of Earth during the development phase. After all, the small countries between the 5 great nations were essentially buffer zones. You're smart, Hoshigaki Kisame said casually, because the rice country and the iron country have already been occupied by the Amaterasu Revolutionary Army. They now control 3 countries and are the largest force outside of the 5 great nations in terms of territory. So powerful? The 5 great nations didn't react? Li Shang was truly surprised. But in a moment, he realized that in 2 years, besides Uchiha Itachi's own abilities, there must have been covert support from Konoha. Of course there is. The newly formed Amaterasu land borders the land of Earth, and Iwagakure's reaction has been the most intense. In the past 6 months, there have been constant small skirmishes, but no major ones. Hoshigaki Kisame paused and said, "Can you guess why? They're afraid that they won't be able to take down Amaterasu and instead give the other 4 countries a chance to take advantage." Li Shang had attended classes after all, so he understood such a simple principle. Hoshigaki Kisame nodded and said, "Iwagakure once sent a small team to try to assassinate Uchiha Itachi, but none of them returned and they lost several Yanin instead." In the midst of their heartache, the old man, Onoki, also understood that it was impossible to take them down without paying a price. Wait. Does Amaterasu's appearance in the grass country mean that they want to swallow up the hidden grass village? It should be like that. Hoshigaki Kisame smiled and said, "Iwagakure definitely can't tolerate it anymore. It might even lead to a new great ninja war." He didn't feel afraid at all, on the contrary, he was excited. The Akatsuki organization itself wanted to bring about a ninja war and make them understand pain. The current situation was obviously advantageous to them. Li Shang vaguely felt a bit regretful. Such an exciting thing and he couldn't participate in it. But in the next second, Hoshigaki Kisame's words made him understand that it wasn't so easy to miss out. Amaterasu Revolutionary Army has the objective of capturing the 7 Tails Jinsha, Riki. Hoshigaki Kisame took a bite of rabbit meat and said, "It's difficult to get close to her on normal days, and we don't even know her location. But now, this is a rare opportunity." Li Shang raised an eyebrow at his words. From what he heard, the plan to capture the tailed beasts by the Amaterasu Revolutionary Army should have already begun. If we join the Amaterasu Revolutionary Army, not only can we get close to the 7 tails, but we can also go after the 5 tails in Iwagakure. After we succeed, we can leave. In that case, losing the tailed beasts will surely lead to a fierce battle. Hoshigaki Kisame's eyes lit up. The more he spoke, the more he felt his own cleverness. Iwagakure has 2 tailed beasts, the 5 tails and the 4 tails. But the 4 tails Jinsha, Riki, Rashi, and the Tsuchikage, Enoki, don't get along and have already left the village. No one knows where they are wandering. Li Shang nodded. Hoshigaki Kisame's plan was simple yet effective. Before Nagato, Uchiha Madara, and others were understood by the ninja world, the tailed beasts were the strongest, the family heirlooms that could be considered nuclear bombs. If they were stolen, it undoubtedly meant war. Aside from that, Li Shang was indeed curious about the Amaterasu Revolutionary Army. But is it easy to join the Amaterasu Revolutionary Army? Not difficult, just a bit troublesome. Hoshigaki Kisame clearly understood the Amaterasu Revolutionary Army. He explained, there are 2 ways. One is to join the Amaterasu training camp, which supposedly allows anyone to become an official member regardless of their identity. The other way is to demonstrate strong power and join directly, but there will be related tests, and no one knows what they are. Damn training camp. Why not call it a summer camp? Li Shang resisted the urge to complain and asked, should we choose the second method? Of course, Hoshigaki Kisame said, I'm not interested in learning boring theoretical knowledge for months. But I have to inform the leader about this. I can't handle 2-tailed beasts alone. He asked Li Shang to stay in place and contacted the leader using the ring of the Akatsuki organization. After a moment, he came back and said, after we finish eating, we'll go to the former land of whirlpools. Although members of the Amaterasu Revolutionary Army appeared in the land of grass, it hadn't been completely conquered yet. Going directly to find them would be like openly admitting their own conspiracy. It was troublesome, but to avoid too much suspicion, Hoshigaki Kisame decided to go to their headquarters. But his appearance was too distinctive. On the way, he acquired a disguise similar to Kakuzu's attire. Except for his eyes, everything else was concealed. As for Li Shang, he became his son. Having an 8-year-old child would obviously be more believable. Li Zhang's protests were ineffective, so he could only pray that Hoshigaki Kisame's disguise wouldn't be seen through. Otherwise, there was no way he would be mistaken for his own son. But he soon realized another problem. If the Amaterasu Revolutionary Army was founded by Uchiha Itachi, wouldn't that make it a branch of Akatsuki? Why should I be afraid when I'm going back home? If it wasn't for the emulator saying it was the rise of Akatsuki, he would definitely run away. But it didn't matter. It would be a good start to resolve the land of Earth first. Li Shang followed Hoshigaki Kisame as they crossed the entire land of grass. Perhaps because it had just started, the journey was calm and there were no major disturbances. Aside from occasional grassland bandits, it was quite relaxed and enjoyable. Most of the land of grass consisted of grasslands. But due to the incompetence of the daimyo, the public security was extremely poor. There were quite a lot of grassland bandits. Compared to the 5 great nations, it was already considered heaven. And before the establishment of the ninja village system, it was even more chaotic. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called the Sengoku period. However, Senju Hashirama seemed to have thought too simply. He believed that the establishment of the ninja villages and the distribution of tailed beasts would bring about complete peace. But it only temporarily delayed the wars. After his death, the biggest threat disappeared, and war reappeared. In fact, Uzumaki Naruto's approach in the original story was very similar to his. All that talk about true peace was just empty words. After about a day, Li Shang and Hoshigaki Kisame arrived at a city called Shino. Amaterasu Revolutionary Army is not a traditional hidden village. They are a combination of ninjas and nobles, simultaneously managing the country. Hoshigaki Kisame had no feelings about this model. He was essentially a ninja, not a politician, and did not understand the deeper meaning behind this. On the contrary, he found it to be a huge hassle. Ninjas should look like ninjas and fulfill their duties through fighting and completing missions. Managing ordinary civilians was truly boring. Hoshigaki Kisame and Li Shang arrived at the Lord's mansion. Halt. 2 soldiers in iron armor blocked their way. I am a ninja here to join the Amaterasu Revolutionary Army, formerly a Yanin of Kirigakure. Hoshigaki Kisame explained his intentions. The soldiers seemed experienced and were not surprised when they heard the word Yanin. Follow me. One of them said. He led the way in front. After passing through a long corridor, they entered a courtyard. Please wait here, the soldier said and then turned and left. Hoshigaki Kisame was not angry either. He maintained a stable mindset when carrying out missions. After a moment, a young woman in her 20s appeared. She had a beautiful appearance and smooth black hair. Are you the Yanin from Kirigakure? Yes. Words alone are not enough. How about we have a spar? The young woman's approach clearly caught Hoshigaki Kisame off guard. He had thought she would ask him to remove his mask, and even the reasons he had prepared were useless. Moreover, this method of recruiting people was exactly the same as Conan's. Regardless of the other party's identity, he would fight first and then talk. So, your leader is also a big shot with Rinnegan? Conan did it purely out of confidence. After all, in the face of Rinnegan, it was meaningless to have any ulterior motives. But where did the Amaterasu Revolutionary Army get this mysterious confidence? No problem. Hoshigaki Kisame naturally nodded in agreement. My name is Uchiha Izumi. The young woman introduced herself. So, you're from the Uchiha clan. Hoshigaki Kisame grinned and said, I've heard of your name for a long time. Let's begin. Uchiha Izumi said expressionlessly. Li Shang stepped back to the side after seeing this. They had already moved to a training ground with enough space. But the name Uchiha Izumi sounded a bit familiar. Li Shang quickly remembered that she was Uchiha Itachi's confidant. A close friend. In the original work, she died at the hands of Uchiha Obito on the night of the Uchiha clan massacre. She had good talent, unlocking the 3 Tomo Sharingan at the age of 13. But it was obviously not so easy for her to defeat Hoshigaki Kisame. Li Shang watched with great interest. Hoshigaki Kisame started with the classic Kirigakure tactics. The silent killing technique. He hadn't used it in a long time. He had always relied on Sweden to deal with enemies, submerging them in water. But doing so would easily expose his identity. After all, there were only a few ninjas with such chakra. The mist rose. He didn't use Samahata, just an ordinary large sword. It's useless. Uchiha Izumi activated her Sharingan. Hoshigaki Kisame in the mist became clearly visible. She drew her katana and held it horizontally in front of her. With a clang. The tremendous force surprised her. Hoshigaki Kisame struck and his body turned into an afterimage. Even with Sharingan, it was difficult to catch up. Uchiha Izumi suddenly realized that she had encountered a formidable opponent. A sense of crisis struck. The large sword in Hoshigaki Kisame's hand was like a tsunami. Layer after layer, endlessly. This feeling, it's back. As one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist, Hoshigaki Kisame's swordsmanship was top-notch. Before Samahata, he used this method to deal with enemies. It's somewhat nostalgic, but Uchiha Izumi didn't seem so relaxed. Hoshigaki Kisame was stronger and more experienced than her. From the beginning, she was at a disadvantage. After being knocked away, Uchiha Izumi shook her wrist, sheathed her katana, and unleashed a great fireball. Seeing this, Hoshigaki Kisame smirked. It almost hit him head-on, and in an instant, he countered with a water dragon. The fireball was immediately extinguished. Uchiha Izumi raised her hand and said, I have a rough idea of your strength. You are indeed at the Yanin level. Hoshigaki Kisame dissipated the mist and asked, can we join the Amaterasu Revolutionary Army? Your strength is already sufficient, but you still need to be tested. Uchiha Izumi explained. Please stay for now, our leader will arrive tomorrow. Uchiha Itachi? Hoshigaki Kisame nodded. He was quite interested in this famous Uchiha genius. Coincidentally, he had just had a conversation with Nagato, and Konan had mentioned inviting Itachi to join Akatsuki if possible. The Amaterasu Revolutionary Army controlled 3 countries and was a formidable force. Uchiha Izumi quickly arranged rooms for them. As for Li Shang, she didn't pay much attention. Just a child. Hoshigaki Kisame was the one who made the decision. Li Shang didn't say anything either. They slept peacefully for the night. After breakfast, they finally saw Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Itachi seemed unchanged, but Sasuke had grown quite a bit, probably around 15 or 16 years old. According to the normal progression, he had already defected from Konoha and gone to study in Otogakure, and he was probably at the stage of killing Orochimaru. Due to Li Zhang's butterfly effect, Orochimaru was captured, but Sasuke still became a rogue ninja. Although it was all an act, it was quite interesting. Hoshigaki Kisame looked at them and said, I wonder what kind of test. He didn't finish his sentence, as his gaze was now fixed on 2 spinning Mangekyo Sharingan. Upon seeing 2 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan, Li Shang understood that the so-called test was definitely not something good. Uchiha Itachi, despite going through compulsory education, had a different way of thinking compared to modern people from his previous life. There weren't as many restrictions and rules. For unfamiliar and powerful strangers who possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, there was no burden. If there were any malicious individuals among them, they could be easily identified. Moreover, Li Shang didn't know what kind of Dojutsu Uchiha Sasuke had awakened. There might be a genjutsu similar to brainwashing. With this thought, Hoshigaki Kisame was in quite a predicament. He had run into a tough opponent. With his strength, he could go anywhere in the ninja world. Perhaps in his heart, it was Nagato's Rinnegan and Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan that made him wary. Not many people knew about Uchiha Itachi awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. Although Obito had personally experienced it, he was beaten badly and didn't mention it. He probably didn't expect Hoshigaki Kisame to foolishly approach Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan crazily selected, and its astonishing Dojutsu power spread in all directions. Seeing this, Li Shang understood it clearly. It seemed that his Dojutsu was truly related to his mental state. What's your name? What's your relationship with him? Uchiha Itachi turned to look at him, his Mangekyo Sharingan still active. Li Shang hesitated, knowing that his fate would be no different from Hoshigaki Kisame's. Moreover, his strength was weaker, and he didn't need any Dojutsu. He could directly modify the subconscious. My name is Yeyu. Li Shang thought for a moment and said, my teacher is Uchiha Lang. What did you say? Uchiha Itachi's calm demeanor suddenly showed emotional fluctuations. Only Uchiha Sasuke, who was immersed in educating Hoshigaki Kisame, didn't hear it, otherwise, it would have been exposed. I come from the Rain Shinobi village. His name is Hoshigaki Kisame, and he is an official member of Akatsuki, Li Shang continued. My teacher came to the Rain Shinobi village 5 years ago to take me as his disciple and asked me to get close to Akatsuki as soon as possible. Uchiha Itachi already believed most of it. Under normal circumstances, an 8-year-old child wouldn't know so much. And it happened to be Akatsuki, which was too coincidental. Do you have any proof? Uchiha Itachi asked cautiously. There is a slogan within the Akatsuki. Your teacher should have told you, right? We possess a fiery will, a firm belief like iron armor. We protect the peace of Konoha, the future of the world. We act on behalf of heaven, and we never close our eyes. Li Shang directly presented more concrete evidence. Only 3 people knew this phrase. Unless Uchiha Lang was tortured, it was impossible for a 4th person to have heard it. So, you were specifically sent by Hoshigaki Kisame to Akatsuki? Uchiha Itachi asked. No. Li Shang shook his head and explained. Akatsuki's ultimate goal is the tailed beasts. He wants to join you and capture the 7 tails Jinsha, Riki, and the 5 tails Jinsha, Riki, while also provoking a war between you and Iwagakure. The plan is not bad, but unfortunately, they don't understand the Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Itachi said, slightly surprised, then smiled. Indeed. In Li Zhang's opinion, the Mangekyo Sharingan was especially suitable for building a faction. Any hidden agenda would be exposed. Although it violated privacy rights in his previous life, in the chaotic ninja world, life was more important. Obito also understood the Mangekyo Sharingan, but fundamentally, he belonged to the lineage of Black Zetsu, not Nagato's subordinates. Naturally, he wouldn't reveal all his killer moves. And until Nagato faced setbacks, with his godlike mentality, he wouldn't care about the so-called Mangekyo Sharingan. He was invincible. Since Akatsuki wants to interfere, we can't let them have their way, Li Shang suggested. You can use Akatsuki to attack Iwagakure, but then hand it over to them, completely exposing them to the public. We originally only wanted to take control of the land of grass, Uchiha Itachi said, his face showing contemplation, but what you said makes sense. The Akatsuki organization and the original work follow the same trajectory. Before the capture of the tailed beasts was fully underway, the entire ninja world had no defensive measures in place. Uchiha Itachi naturally believed that it was due to their lack of strength or insufficient funds. If they were exposed prematurely, it would definitely disrupt their plans. And it would draw the attention of the other 4 major countries in their respective ninja villages. If someone with a hot temper were to directly initiate a war, it would be possible for the Akatsuki to take advantage of the chaos. Li Shang had even more thoughts on the matter. Because he had more comprehensive intelligence. At this stage of the Akatsuki's development, it didn't matter whether they were exposed or not. For them, getting Iwagakure was not too bad. Although Li Shang leaned towards Konoha, he couldn't ignore the rise of the Akatsuki. This is what they call a win-win situation, he wins twice. Ahem. Li Shang chatted with Uchiha Itachi about the specific details. You truly live up to being a disciple of Lang, Uchiha Itachi said with emotion. You don't seem like an 8-year-old, but rather a 28-year-old. My teacher taught me well, Li Shang boasted. Uchiha Itachi smiled and noticed that Sasuke's eye power was gradually disappearing, so he didn't say anything more. After a moment, Sasuke exhaled and said, we got lucky this time. His name is Hoshigaki Kisame, a member of the Akatsuki. There was no doubt that he had extracted the information from Hoshigaki Kisame's mind. In the original work, Hoshigaki Kisame chose to commit suicide in order to protect the Akatsuki's information. He was one of the few standard shinobi, but unfortunately, he was too careless this time. Even with the Mangekyo Sharingan, if he had been cautious enough, he wouldn't have been so easily deceived. Sasuke, let me introduce you. This is Ieyu, Lang's disciple, Uchiha Itachi said with a smile. Unlike the expressionless demeanor in the original work, he no longer carried any sins. Naturally, he was more relaxed. Smiling in front of Sasuke was a common occurrence. Disciple? Sasuke was somewhat surprised. The development of the situation was truly unexpected for him. He didn't have many memories of Lang, but they were all particularly memorable. No less than his brother, Uchiha Itachi. Nice to meet you, Ieyu, Sasuke reached out his hand and said. His personality was also different from the original work. From when he became the leader of the ninja school to his current position as the deputy leader of the Amaterasu Revolutionary Army. Experiences shaped one's character. Naturally, he was no longer the same Sasuke as before. Li Shang shook hands with him. Uchiha Itachi explained the Akatsuki's situation to Sasuke again. He had no objections, as it was consistent with what he saw in Hoshigaki Kisame's memories. Li Shang also quickly learned about his 2 ocular jutsu. One was Amaterasu, the strongest offensive ocular jutsu, which remained unchanged from the original work. The other one was somewhat similar to distinguished heavenly gods, which he called Tsukiyomi. Its effect was similar to the thought ceiling in The Three-Body Problem, altering one's thinking. He would set a theme, and your mind would believe it to be true. For example, that water is highly poisonous. Of course, Sasuke said it so that Hoshigaki Kisame was a spy infiltrating the Akatsuki on behalf of the Amaterasu Revolutionary Army. Distinguished heavenly gods silently changed the will of the target. Tsukiyomi constantly repeated a theme in your mind, ultimately making your thinking strictly adhere to that theme. Li Shang was very curious about how he awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan after hearing it. Although he was Uchiha Lang's disciple, he was not the real deal after all. Neither Uchiha Itachi nor Sasuke had told him their thoughts. Letting him know the effects of the 2 eye techniques was already giving face to Uchiha Lang. Hoshigaki Kisame woke up without any abnormalities. Li Shang could better understand why Danzo targeted Shisui after knowing about the distinguished heavenly gods. You know this, you're also in a difficult situation. This indirectly proves how naive Shisui was in the original work. Indeed, the will of fire is the first illusion. But well, it has already disappeared. After a day of rest, Hoshigaki Kisame and Li Shang were assigned to the Amaterasu Revolutionary Army. The 2 went in different directions. Due to his strong abilities, Hoshigaki Kisame was assigned to the special forces, similar to a special soldier, for the most difficult missions. Li Shang simply became a bodyguard, following Uchiha Itachi. Obviously, Uchiha Itachi was worried that Li Shang would have trouble explaining to Uchiha Lang if something happened. Li Shang didn't say anything either. His current strength is indeed quite poor. In the chaos of battle, he might die in the aftermath. There's nowhere to cry even if he wants to. There's nothing worth paying attention to in Konohagakure. Uchiha Itachi looked at the distant green grassland and said, "Their border defense has been completely taken over by us. It only took 3 days, and they still haven't realized it." His tone was extremely calm. Indeed, it's not surprising or proud. His troops, the core being the Konoha police force, naturally had the strength of the Uchiha clan. At least it's not a problem to push Konohagakure. The focus is on Iwagakure. Li Shang nodded and said, "With the land of grass occupied, Iwagakure cannot remain unresponsive. They have been bullied at their doorstep, so there will definitely be a battle. My original plan was to suppress Iwagakure's arrogance and then make Konohagakure appear as if they were attempting an attack to scare off the Tsuchikage." Uchiha Itachi's explanation made Li Shang understand that he had indeed come prepared when he provoked the land of grass. But now the plan definitely needs to be changed. However, his ability to provoke Iwagakure undoubtedly came from Uchiha Lang's trust. After all, no matter how powerful, there will definitely be casualties in war. When the fight starts, try to stick with the bodyguard team. Uchiha Itachi reminded. "Okay." Li Shang replied without hesitation. The Amaterasu Revolutionary Army gradually approached Konohagakure silently. As a war between ninjas, Uchiha Itachi did not involve ordinary troops. The special forces were in the front, their strength was formidable, and they had already reached within 100 meters of Konohagakure. Uchiha Sasuke, the leader of the special forces, raised his hand and made a gesture. 3 seconds later, he spewed out a great fireball. The ninjas within 30 meters of him made the same move, and the great fireballs merged into a sea of fire, no longer just balls, but a sea of fire. The entire Konohagakure was enveloped, but soon, the counterattack came. Figures rushed out of the sea of fire one by one. Uchiha Sasuke drew his katana and, expressionless, approached the nearest enemy. Konohagakure was not worth him using the Mangekyo Sharingan. After all, using this thing too much will blind him. Seeing this, Uchiha Itachi also ordered the other ninjas to move forward. This time, he brought 1,000 ninjas with him. Dealing with Konohagakure was more than enough. He mainly wanted to be prepared for the upcoming Iwagakure. Li Shang thought for a moment and found it too boring to just sit back. He took out an umbrella and threw it directly. Ninjutsu. 1,000 raindrops. The spinning umbrellas shot out countless needles. In the midst of this chaotic battle, Li Zhang's attacks were not particularly powerful, but they were stealthy enough. Furthermore, he expanded the range. In one wave, at least a dozen people were accidentally hit by Amaterasu Revolutionary Army's 1,000 blades and killed. The auxiliary effect was excellent. Water-style a chaotic water wave. A surge of water rushed towards him. In an instant, Li Shang noticed the middle-aged man who was shooting cold guns. The ninjas of Kusagakure were skilled in studying the ninjutsu of other villages. If you put it nicely. If you put it bluntly, they were thieves. They didn't have their own unique ninjutsu. Li Shang quickly formed hand seals, but it wasn't an offensive ninjutsu, it was the body flicker technique. Now that his identity was exposed, he could freely use Shisui's special body flicker technique. The middle-aged man's vision blurred, and he saw a short sword piercing through his heart. With a look of inexplicable horror on his face, he slowly fell down. Li Shang drew his sword and continued forward. The quality of the ninjas of Kusagakure was indeed worrying. All the genin he encountered along the way. However, he did notice a familiar face. Kaoru. Li Shang hadn't seen her before because he had been in the guard team. She seemed to be in the medical corps, but the punches she threw were truly reminiscent of Tsunade's true teachings. Could it be that she had found a master after joining Konoha village? Li Shang remembered that before his last simulated death, he had told Uchiha Itachi and the others how to bring Tsunade back to the village. That was to take control of the entire gambling scene in the Land of Fire. If they didn't agree, the gambling establishments would no longer receive Tsunade. It seemed to have worked. I just don't know if Kimimaro survived. His thoughts flashed by. Li Shang followed the majority and rushed into Kusagakure. At this moment, flames flickered. The scene appeared chaotic and tragic. But this was all necessary. It was impossible to break the old world just by talking about it. Once inside the village, resistance became even scarcer. Because the Yanin were all frantically fleeing. They realized that they couldn't win, so it was wise to choose to leave. Unfortunately, it was meaningless. Just Hoshigaki Kisame alone was enough to stop them. So a rare spectacle appeared in Kusagakure. The sea of fire and the ocean appeared together. Li Shang also lost the opportunity to make a move. But he could say that he and the Amaterasu Revolutionary Army had defeated Kusagakure together. No problem at all. 10 minutes later, Kusagakure was completely taken over. There was no time to deal with the remaining people for now. Uchiha Itachi ordered a small team to suppress them and go to the land of Amaterasu. And they themselves had to hurry to the border of the land of Earth. The news of Kusagakure's destruction would soon spread. The 5 great villages naturally had their sources of information. Moreover, the Amaterasu Revolutionary Army had a large number of people and made a big commotion, so it couldn't be hidden. The northwest of the land of grass borders the land of Earth. On the way, Hoshigaki Kisame contacted Nagato and passed on the information. The feedback he received was that Kakuzu and Sasori would come to support him. After reporting to Hoshigaki Kisame and Nagato, Uchiha Itachi turned to explain the situation to Li Shang. Upon learning that 2 members of Akatsuki had come to them, Uchiha Itachi initially wanted to use Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan to make them defect. But Li Shang stopped him. Kakuzu, hailing from Takigakure, possesses the Earth Grudge Fear secret technique and has 5 hearts. Unless all 5 of his hearts are simultaneously destroyed, he will not die as a result. Such a miraculous secret technique. Uchiha Itachi was somewhat surprised, but only to a certain extent. When it came to secret techniques, how could they compare to the Uchiha's Sharingan? Especially the Mangekyo Sharingan. I think it's just a technique. As long as one has the courage, any eye technique is possible. In reality, he's not too difficult to deal with. Although he has 5 hearts, he only has 1 head. In theory, he can be influenced by Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan. However, his teammate, Sasori, is not human but a puppet. Li Shang paused and asked, "You should know about human puppets, right? Human puppets are not puppets made to look like humans, but rather humans turned into puppets, retaining their ninjutsu from when they were alive, including bloodline limits. But because it is too cruel, they are abandoned by puppet masters. The 3rd Cage puppet of Sasori is a human puppet that can use magnet style." I know. Uchiha Itachi was also an extremely intelligent person, and he quickly understood what Li Shang meant and asked, "Are you saying he turned himself into a puppet?" That's right. His entire body is made up of puppets, with only the core area in his chest storing his soul. He can change bodies anytime, anywhere. Eye techniques or genjutsu should have little effect on him. Uchiha Itachi was a bit skeptical about what kind of force Akatsuki really was. They didn't seem like normal people. Hoshigaki Kisame had a shark-like face. On the other hand, the masked man they had encountered before seemed to be a human. But who knows? After all, he wore a mask. Either he was too ugly to show his face, or he had some unspeakable secret. Who wears a mask if they're a decent person? Our plan may need to change. Uchiha Itachi moved on to the next topic. Since Akatsuki intends to launch a sneak attack while we are fighting Iwagakure, we cannot let them have their way. Otherwise, we will be blamed for it. After Kakuzu and Sasori stole the 5 Tails Jincha, Riki, they revealed their identities as members of the Amaterasu Revolutionary Army. So they won't even have a chance to defend themselves while they are fighting against Damia. We can only turn the tables. Li Shang explained, "You 2 can pretend to be members of Akatsuki and expose Kakuzu and Sasori's plan in front of Damia. In that case, only Sasuke and I need to go." Uchiha Itachi nodded approvingly. It achieves the goal and reduces casualties. Li Shang had no objections. He currently had no sense of participation in their strength. Even if he went, he would just be a bystander. There wouldn't be any sense of gaming experience. After Uchiha Itachi and Sasuke left, the Amaterasu Revolutionary Army fell under the management of Uchiha Hachida. He was originally from the Konoha police force and was an experienced old ninja. But he did not return to the Revolving Heaven hidden village. Instead, he stayed behind in the land of grass for post-war reconstruction. The original goal of the Amaterasu Revolutionary Army was to incorporate the land of grass into their territory, so naturally they would not give up. After Akatsuki steals the 5 Tails Jincha, Riki, Iwagakure's attention will shift, and they probably won't bother with the land of grass for a short time. Hoshigaki Kisame and Li Shang did not stay behind. They went to the former Takigakure, because Li Shang remembered something. The specialty of Takigakure, the Water of Heroes. Its effect is simple, it increases chakra tenfold. Of course, the cost is also very high, as it consumes the user's life. But Li Shang, not to mention anything else, has a long health bar. He possesses the true ancestor's talent and theoretically cannot be killed. The village of Longyan is currently under the management of the Amaterasu Revolutionary Army. The terrain is extremely steep. They are in a place similar to the Peach Blossom Spring, with a very narrow entrance. If they want to launch a strong attack, they would have to blow up the entire mountain, otherwise it would be difficult. Li Shang had the order from Uchiha Itachi and encountered no obstacles. "My name is Shemumu." A young boy appeared in front of him and said, "I used to be the leader of the village of Longyan, and now I am a member of the Amaterasu Revolutionary Army, still responsible for the affairs of the village of Longyan." Shemumu, this name sounds familiar. He had a plot in the original work. It was probably when the Jonin of the village of Longyan, Mizukage, and the Rain Shinobi village attacked the village of Longyan. Fortunately, the protagonist trio of Uzumaki Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura helped him quell the rebellion. Li Shang explained his purpose. Shemumu immediately looked troubled. The water of heroes can be said to be the holy water of the village of Longyan. Generally, only the leader is qualified to drink it. Although it has significant side effects, the effect is still good. Li Shang thought he would have to mention Uchiha Itachi to persuade him. But unexpectedly, after hesitating for a moment, Shemumu said, "You can only take one sip." "Okay, just one sip." Li Shang naturally agreed. This thing should not be related to how much you drink. You can't keep drinking and keep growing. That would be too perverted. Similar to Orochimaru, he would probably have to guard the village of Longyan and drink holy water every day. Led by Shemumu, Li Shang came to a giant tree. He had seen many trees in the death forest of Konoha village before, but none of them could compare to the giant tree in front of him. It soared into the sky, with no end in sight. In terms of size, it would take at least dozens of people to surround it. It had a feeling of the world tree in Dragon Clan. Anyway, it was very big and thick. The birth of the water of heroes is very complicated. Shemumu knelt devoutly in front of the giant tree and said, "The sacred tree absorbs the essence of heaven and earth, the rain and dew, and it takes 100 years to turn into holy water." 100 years is indeed a long time, but Li Shang was sure that the village of Longyan must have some reserves. If they produced it and drank it all, then water smoke wouldn't have become a renegade ninja. After Shemumu respectfully kowtowed and performed hand seals in front of the giant tree, the thick bark suddenly split open, revealing a gap big enough for one person to pass through. Li Shang raised an eyebrow. He really didn't expect Shemumu to hide the holy water in the belly of the sacred tree. It felt like a hidden secret. Li Shang followed Shemumu inside. The space inside was more spacious than he had imagined. It could easily accommodate several people. Li Shang wanted to complain that they had emptied the sacred tree. Is this their devotion? But he quickly understood why the village of Longyan did this. Because there were faint water droplets seeping out of the deep tree wall. There was no doubt that it was the water of heroes. Ordinary rain and dew, after 100 years of transformation by the sacred tree, became the magical holy water that increased chakra. This was quite interesting. Shemumu took out a golden bowl with only a small mouthful of the water of heroes inside. He looked at Li Shang and noticed that there was no greed in his expression and eyes. He nodded and said, "There will be some adverse reactions after drinking it, but that's normal." "Okay." Li Shang took the golden bowl. The water inside was extremely clear, looking clean and hygienic. He breathed a sigh of relief. At least there was no psychological burden. If it had some strange smell or black holy water, he wouldn't dare to drink it. Li Shang drank it all in one gulp. The icy sensation passed through his throat and entered his body. Suddenly, he felt a bit hot. His body seemed to be feverish, while his chakra was rapidly increasing. After a moment, Li Shang frowned. Using the commonly used unit of measurement in the ninja world, Ka, which is Kakashi's Jonin chakra capacity. His body could originally only hold 1/10 of a Ka of chakra. Now it had increased tenfold. The excess chakra began to push against his physical limit. Forcing it open was quite uncomfortable, but Li Shang wasn't really only 8 years old. It wasn't to the point of crying and sobbing. Shimoku couldn't help but glance at him. When he himself had drunk the hero water before, the scene was quite ugly. It could be called a near-death experience. After about 10 minutes, the abnormality in his body disappeared, and Li Shang wiped the sweat off his forehead. He could control himself from making a sound, but he couldn't control the physiological reactions in his body. Fortunately, he didn't embarrass himself. "Thank you," Li Shang sincerely said as he felt the surging chakra in his body. Now his chakra was similar to Kakashi's. Although it was jokingly called 1 Ka, his chakra was really not insignificant. It was just that compared to someone like Uzumaki Naruto, who was overpowered, it didn't hold up well. For a regular Jonin, it was already quite good. And Kakashi also bore the burden of an unstoppable Sharingan, which made him physically weak. It definitely wasn't because of watching Intimate Heaven. Li Shang stayed in the Hidden Mist village for 2 days. After receiving news from the direction of Iwagakure, he and Hoshigaki Kisame returned to the Rain Shinobi village. The Five Tails Jincha, Riki, was captured without any surprises by Kakuzu and Sasori. Although Iwagakure was not at the bottom among the 5 great villages, it had very few top-tier strong individuals. Only the elderly Enoki, who was famous for his dust release, had a great reputation. His successor, Kuretsuchi, was known as the Leg Shadow and was one of the most embarrassing cage-level strong individuals, along with Mizukage Shaya, Ra. Apart from them, Deidara was also quite powerful. Unfortunately, he pursued art wholeheartedly and joined Akatsuki, ultimately self-destructing. The truly powerful among the 5 great villages were Konoha village and the Cloud Shinobi village. Especially Konoha. Despite all the machinations of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danza, they still had such fighting power, which was astonishing. To put it in one sentence, heroes really did come from Konoha. Not to mention the betrayals of Uchiha Madara, Obito, and others. Kakuzu and Sasori disguised themselves as the Amaterasu Revolutionary Army according to the plan, but they didn't expect Uchiha Itachi, who was fighting against Enoki, to do the same. He was wearing a specially made Akatsuki outfit and stated that the goal of the Akatsuki was to capture all the tailed beasts and dominate the ninja world. Surprised by Enoki, he also learned that other members of the Akatsuki had gone to Iwagakure. He didn't hesitate and turned back. Sure enough, he received news halfway that the Five Tails Jincha, Riki, had already been captured. As for the Amaterasu Revolutionary Army that Kakuzu and Sasori mentioned, he naturally ignored it. He had some understanding of the Amaterasu Revolutionary Army, and only Uchiha Itachi and Sasuke could be considered strong. Now 2 more suddenly appeared, and he believed they were from the mysterious Akatsuki. Rain Shinobi Village. I've been exposed. Hoshigaki Kisame met with Pain and Konan and immediately said, after contacting Kakuzu and Sasori, I was discovered by Uchiha Itachi and barely managed to escape. To make it more convincing, there were still traces of fire-style ninjutsu on his body. I already know. Pain said indifferently, you may leave. Before Hoshigaki Kisame, he had already learned about Kakuzu and Sasori through White Zetsu. But he didn't care about Iwagakure or the Amaterasu Revolutionary Army. Capturing the Five Tails was already a good achievement. There was no need to blame or punish Hoshigaki Kisame. Li Shang rested for a night and saw Konan standing at the door the next day. Teacher, he immediately greeted. I have already heard the account of this incident from Hoshigaki Kisame, Konan praised calmly, you did well. It's all thanks to your excellent teaching, Li Shang flattered. Konan remained unaffected and said, after a few days of rest, continue following Hoshigaki Kisame. Although it was called rest, Li Shang didn't have any other form of entertainment, so he continued to train his body. 2 days later, he saw Hoshigaki Kisame again. There is a group of wandering ninjas in the southeast of the Land of Rain for a C-rank mission. Li Shang glanced at the mission briefing and didn't say anything. And so, half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Li Shang, who had regained his chakra, undoubtedly made rapid progress. The mission level gradually rose from C rank to A rank. Finally, upon Hoshigaki Kisame's suggestion, Konan decided to assess Li Shang. The assessment to join the Akatsuki organization. Inside the training field, Konan looked at Li Shang, nodded in satisfaction, and said, Hoshigaki Kisame said you are already one of the outstanding Yanin and are qualified to join the Akatsuki organization. He even applied to become your teammate. To be valued by him like this, it must be true. But I need to understand your full strength, so let's have a spar. After saying that, without waiting for Li Zhang's response, paper scraps floated out from her body and quickly reassembled in the sky. A pair of wings unfolded as well. Begin. Konan raised her hand, and dozens of paper scraps turned into shurikens in her hand, directly covering the area where Li Shang was. As her disciple, Li Shang naturally knew that these paper shurikens were just as sharp as real ones. And because they were lighter, they appeared faster. Under Konan's full force, they almost instantly arrived in front of Li Shang. But none of them hit and all fell to the ground. Li Shang reappeared on the other side. Konan's dance of the Shikigami was immune to most physical attacks, and after her modifications, she wasn't afraid of water but was afraid of oil. It wasn't a life or death battle, so using oil was indeed a bit excessive. Making Konan all wet was like disrespecting her teacher and ancestors. Li Shang thought for a moment and formed hand seals. Water style A water dragon bomb. In the rainy weather of the Land of Rain, water style undoubtedly became enhanced. Almost instantly, a water dragon rushed into the sky. Conan's response was simple. A butterfly flew out. It collided with the head of the water dragon. With a loud bang, the butterfly made with explosive tags instantly exploded. The water dragon split open and turned into a puddle of water splashing in all directions. Conan raised her hand again. Paper scraps rained down, almost covering the entire sky. It was difficult for Li Shang to dodge. He clasped his hands together and spat out a waterfall from his mouth, forming a wall in front of him. The waterproof paper scraps seemed like sharp blades, falling into the water wall and causing splashes of water. Li Zhang's body was hidden beneath the paper scraps, temporarily obscuring Conan's vision. At this moment, a mist rose. It was so dense that it couldn't dissipate. Water style mist shinobi technique. It could even blur the vision of the Sharingan. It could be considered a true Kirigakure secret technique. It wasn't too abrupt for Li Shang to use it. After all, Hoshigaki Kisame was his second teacher. Conan frowned. She didn't possess the Sharingan, the ability to see through the mist. Body flicker technique. Mist instant movement. Li Shang gripped the kunai in his right hand and silently approached Conan. The kunai pierced through, but Conan immediately turned into paper and quickly reassembled in the distance. She raised her hand, aiming at the previous location. Countless sheets of paper flew out, like 1,000 books of rain, covering a large area. A few seconds later, Conan was slightly startled. The feedback told her that all the paper had landed in empty space. Can someone move so quickly in midair? Although she had some understanding of Hoshigaki Kisame, what impressed her the most was his free chakra and water style. This silent killing technique was the first time she had seen it. Moreover, it was so difficult to deal with when used by his disciple. Conan maintained her flight in the air, never staying in one place for more than 3 seconds. She continuously threw paper in all directions with both hands. Although she couldn't dispel the mist, she could explode it. Flames ignited on the paper, and violent explosive waves echoed in all directions. Li Shang formed hand seals and sent a clone rushing forward. Conan's eyes narrowed as she noticed him, thinking that it was just lucky that his real body happened to be blown out. She threw several spears made of condensed paper, directly piercing through the clone. A clone? After realizing this, Conan immediately shifted her gaze, trying to find the real body. At this moment, the clone unexpectedly exploded with a loud bang. Heat waves rolled. The clone exploded. Li Shang learned this move from Uchiha Itachi. He had used this move against Kakashi before. Conan quickly retreated. But Li Shang used more explosive tags, and she was still affected by the aftermath. Some of the paper on her body was blown away. At this moment, she heard the sound of water behind her. Water style. Great waterfall technique. The speed was extremely fast. Conan's attention was focused on avoiding the explosive tags, but she didn't expect the next attack to come so quickly. Her body was covered by the water waves. Although she had made special preparations and the paper was waterproof, the impact was inevitable. Li Shang didn't attack again. The mist dissipated. He asked, "Teacher, is it enough?" If he had used oil instead of water style just now, she would have been defeated. Conan naturally understood this. They were just sparring, there was no need for a result. She had already understood Li Zhang's level. Although he didn't possess strange secret techniques like Kakuzu or Hidan, his strength alone was considered good among Yanin. There would be no problem for him to join the Akatsuki organization. After all, under normal circumstances, a ninja's strength would increase with age. They would reach their peak between the ages of 20 and 30. That was when their physical development also ended. In other words, Li Shang, who was 8 years old, had a bright future ahead of him. And he was a ranged shinobi born and raised. Naturally, this made her feel closer to him. Conan took out a ring and said, "From today onwards, you are a member of the Akatsuki organization. Your codename is Zu." Zu refers to the vermilion bird. In the original work, it was Uchiha Itachi's codename. Since he hasn't joined, it naturally became available. Li Shang took the ring and put it on his middle finger. Originally, he thought it was a bit big, but he didn't expect the ring to have an automatic shrinking function, so it fit quite well when he put it on. "Your uniform will be given to you in a couple of days," Conan explained. "You're too young, and the sizes of the other members' uniforms won't fit you, so we have to custom order it." "Okay." Li Shang nodded. Speaking of which, in his past life, he thought the uniforms of the Akatsuki organization were really nice, quite cool. He never expected that there would be a day when he would wear one. He still remembers that it seemed like all the members of the Akatsuki organization had to wear nail polish. Yes. It's really outrageous. But whether it's Pain, Sasori, Hidan, Orochimaru, or Juzo, none of them were exempt. And the colors were different too. Li Shang could only say that this is what women are like. Perhaps Conan considered his young age and didn't mention this matter. She just mentioned that they should gather at the tower at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, as the Akatsuki organization is going to hold a meeting. Li Shang agreed and promised not to be late. He was quite curious about the genjutsu technique used for the meeting. But from what Conan said, it seems that he will have to go in person. The next day, Li Shang arrived at the tower where Pain was located as agreed. Conan was already waiting. "Follow me." When she saw Li Shang, she spoke. Then she turned around and walked into the tower. Although Li Shang had lived in the Rain Shinobi village for 8 years and had become Conan's disciple, this was indeed the first time he entered the interior of this tower. Like the other buildings, the outside was covered with steel pipes. Because it rains all year round, these pipes can quickly drain the rainwater to prevent flooding. As for the inside, it was also gray walls, appearing extremely dark. When he watched anime in his past life, he wanted to criticize that the Akatsuki organization always held meetings in a pitch-black cave. Just like Orochimaru, they liked cold and dark environments. It seems that this life is no exception. Li Shang finally arrived at a huge hall. The visibility was dim, but he could vaguely see the arrangement inside. In the center were 2 large hands, with 10 fingers resembling 10 pillars. Li Shang knew that the illusions of the members of the Akatsuki organization would appear on these pillars during the meeting. As a busy and international organization, the members often traveled to various countries in the ninja world. It would be too time-consuming to rush back for a meeting. So Nagato used the Rinnegan to create rings. The members of the Akatsuki organization converted their chakra into thought waves through the rings. After Nagato received them, he projected these waves as illusions. In short, this meeting jutsu was quite interesting. Unfortunately, one must have the Rinnegan to use it. Li Shang quickly noticed Diva Pathpain. He stood at the highest position, looking down expressionlessly. This was their first meeting. Diva Pathpain, or Yahiko, to be precise. With orange hair and Rinnegan eyes replacing his original ones. There were black particles on his nose, ears, and chin. In any case, he didn't look like a normal person. When Diva Pathpain saw Li Shang, he didn't say anything. It was Conan who told him to choose any finger. Following the principle of convenience, Li Shang climbed onto the ring of the ring finger. Soon he saw the first member, Hoshigaki Kisame. Just like him, he came in person. When he saw Li Shang, he nodded slightly and jumped onto the pillar near him. After that, it was no longer the real body, but one illusion after another. They looked colorful, like a rainbow. Wow. An exaggerated voice sounded. Could this little brat be the new member? Although they were illusions, their characteristics remained basically the same. Especially the mask on his face is exceptionally obvious. There is no doubt that it is Obito, or rather Obito disguised as a fae. During his time as a fae, he undoubtedly unleashed his true nature and became very reckless. So it is true that Uchiha Shenner's reputation is well deserved. Speaking of Obito's experiences, it can indeed be described as reckless. I want to create a world with Rin. A guy who is caught up in love and acts like a chunibyo. Killing clan members, killing teachers, killing friends. It can be said that he is not worth pitying. It's truly miraculous that he was able to be redeemed in the end. He is a new member, codenamed Zu, called Yeyu. Conan glanced at him and replied. She didn't pay attention to his exaggerated tone. She was already used to it. Finally, someone younger than me. A fae laughed and said, "Come on, call me senpai." Li Shang pursed his lips and didn't say anything. "Oh, you have quite a cold personality." Even in this situation, he didn't get angry. After all, he was particularly skilled at acting foolish and crazy when he was a fae. Enough with the idle talk. Kakuzu snorted coldly and said, "I still have to go kill people." He and Hidan were chasing a target for a bounty. They received a notice to attend a meeting halfway through, which was annoying. It was like a part-time worker in a previous life being notified to go to work on a Sunday. It was infuriating, but they had no choice but to go. The tailed beast capture plan officially begins. Tendo Pain said calmly, "The exposure of the Akatsuki organization during the capture of the 5 tails last time has made it inconvenient to take on missions during this period. Since that's the case, it's time to make them understand true pain." Ha ha ha. A fae burst into laughter, excitedly saying, "I've been looking forward to this day for a long time." "Shut up." Deidara glared at him and said, "Your laughter is so unpleasant, believe me or not, I'll blow up your mouth." A fae immediately drooped his head and said, "Sorry." He apologized very quickly. Li Shang couldn't help but smile. It was quite amusing, but his acting was good. After all, he was a guy with 3 identities. A fae, Obito, Uchiha Madara. Hoshigaki Kisame and Yayu will be a team, responsible for capturing the one tail. Tendo Pain began to assign tasks. We just received an invitation from Sanagakure. They are holding the Chunin exams, and Yeyu's age is just right, so he will go with Xianghua and Fuyang to participate. Li Shang was slightly surprised by this, as it clearly deviated from the original plot. Sanagakure did indeed hold a Chunin exam. It was probably in the first year after Gaara became the Cage. Because he was too young and the restless influence of the tailed beast, there was a faction in Sanagakure that opposed him becoming the Cage. So they decided to hold the Chunin exam to get rid of Gaara. And Gaara had the same idea, wanting to find out who was secretly manipulating things through the exam. This Chunin exam was still held jointly with Konoha. The written exam was in Konoha, but the practical exam was in Sanagakure. At that time, Uzumaki Naruto happened to be on a training journey with Jiraiya, so Konoha sent Hyuga Neji and others. After this exam, almost all of them were promoted to Chunin. Hyuga Neji even directly promoted to Jonin. In the end, only two of the strongest genin from Konoha remained, Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. In the original story, the Akatsuki captured the one tail after this Chunin exam. It was Sasori and Deidara. But now it was replaced by himself and Hoshigaki Kisame. There is no doubt that their strength is weaker. Perhaps Tendo Pain thought Gaara was too young and the one tail's chakra was the least, so he didn't think it would be too difficult. Based on the current timeline, Gaara is probably only 15 or 16 years old, making him the youngest Cage. Even the exceptionally talented 4th generation Namikaze Minato didn't become Hokage until he was in his 20s. Tailed beasts, in general, give the impression that the more tails they have, the more powerful they are. Naturally, the one tail is theoretically the weakest. If we don't consider the jutsu it has learned, it is indeed the case. And the one tail hates the sea the most. Hoshigaki Kisame's water style is clearly its weakness. As for the desert environment, it doesn't have much of an impact on it. But it does have a boost for the one tail. Li Shang knew that this matter was not so easy, but obviously he didn't have the right to refuse. Tendo Pain continued, the 2 tails and 8 tails of the Cloud Shinobi village will be handed over to Kakuzu and Hidan. The Jincha, Riki of the 4 tails and 6 tails have both defected, so Ju and Afei will be in charge of reconnaissance, with Scorpion and Deidara assisting. The 3 tails is in a wild state. The 5 tails has already been captured. The 9 tails is the strongest, and Konoha currently has no way to deal with it. The 7 tails is in the hidden waterfall village, under the care of the Amaterasu Revolutionary Army. Tendo Pain plans to capture the remaining 5 before making any further decisions. The main issue is a lack of manpower. After the meeting, Li Shang and Hoshigaki Kisame bumped heads. Since he was affected by Tsukuyomi, there has been an obvious change in his attitude towards him. But there have been no other changes in his behavior. In addition, members of the Akatsuki organization are independent and generally do not care about their teammates. Naturally, no one noticed anything unusual about him. I will disguise myself as a leading Yanin from the Rain Shinobi village, and you will infiltrate as a genin to take the exam, Hoshigaki Kisame said. Pay attention to any news about the Jincha, Riki. There might be someone coming to participate in the Cha-Nin exam. During the last Cha-Nin exam in Konoha, both Gaara and Uzumaki Naruto participated. Obviously, he thought the same would happen this time. In fact, there is indeed one. The Jincha, Riki of the 7 tails from the hidden waterfall village. But now they belong to the Amaterasu Revolutionary Army, so it's unknown if they will send someone over. In theory, Gaara will definitely invite them. After joining the Akatsuki organization, Li Shang also gained another advantage, which is being able to contact White Zetsu to learn about the situation in the ninja world. But considering that White Zetsu likes to implant spores in people's bodies, there is currently nothing he needs to know. Because the written exam is held in Konoha. After many years, Li Shang has returned to the starting point. Konoha now appears more modern. The accompanying Xianghua and others were amazed by what they saw. To avoid being discovered by others in the Rain Shinobi village, Nagato has sent many people to participate in each Cha-Nin exam. This time is no exception. A total of 21 people, divided into 7 teams. Konoha has arranged special rooms for them. Hoshigaki Kisame, on the other hand, remembers Tendo Pain's instructions and takes this opportunity to search for the whereabouts of the 9 tails Jincha, Riki. Li Shang also uses the excuse to collect information and wanders around Konoha with his 2 teammates, Xianghua and Fuyang. He didn't see Uzumaki Naruto, but he saw Uchiha Sasuke. Wow, aren't you, a rogue ninja, being too open and honest? You don't even bother to pretend. And you're participating in the Cha-Nin exam, that's too much. Uchiha Sasuke also noticed Li Shang but didn't come forward to greet him. Because of Xianghua and Fuyang, at night, Li Shang found Sasuke's room. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Itachi was also there. After a conversation, he understood the reason. Since half a year ago, after Iwagakure lost the 5 tails, they contacted the other 4 major villages and informed them about the Akatsuki organization. Although the 4 major villages were somewhat pleased with their misfortune, they didn't neglect the matter concerning the tailed beasts. As a result, they began to guard against the Akatsuki organization, making it difficult for them to receive missions. At the same time, Iwagakure and the Amaterasu Revolutionary Army made a temporary agreement. Uchiha Itachi obtained the 4 countries and needed a development period, so he agreed to Doyamaki's request. Taking this opportunity, Konoha also announced the suspension of the pursuit operation. At Gaara's invitation, Uchiha Itachi brought people to participate in the Cha-Nin exam. And to visit home. The written exam venue in Konoha was set up at the Ninja Academy. Due to Li Zhang's influence, the Ninja Academy in Konoha was completely different from other ninja villages. It would be more appropriate to call it Konoha's #1 comprehensive university. If we were to say that during the last Chunin exam, when Li Shang used the ghost lamp Hyuki to come and participate, the Ninja Academy still had some resemblance to its original form. But now, it's no longer recognizable. It's as if after Li Shang finished high school in his previous life, the school started expanding and renovating. When he returned, everything except the name of the school was unfamiliar. The Konoha's #1 comprehensive university at this time also had this feeling. White teaching buildings and wide roads could be seen everywhere. Students rode bicycles or took school buses. It felt like they had entered the wrong set. Li Shang felt a strong sense of dissonance when he transferred from the Rain Shinobi village to Konoha. Not to mention Xianghua, Farang, and the others, they were already too shocked to say anything. After entering the school, they were guided to line up in front of a teaching building. Li Shang caught sight of someone he knew. In charge of registration was Nara Shikamaru. He was currently wearing the Chunin ninja uniform, and his face had matured, but his temperament still seemed lazy. Sitting on the table, it made people worry that he might fall asleep. Apart from Li Zhang's group, there were 4 or 5 other groups registering in the distance. Because they were too far away, he could see Tamari, who was 6 meters away. After Gaara became the Kazekage, Tamari and Konkuro's status had risen, plus Sanagakure didn't really have any strong individuals, so the 2 of them were already Yanin. Tamari was in charge of the Chunin exam for Sanagakure this time. Although they were lining up, the speed was not slow. It quickly came to Li Zhang's turn. Nara Shikamaru glanced at the forehead protector on his head, took out paper and a pen, and said, "Fill it out according to the requirements." Li Shang took it. The paper was an application form. It was nothing more than name, gender, age, ninja village, and other content. After Li Shang finished filling it out, he handed the form back to Nara Shikamaru. "You are in seat number 30 in the 7th exam venue." Nara Shikamaru gave him a small card, which was the admission ticket, and said, "The written exam officially starts at 9 o'clock in the morning. You can only be 15 minutes late, exceeding the time limit will be considered as automatic withdrawal." Okay. Li Shang nodded and walked to the side. After Xianghua and Farang finished registering, they asked around and found out that the 3 of them were in completely different exam venues. It had been too long, and Li Shang didn't have much impression of this Chunin exam. But it didn't matter. He came to stir up trouble. Would he be killed by the fish in the pond? Absolutely not. Li Shang followed the information on the admission ticket and found the 7th exam venue. It was also a white teaching building. He climbed up to the 4th floor from the stairs. At this time, there were already many ninjas sitting in the classroom. When they noticed him, they subconsciously glanced at him. Most of them lost interest after a glance, but there were also some who looked extremely malicious. Li Shang understood. Being a ninja, a profession that allows killing at will, it's normal to have some scum. There was a group of people who were psychologically perverted and enjoyed killing. He silently remembered their faces. If he encountered them, he could give them a big surprise. Zhang Wuji remembered the faces but ultimately didn't take revenge, but he was different. Revenge doesn't wait overnight. He was afraid of forgetting after a long time. Li Shang sat in his own seat and finally had the opportunity to observe the ninjas of Konoha. He quickly spotted someone he knew, Hyuga Neji, the guy who shone brightly in this competition. Apart from occasionally complaining about his fate, he is indeed an extremely qualified ninja. Now with the butterfly effect, he may not necessarily die. Li Shang had a good impression of him in his previous life. In addition to Hyuga Neji, he also saw Aburame Shino. This person has no presence and no record of failure, one of the Konoha 12. There is a clock hanging on the classroom wall. When it reached 9 o'clock, a Konoha Chunin walked up to the podium. Judging by his appearance, he was only in his 20s. The young man tapped the podium, attracting the attention of all the examinees. He cleared his throat and said, "Please take your designated seats, the exam is about to begin. Let me explain the rules first, it's very simple. No cheating, no whispering, no fighting. Otherwise, you will be disqualified." The same old topic. Everyone seemed calm. After the young man finished speaking, a voice came from the loudspeaker above his head. After confirming the number of people, the test papers will be distributed. If any examinee arrives 15 minutes later, they will not be allowed to enter the examination room. If there are still examinees outside, please find your classroom immediately. It was Nara Shikamaru's voice. Li Shang raised an eyebrow. He was indeed a rare high-intelligence ninja. Inherited intelligence. If Nara Shikamaru and Uchiha Obito's intelligence were exchanged, it would be a sure kill. Unfortunately, it couldn't be done. Perhaps, as the saying goes, when God closes a door, he opens a window for you. Balance exists in everything. Being both intelligent and powerful makes it difficult to play. Actually, Uchiha Madara fits this criteria quite well, but he encountered Senju Hashirama at his peak, the ultimate unlucky guy. Afterwards, he encountered the 1,000-year-old Yin, Black Zetsu, and had a heart-to-heart conversation. Looking back on his life, it was indeed quite tragic. If Nara Shikamaru set the questions, the difficulty would not be low. Li Shang quickly received the test paper. He glanced at it and found it surprisingly simple. Any ninja should be able to do it. Wait, Uzumaki Naruto might be an exception. Li Shang heard laughter and sighs from all around. It seemed that their thoughts were the same. This question is indeed simple. It's like college students going back to do elementary school questions. If it were in the previous life, he might really not be able to do it. Li Shang remembered seeing his niece's homework once and was dumbfounded. There are a total of 5 questions on the test paper, each worth 10 points. Nara Shikamaru's voice echoed clearly through the loudspeaker. The members of each team are in different examination rooms, and I require that the total score of the 3 of you must be exactly 100 points. If it exceeds or falls short, all members will be eliminated. After he finished speaking, everyone stopped laughing and their expressions became stiff. This difficulty undoubtedly jumped to the level of hell. Li Shang, who was familiar with Nara Shikamaru, as well as Hyuga Neji and Aburame Shino, showed no surprise at all. If they didn't cause a little trouble, it would be a disservice to the high intelligence of the Nara clan. Whispering sounds could be heard. Li Shang glanced over and found that Aburame Shino's insects were flying through the window to another examination room. It's really convenient. The Aburame clan in Konoha is called the all-around ninja for a reason. They understand reconnaissance, combat, perception, a little bit of everything. Hyuga Neji raised his hand and asked, "Teacher, besides cheating, fighting, and whispering, can we do other things?" "Of course," the invigilator replied. "Thank you, teacher." Hyuga Neji stood up and walked to the wall behind him. He punched directly, stopping after 3 punches. The rest of the people in the classroom were confused. But soon, the clever ninja understood his actions. Hyuga Neji knocked 3 times, reminding the other examinees in the exam room to write down 30 points. And he himself scored 40 points, adding up to a total of 100 points. To come up with such a method in such a short time is undoubtedly clever. But at this moment, a sand shinobi punched him again. "What are you doing?" Hyuga Neji questioned. "HMPH, according to your method, everyone can pass, but it takes away the fun," the sand shinobi sneered. "It's better to rely on individual abilities. Too many people going to the second exam room will only lead to a dead end." Hyuga Neji frowned. Because of the exam rules, he couldn't retaliate against this sand shinobi. The other examinees in the classroom were the same, glaring at him with murderous intent. But the sand shinobi didn't care at all. He returned to his seat, raised his hand, and carved their team's exclusive secret code outside the window with quicksand. For a while, chaos ensued, with various methods being used. Li Shang, on the other hand, kept it simple. He directly took out 2 pieces of paper, wrote a line of words, and threw them out. Conan's paper control technique was simply a cheat sheet. An hour later, the written test ended, but it wasn't completely over. Nara Shikamaru's voice came through the broadcast. "Everyone, there is one final question. Your ninja team encounters a powerful enemy and must sacrifice one person to save the other 2. Who would you leave behind? Please write down your answer. If all 3 people write the same content, it will be considered a pass." Li Shang smirked. Why does this question sound so much like, save the big one or the small one? Or the classic dilemma of saving either your girlfriend or your mother-in-law when they both fall into the water? It's simply a classic. Nara Shikamaru's thoughts were obviously easy to guess. Those who were capable of cheating naturally didn't need this easy question. He was giving a chance to the ninja teams who couldn't contact their members. If they were cooperative enough or lucky, they could pass this written test. Li Shang, of course, didn't need to rely on luck. He manipulated the pieces of paper again to inform his other two teammates. Without writing any names, he simply wrote the word, me. Nara Shikamaru asked for the same content. Writing me for all three people undoubtedly complied with the rules. The final question only had a 15-minute answering time. Amidst the various expressions of hesitation and contemplation, they wrote down their answers. The results will be announced in 2 hours. Please gather at the largest square in the school at that time. The proctoring young ninja said, you can leave now. Li Shang and the others immediately stood up. After everyone had left, the young ninja began collecting the exam papers and went to the designated classroom. Nara Shikamaru and Tamari were already waiting there. The former, as the question setter, may only be a nin, but he was already in charge of Konoha. If Li Shang were here, he would directly mock them for their publicly funded relationship. In the previous nin exams, Nara Shikamaru and Tamari could be said to have become acquainted through fighting. Now they already had mutual feelings, it just depended on who would break through this barrier first. Fortunately, Sanagakure and Konoha village were allies, so the two didn't have to face the dilemma of being at odds. A group of people began reviewing the exam papers. It's quite interesting. Nara Shikamaru suddenly laughed and handed the exam paper to Tamari beside him. Tamari naturally took it and glanced at it, a smile forming at the corner of her mouth. A very clever answer. She flipped over the exam paper and saw the answerer, it was Yeyu. Among all the answers, theirs were the most unique. Most people honestly wrote the name of one teammate, while a small number of people didn't write anything and handed in a blank paper. Nara Shikamaru and Tamari naturally didn't make a big deal out of it. As long as the content was the same, it would be considered a pass. The square of the ninja school. Li Shang arrived on time as scheduled. He took the opportunity to have lunch. A few minutes later, Tamari arrived in front of them with a gust of wind. She smiled and took out a list, starting to read the names. Finally, she said, next, the second round of the test will begin. The destination is the Magic Desert in Sanagakure. The latest arrival of the 7 teams will be eliminated. After a moment of silence, the ninjas in the square scattered and quickly ran towards the village outskirts. Li Shang had planned to use the dance of the Shikigami to fly over with Xianghua and Fufu. Wait. Xianghua shook her head and then tapped the ground. Suddenly, a black and white giant beast appeared. A panda? Li Shang raised an eyebrow. A friendly summoning beast. Who knows where Xianghua caught it from? But Li Shang finally got to experience what it's like to ride a panda. Back in the main world, it would be even more convincing to say that he rode a panda to school in Sichuan. Tamari unexpectedly glanced at them but didn't stop them. Summoning beasts are also a reflection of a ninja's strength. The panda set off with big strides. Its shoulders were wide, and 3 people sitting on it didn't feel crowded at all. It was just a bit shaky. It reminded Li Shang of the muddy roads in the countryside in his previous life. Shaking quite pleasantly. But now he was a ninja, with a stronger physical fitness, so this bit of shaking was nothing. The panda left Konoha village and headed towards Sanagakure. For an ordinary ninja, it takes 3 days to travel from Konoha village to Sanagakure. The summoning beast was obviously faster. They arrived in Sanagakure in just 2 days. Once they reached the desert, the panda's speed slowed down. Its enormous weight made it easy for it to sink into quicksand. Xianghua put away the panda and they continued on foot. Half an hour later, they arrived at their destination. The Magic Desert. This desert is home to many powerful ninja beasts and is very dangerous. Setting the exam here undoubtedly took this factor into consideration. The official time for the second round of the exam is tomorrow. Obviously, they wanted to leave enough time for the remaining ninja teams to arrive. Li Shang and the other 2 went to the room arranged by Sanagakure. Yeyu, Lady Angel wants us to investigate the situation of the Jinsha, Riki and other ninja villages. Now is a good opportunity, Xianghua said. After a long journey, their vigilance must have decreased, she continued. If that's the case, let Fuyang use sensory ninjutsu, Li Shang agreed without hesitation. Although he knew there were no Jinsha, Riki in this exam, it was not appropriate to say it directly. Fuyang nodded. Sanagakure arranged all the candidates in the same building, which undoubtedly made it convenient for her investigation. She formed hand seals and spread her perception. As a Jincha, Riki, her chakra was naturally quite substantial. Unless they had powerful sealing techniques like Konoha, which could prevent any trace of the tailed beast from leaking out. Otherwise, the characteristics were still quite obvious. None. Fuyang shook her head. There are still many ninjas who haven't arrived. Try again later, Xianghua said. She admired Conan quite a bit and naturally wanted to complete the task she had given them. Fuyang tried a few more times but returned empty-handed. However, she did discover a few strong enemies, so it wasn't without gains. Fuyang said that the main strong enemies are from Tianian village and Konoha village. Uchiha Sasuke, Kailan, and Jugo. Not to mention Konoha village, all 12 of the Konoha 12 inches are already here except for Uzumaki Naruto. According to the current timeline, our prophesied child is following Jiraiya on an external training journey, so he had to miss the Chunin exams. But it doesn't matter. The 5 major ninja villages in the ninja world do not have any explicit rules stating that a genin cannot become a kage. In fact, that's exactly the case. Uzumaki Naruto seemed to still be a genin when he succeeded as Hokage. In any case, strength is what matters. Plus, he's particularly good at speaking. The things he says, well, they all sound quite reasonable at first listen. To be able to persuade Nagato, he must have some skills. A peaceful night. After eating breakfast provided by Sanagakure in the morning, they gathered at the designated time. The examiner for the second round is still Tamari. The rules are the same as the previous Chunin exams. The only difference is that the location has been changed to the central tower in the Demon Desert. All teams randomly receive either the Heaven or Earth Coiling Scrolls, and as long as they collect both and arrive at the destination within the specified time, they will pass. The process, of course, involves actively snatching the scrolls from other teams. In addition to the inherent dangers of the Demon Desert, it is even more terrifying compared to the Forest of Death. But fortunately, there is no interference from Orochimaru. No, it's not the same. Orochimaru has been replaced by Hoshigaki Kisame, and the effect is not bad. Does everyone understand the rules? If anyone wants to withdraw, you can raise your hand now. Tamari waited for a few seconds, but no one wanted to withdraw. Most of the ninjas who were able to cross the desert yesterday are powerful. Since they have come, it would be a waste of time to back out at the last moment. In that case, each team should receive a scroll and sign the contract. Tamari pointed to the nearby stands and said, "The contract is what they call a life and death contract. After signing it, if unfortunate death occurs in the exam, they can only accept their fate and it has nothing to do with Sanagakure." As the team leader, Li Shang signed his name on a piece of paper and received the Earth Coiling Scroll. Because he is the strongest, he will be in charge of keeping it. After returning the contract to the Sand Shinobi, the 3 of them entered the Demon Desert. All they could see was endless yellow sand. Now that we've just started, there are ninjas nearby, so it's not suitable for sensing. Let's walk a distance inside first, Fuyang suggested. She tried to use sensory ninjutsu, but quickly gave up. None of the teams have gone far. If they were to take action here, they would easily be targeted by the other teams. Li Shang nodded and randomly chose a direction. But his goal is different from Fuyang's. He is not here to participate in the Chunin exams, but to capture Gaara. Since he wants to be part of Akatsuki's rise, Li Shang doesn't care about his own death. After all, Granny Chio will save him. Being so hesitant and cautious, he might as well go back to his hometown and get married. Li Zhang's plan is to wait for Akatsuki to reach its peak, which is during the 4th Great Ninja War in the original story, and then choose to betray them. Of course, before that, it would be best to make Nagato understand the true intentions of Black Zetsu and Obito. He suddenly realized that he has become a spy again? Last time, he was a spy by Orochimaru's side, and this time, he is a spy in Akatsuki. Speaking of Orochimaru, he doesn't know how he's doing now. He recently encountered Uchiha Itachi, but he forgot about that. It's quite troublesome if someone gets their hands on Orochimaru's impure world reincarnation. While Li Shang was running and thinking, the desert under his feet suddenly arched up. He reflexively stepped back. Xianghua and Fuyang became alert and touched their bags. The quicksand scattered in all directions. A huge ant appeared in front of them. It was completely black, and they didn't know what species it was. Fuyang immediately swung her umbrella. Ninja tool, 1,000 raindrops. The umbrella spins rapidly in the sky, shooting countless steel needles from its edges, just like rain. Ding ding dang dang, the sound rings out. The steel needles cannot penetrate the ants' bodies. They are harder than Farong imagined. Xianghua's eyes light up as she asks, "Yeyu, do you have a way to catch it?" Li Shang has been her teammate for some time and understands her personality. At this moment, it is clear that she has developed a collecting addiction. She has an unusual obsession with summoning beasts. Any slightly powerful ninja beast wants to form a summoning contract with it. Fortunately, there is no limit to the number of summoning contracts, otherwise her behavior would likely cause a battlefield. Li Shang can understand her thoughts. In his past life, he also had a collecting addiction when playing games. For example, he wanted to complete the entire collection. Especially in gacha games, although he eventually gave up on this dream due to poverty. No problem, Li Shang replies. This ninja beast doesn't have many tricks besides its tough shell. Farong's 1,000 raindrops has angered it, and the ant immediately charges towards them at high speed. Li Shang instantly forms hand seals with both hands. Water style. Waterbind. A stream of water appears out of thin air, like a long whip, and swiftly wraps around the ant's massive body. Its forward momentum is immediately halted, however, it is not completely stopped. Although the water stream is not broken, the ant possesses unimaginable strength and will break free in a matter of seconds. 3 seconds later, the ant regains its speed. But after taking only 2 steps, it collides with a small blue water sphere. Because it is so small, it doesn't even notice it. However, in the next second, the water sphere rapidly expands, releasing 4 large water balls that envelop the ant. At the same time, 4 sharks appear and fiercely bite its body. Trigger trap. Shark prison. Just by the name, one can tell it is Hoshigaki Kisami's secret technique. Using this move, Li Shang has expended nearly 1/5 of his chakra. But the effect is astonishing, even a Yanin would find it difficult to escape in a short period of time. Unfortunately, many of Hoshigaki Kisami's ninjutsu require the cooperation of Samahata, otherwise they won't be effective. Clearly, this ant cannot swim. It struggles in the water, but with the obstruction of the sharks, it quickly falls into a desperate situation. The prerequisite for a summoning contract is mutual consent. But it is naturally impossible for a strange ninja beast to consent, so there is only one way, to make them consent through force. Except for a few more aggressive ninja beasts, most of them are bullies who fear the strong. Xianghua stares at the ant and says after a moment, "Yeyu, it should be enough, release it." She is an expert at capturing summoning beasts and has rich experience. Li Shang immediately releases the ninjutsu. The water balls burst, and the sharks disappear. The ant breathes in the fresh air again. But after experiencing drowning and the double torment of the sharks, it has no energy left. Xianghua immediately approaches, leans close to its ear, and says a few words. Because she speaks softly, Li Shang cannot hear clearly. But for some reason, his mind jumps to initial D. I bought a very sexy swimsuit. Ahem. Xianghua takes out a scroll, signs it, and the ant leaves its mark, completing the contract. One more entry in the collection. She forms a seal and allows the summoning beast to go home and rest. Thank you. Xianghua puts away the scroll and sincerely says. She was somewhat surprised by Li Zhang's strength, but it was still within an acceptable range. After all, Conan had given him special treatment. At that time, she understood that Li Shang was different from them and was destined to become a talented, strong individual. It's nothing. Li Shang waved his hand and the 3 of them continued forward. Having already walked a distance, Fuyang began to use perception ninjutsu. As an expert in perception, she was quite skilled. Li Shang was still a bit inferior to her now. Night Rain was naturally lacking in this aspect. Even if Fuyang had 100 years, it would be difficult for her to catch up to Uchiha, Hyuga, and Senju, these ninja clans. There is a ninja squad on our left. Fuyang quickly sensed the target. Li Shang immediately changed direction. The timing is not yet ripe, but let's first participate in the Chunin exam. He remembered that during this exam, there would be a sandstorm and the forces opposing Gaara from Sanagakure would attempt to assassinate him. By that time, it was clear that there would be plenty of opportunities. The distance of a few hundred meters was covered in an instant. Li Shang did not conceal his presence and was immediately spotted by 3 Konoha village ninjas. He quickly threw a smoke bomb. A cloud of smoke enveloped the 3 genin. Get out of the smoke first. In this blinding environment, ordinary ninjas would not be able to endure it. Not to mention trying to listen to the wind and discern their positions. Anyone with such ability couldn't possibly be a genin. Li Zhang's feet emitted a flow of chakra, and he instantly entered the smoke, pulling out an iron rod. Only 3 crisp sounds were heard. He single-handedly knocked them out with one strike. By the time Xianghua and Farong arrived, the battle had already ended. Li Shang picked up a scroll, shook his head, and said, "It's the Earth Coiling Scroll." He put it back and ignored the 3 of them. It depends on their luck now. If they wake up before the third party finds them, it's fine. Otherwise, they will be eliminated. Xianghua and Farong didn't say anything. Heaven and Earth coiling axis each occupy half. The chances of encountering them are not that great. They can only move on to the next one. Farong releases her perception ninjutsu every once in a while. But she quickly realized something was wrong. Half an hour had passed since they last encountered a Konoha shinobi team, but they hadn't encountered any. Obviously, this is not normal. After explaining to her two teammates, Li Shang frowned slightly. This situation is like they have been marked. It means that the perception range of a certain team is wider than theirs. Li Shang pondered for a few seconds. The solution is simple, just make sure they are not perceived. Xianghua, you're summoning beast just now. Li Shang reminded, ants are social creatures. There must be their nests underground in this desert, and they are huge in size. The tunnels must be able to let us pass. Xianghua's eyes lit up immediately. This is indeed a very good idea. As long as they walk underground, it is difficult for others to perceive them. She bit her thumb and slapped it on the ground, and the ants reappeared. After a brief communication, the three climbed onto its back. Li Shang used chakra to create a simple sand shield. The ant immediately sank with them. After a dozen seconds of a dark tunnel, their eyes suddenly brightened. Xianghua and Farong immediately showed surprised expressions. They thought the underground was a well-connected ant tunnel. But they didn't expect it to be an old and dilapidated temple. Li Shang looked around. The temple was obviously very ancient, made not of the commonly used iron or wood, but of yellow stone. This reminded him of the game, Temple Run. However, the three of them were here to participate in the Chunin exams, not to play an adventure game. After a moment, they remembered their main task. Xianghua guided the ants towards the center of the Desert of Demons. On the way, they also saw a dense swarm of ants. Fortunately, the ants under their feet were communicating, otherwise they might have perished here. Although Li Shang was a Jonin, he was still just a normal person. Unlike Jonin like Nagato and Uchiha Madara, who could easily handle situations. With so many ants, Li Shang estimated that it would be difficult to defeat them. Not to mention that they had the advantage of terrain. As Li Shang and the others disappeared on the horizon, there was a slight commotion in the distance where the Sand Shinobi team was. Shiro, Yame, and Sen, they were the strongest in the Sanagakure team this time. Shiro possessed the 7 Heavenly Breath technique, which was comparable to the 8 Inner Gates, making him a rare pure taijutsu ninja. Before Gaara became the Kazekage, Sanagakure did not allow taijutsu practitioners to become ninjas. Shiro was very grateful to Gaara for this, as it allowed the other ninja teams in Sanagakure to avoid powerful ninjas from other villages. His confidence came from Yame's special eyes. They could observe movements dozens of kilometers away. A bit troublesome. Shiro had previously used Yame's eyes to see Li Shang and the others battle. Clean and efficient, they were formidable opponents. The Sanagakure ninja teams would be in danger if they encountered them. But at this moment, Li Shang and the others entered the underground. They were unaware of the situation and rushing in recklessly would likely cause problems. Yame. Let's temporarily change our target. Shiro hesitated for a moment before saying. There was no need to delay the Chunin exams because of Li Shang and the others. He had his own thoughts as well. Besides helping Gaara, he wanted to have a man-to-man clash with Konoha's Xiao Li, a contest of taijutsu. Although they were underground, it didn't affect Fuyang's perception. After running for a while, she finally sensed a new ninja team. Xianghua made the ants stop. Follow me. Li Shang formed hand seals with both hands, water shark bullet technique. He leapt into the air, chakra surging and enveloping his body, immediately transforming into the shape of a shark. Crashing into the ceiling, he immediately created a passage. Returning to the ground, Li Shang even glided for a distance in the air before stopping. He looked down at the 3 people who were ready to attack, and couldn't help but smile. Familiar faces again. Akamichi Choji, Yamanaka Ino, and Haruno Sakura. The reason why the classic Ino Shikacho didn't include Nara Shikamaru was because he was already a Chunin and didn't need to participate again. Haruno Sakura took his place, as Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto were no longer there. At this point, she should have been apprenticed to Tsunade and was no longer the girl who used to say, Naruto, are you okay? Sasuke, are you okay? Li Shang didn't hesitate to form hand seals. Although he hadn't thought about killing anyone, he knew that at least the scroll had to be taken. Exploding water shockwave. Another ninjutsu he learned from Hoshigaki Kisame. Li Shang opened his mouth and spewed out a stream of water. After leaving him half a meter away, it suddenly surged and turned into a waterfall, directly enveloping Haruno Sakura and the other 2. The range of the waterfall is very large, it can be said to be overwhelming. Haruno Sakura and the other two's faces changed dramatically. This kind of ninjutsu is impossible for a genin level. I'll handle it. Akamichi Chaji stood in front of Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino. They don't have a good way to deal with this large-scale ninjutsu. Yamanaka Ino is a typical sensory ninjutsu user. The secret techniques she possesses are mostly focused on control and reconnaissance. She only has 1 or 2 ninjutsu for direct combat. Although Haruno Sakura is Tsunade's disciple, her combat skills are limited to medical ninjutsu and physical techniques. In the 5 major villages, pure physical technique users are not highly regarded. Konoha's perception of them improved only after the emergence of Might Dai and Might Guy. The reason is simple. Most physical technique users find it difficult to effectively counter ninjutsu. The 8 inner gates are an exception, expansion jutsu. Akamichi Chaji shouted loudly, his body grew extremely large, instantly turning into a giant tens of meters tall. Super push. His hands continued to expand, opening his palms like 2 large shields, directly blocking the waterfall. Akamichi Chaji's face turned red. Under the tremendous force, a large amount of water surged back. Li Shang quickly retreated. Seeing this, the purple sunflowers that had just emerged from the ground quickly formed hand seals. Summoning Jutsu. Rain Monado. A door appeared out of thin air. It blocked the water flow in front of her and Fuyang. Water style. Water Dragon Bomb. After avoiding the first wave of impact, Li Shang stepped on the water surface and formed hand seals. Under the traction of his chakra, the residual water flow around him quickly formed into a water dragon. The sound of roaring echoed. The water dragon roared and flew out. Along the way, it absorbed the blessings of the previous ninjutsu and continued to grow stronger. Akamichi Chaji's giant hands closed again and grabbed the water dragon. But the impact force made him retreat. If this continues, we will lose. Haruno Sakura gritted her teeth and said, Ino, try to control him. If you can't, switch to being his teammate. Yamanaka Ino didn't hesitate and assumed a secret technique posture, aiming her hands at Li Shang. Mind transfer technique. An invisible mental attack shot through the air. After a moment, it approached Li Shang. But the next moment, Yamanaka Ino spat out blood. Her pupils contracted, her body trembling as if she had seen something extremely terrifying. Li Shang, as a true ancestor, has experienced countless battles and bloodshed in his mind. For Yamanaka Ino, it is too early. Seeing this, Haruno Sakura knew that the control had failed. But she didn't have time to comfort her friend because Akamichi Chaji seemed to be struggling. A gust of air surged at her feet. In an instant, she crossed several meters and appeared in front of Li Shang. Sakura Flower Rush. A large amount of chakra gathered in her wrist, and she smashed the ground with a punch. In an instant, the earth shook. A large pit immediately appeared in the desert. Li Shang leapt into the air and aimed a punch at Haruno Sakura. Water Style. Powerful water wrist technique. Water style from the Hizuka clan. Its original usage is to enhance the strength of the wrist when used with a ninja sword, enough to cut through steel. But Li Shang uses it as brute strength. Haruno Sakura's counterattack is also a punch. A loud sound spread out. The collision between the two even produced shockwaves. After all, Li Shang is a Yanin. Chakra is more powerful than Haruno Sakura, who has not yet mastered the 100 healings mark. Her body immediately flew backwards, but she was caught by Akamichi Chaji. At this moment, Li Shang noticed that his 2 teammates were fighting. Is it the mind-body switch technique? He looked at Yamanaka Ino, who was indeed lying on the ground. Li Shang ignored her. Without using the summoning beast, Xiangwa's strength is not far behind Fuyang. The battle between the two will not end in a short time. Water Style Water Trumpet Technique. Li Shang continued to attack. A water flow shot out of his mouth like an arrow. After being caught, Haruno Sakura immediately fell to the ground. But her speed was still a bit slow. Akamichi Chaji's giant palm directly slapped the water flow. But upon contact, the water flow instantly expanded, as if a trumpet flower was blooming. The power also increased countless times. He did not expect this change. In a hurry, he actually fell backwards. Haruno Sakura immediately noticed the falling shadow. She was below at this moment. According to reason, she should have moved away in time. But Yamanaka Ino was also within range. Haruno Sakura took a deep breath. A massive amount of chakra surged into her hands, and she directly supported Akamichi Chaji's body. The expansion jutsu not only made him huge on the outside, but also increased his body weight accordingly. It has to be said that his monstrous strength is terrifying. Ah! Haruno Sakura shouted loudly, stabilizing Akamichi Chaji. But the excessive release of chakra made her feel weak. Li Shang naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. He instantly rushed forward, but did not attack with his fists, because he was afraid of killing Haruno Sakura. However, with her half-hearted 100 healings mark, it would be difficult for her to die. Illusion: a tree binding death. Haruno Sakura suddenly felt a giant tree behind her, its branches entwining her, quickly locking her hands and feet. It's a genjutsu, and it's the traditional genjutsu of Konoha. Haruno Sakura, as a rare top student, has a solid knowledge base. In addition to medical ninjutsu, she is also talented in genjutsu. But why does this guy know Konoha's genjutsu? However, her question could not be answered. Li Shang struck her neck with a knife hand, causing her to faint. He could kill, but there was no need to. After all, he belongs to the Konoha camp. He couldn't act without any restraint like a player, right? Little Sakura, Akamichi Chaji immediately exclaimed. He hesitated for a moment. His body returned to its original form. Because Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino were beside Li Shang. If Akamichi Chaji were to attack, his large body would obviously affect his two teammates. Human bullet tank. He rolled on the ground. His limbs and head retracted, forming a green ball. Li Shang clenched his fists. Water style: a water barrier. A wall made of water rose up in front of him out of thin air. Akamichi Chaji crashed into it, feeling a bit dizzy. Li Shang knew that he had a secret medicine. If he were to use it, it would obviously be quite troublesome. Taking advantage of his momentary loss of consciousness, Li Shang appeared directly above his head. Water prison technique. A huge water ball enveloped Akamichi Chaji, making it impossible for him to break free. Li Shang looked at the violet sunflower and hibiscus again. He didn't know which one was being controlled by Yamanaka Ino. But it didn't matter. He spoke, "Return to your body and give us the scroll, and I will let you go. Otherwise, you should know your situation." Yamanaka Ino glanced at the unconscious Haruno Sakura and struggling Akamichi Chaji, quickly releasing her ninjutsu. Her fallen body stood up again. The heavenly scroll, lucky you. Li Shang glanced at the scroll, released the water prison technique, and smiled. Until next time. Akamichi Chaji, who had finally gotten fresh air, breathed heavily. Yamanaka Ino forced a smile. In her mind, she thought, only a genius like me will see you again. As Li Shang and the three of them left, she quickly ran to Haruno Sakura's side, her hands emitting green chakra. At this moment, she was somewhat grateful that she had learned healing jutsu through her competition and rivalry with her best friend. Otherwise, the situation would be very dangerous right now. Encountering another ninja team, it would be difficult for the two of them and the unconscious Haruno Sakura to win. Warm green light flowed. Haruno Sakura quickly regained consciousness. Yamanaka Ino and Akamichi Chaji immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the ninja didn't have any intention to harm them. They were really lucky. Li Shang handed the heavenly scroll and earth-coiling scroll to the violet sunflower. In response to her puzzled look, he explained, "I will have another mission later. You don't need to worry about me. Just participate in the Chunin exam as usual." The violet sunflower nodded without asking what the mission was. Li Shang and the three of them headed towards the center of the demon desert. Soon, a strong wind blew. The violet sunflower and hibiscus were slightly startled, looking around and noticing the sandstorm that covered the sky in the distance, their faces turning pale. "Has it finally arrived?" Li Shang immediately said, "Let's take shelter underground." The violet sunflower immediately remembered her summoning beast and quickly summoned an ant. The three of them followed the passage and reached the underground. "When the sandstorm comes, the exam will definitely be suspended," Li Shang said. "Wait here and act according to the situation." "You're leaving?" The violet sunflower sensed his implied meaning. "Yes." Li Shang explained, "If someone asks about my whereabouts, just say that we accidentally got separated in the sandstorm. Even if they suspect, they won't suspect me." The violet sunflower nodded and said, "Be careful." Li Shang returned to the surface. At this time, the yellow sand filled the sky and the ground, making it almost impossible to see anything within a meter. He casually put up a barrier. Li Shang put on the Akatsuki organization's clothes again and wore a mask. Next, he would meet up with Hoshigaki Kisame using a specific method. At the same time, in the center tower of the demon desert, Gaara stood in the monitoring room. All the screens were already unclear. He remained silent for a moment and said, "Notify them to suspend the exam and go rescue the people." The latter half of the sentence was directed at Tamari and Konkuro. Since becoming the Kazekage, he had changed his hot-tempered nature and become a ninja who only considered the village not appropriate. Tamari shook her head and said, You should know that there are people in the village who have objections to you becoming the cage. This sandstorm is undoubtedly a good opportunity for them to take action. If we leave, you will be in danger. I am the cage. Gaara disagreed with her view. If I fear death, it will only make them more rampant. But Tamari wanted to say a few more words. Essentially, she was a brocon. You go rescue them, don't waste time. Gaara raised his hand to interrupt her and said, if they really want to take action, I will make them understand that I became the cage through my own strength. Seeing his resolute appearance, Tamari knew that saying anything else would be useless. Considering that Gaara was currently the strongest combat power in Sanagakure, there shouldn't be any problems. After Tamari and Konkuro left, Gaara also appeared in the desert. The sand stopped around him, he pressed his right eye. An eyeball appeared and rose into the air, searching for the genin participating in the exam. Soon, he found his target. Gaara performed the body flicker technique. There were 3 sand shinobi, Lord Cage. Upon seeing Gaara, they immediately showed expressions of surprise. You stay here, Tamari and Konkuro will come to pick you up later. Gaara waved his hand. A shield made of sand covered them. Desert wave. As long as Tamari and Konkuro see it, they will recognize it as his ninjutsu. Gaara then continued to rescue people. Meanwhile, Li Shang found Hoshigaki Kisame further away. As the leader of the Rain Shinobi village, he had been resting in the room provided by Sanagakure. They were separated from the examinees. This was to prevent cheating. Hoshigaki Kisame was waiting for the sandstorm that Li Shang mentioned. He had asked him before why he was so certain there would be a sandstorm. Li Shang replied, I observed the night sky. If Hoshigaki Kisame hadn't been affected by Sasuke's Tsukuyomi, he would definitely not believe his nonsense. He might even report him. There is a traitor in our Akatsuki organization. But what he didn't expect was that a sandstorm actually occurred. Hoshigaki Kisame was greatly shocked and couldn't understand. But he quickly entered the state of carrying out the mission. After leaving behind a shadow clone, he quickly appeared in the desert of demons. Use sensory ninjutsu to find Gaara's location. Li Shang spoke up. The power of ninjutsu depends largely on chakra. The more chakra you output, the greater the power. Refer to Uchiha Madara's great fireball technique. Hoshigaki Kisame had nothing else, but he had so much chakra that he couldn't use it all. But in a moment, he already had a clue. The 2 of them quickly ran northward. Gaara stopped after saving 5 ninja teams in a row. In front of him appeared a monk. He was wearing a robe, had a bald head, held a pippa, and had a cold gaze. It was obvious that something was wrong. Does Sanagakure have monks? Gaara frowned slightly. Although he didn't have eyebrows, it couldn't stop his current doubt. Fortunately, after becoming cage, he had come into contact with many things. He quickly remembered that Sanagakure did have a temple. What kind of person are you? Gaara asked. Fukuro was the previous one-tailed Jincha, Riki, and he was indeed a monk. I didn't expect Lord Cage to still remember him. The young monk smiled faintly and said, he is my master, and I am called Feiya. You are looking for me at this moment, representing those who oppose me. Gaara wasn't stupid. Feiya didn't appear early or late, but chose this time to appear. Saying that there was no problem was definitely a lie. They have nothing to do with me. Feiya held the pippa in his left hand and took out an iron pick with his right hand, saying, I came here just to avenge my master. Avenge? I don't understand. Gaara shook his head and said, if I remember correctly, he should have died of old age. To be honest, being able to die a natural death in the ninja world was already extremely lucky. But he was imprisoned by you for a lifetime. Feiya's voice suddenly increased, so I want to completely end the Jincha, Riki system and kill you, Shukaku. After saying that, he played the pippa with the pick. A pleasant sound rang out. Gaara immediately became alert. To kill Shukaku was equivalent to killing him, the Jincha, Riki. Once a Jincha, Riki is separated from the tailed beast, death is inevitable. The pippa released invisible sound waves. Is it sound wave ninjutsu? Gaara had witnessed the abilities of several genin from the hidden sound village during the last Great War. Some of their techniques were unexpectedly difficult to defend against. Thinking of this, he raised his hand and covered his own ears. Regarding Fei, he didn't want to kill him for the time being. After becoming friends with Naruto, he had come to understand the meaning of love. Fighting and killing were not suitable methods for a cage. Just then, a golden chain emerged from Fei's body. It swayed along with the music. Gaara was a bit confused. He had never seen this kind of ninjutsu before. It seemed quite strange, but he understood that sometimes the stranger the ninjutsu, the more ruthless it could be in battle. Gaara moved his fingers. The yellow sand on the ground suddenly rose into the air, like a torrential rain, flying towards Fae. In the desert, his strength was undoubtedly amplified. Based on the original work, Gaara was probably the only Jinsha, Riki burdened by a tailed beast. Perhaps it was because of his strained relationship with Shukaku. He couldn't even sleep, let alone train his own strength. Fae remained motionless. The swaying chain immediately flew out with the wind, swiftly nullifying Gaara's attack, and then rushed towards him. A gourd filled with flowing sand appeared behind Gaara. Without needing to control it, it actively blocked in front of him. His absolute defense, far surpassing the hardness of steel, ordinary ninjutsu had no effect on it. Because of his mother Korora, it could automatically defend. But what surprised Gaara was that when the chain touched the sand shield, it seemed to become intangible and passed straight through. He had never encountered such a thing before. His body flashed, trying to avoid the chain. The chain suddenly accelerated, even producing a burst of air. Gaara couldn't dodge in time and was pierced by the chain. Immediately, an indescribable suction force emanated from the chain. He felt his own chakra rapidly draining from his body. Not only that, the chain extended again and entangled the Shukaku inside him. Gaara's face changed slightly. He finally understood the confidence behind Fae's earlier words. This ninjutsu was undoubtedly specifically designed to counter Jinsha, Riki. At this moment, his body was suppressed and unable to move. Shukaku was also sealed and unable to release chakra. It could be said that even his chakra was being gradually pulled out. How about it? Fae plucked the pippa and asked, is the sealing technique left by the teacher satisfactory to the cage? You should understand that if you lose Shukaku, Sanagakure will be in a dangerous situation. Gaara tried to use the mouth-hiding technique. You are also from Sanagakure, don't you want to see this situation? Fae remained unmoved and said, at this point, whatever you say is meaningless. I have devoted myself to learning for more than 10 years, precisely for today. To sacrifice one's life for the sake of Sanagakure's future, your teacher wouldn't be happy if you, his disciple, did such a thing. Gaara changed his argument again. After being the cage for 1 or 2 years, he had learned to speak differently to different people. Managing the vast Sanagakure, if he didn't adapt, there were some things that would be difficult to handle. Moreover, there were many people who didn't accept him. If he killed all these people, it would be too wasteful, but if there was no response, they would only become more aggressive. So Gaara took this opportunity to try and talk to them. But he didn't expect to end up in a dangerous situation instead. The teacher didn't do it willingly. Fae angrily retorted, if it weren't for your coercion, he wouldn't have become a Jinsha, Riki. The plectrum in his hand suddenly accelerated. Gaara's body trembled. Feeling the power rapidly draining from his body, he wouldn't be able to use revolving heaven for much longer. Amazing. Hoshigaki Kisame appeared not far from them, clapping his hands and saying, besides our Akatsuki organization, there is actually a ninjutsu specifically targeting tailed beasts. It really opened my eyes. Li Shang sneered. If you had seen Senju Hashirama's Konoha and the Uzumaki clan's sealing jutsu, you would definitely take back what you just said. Even thinking that tailed beasts are nothing special. Who are you? Fae frowned and asked. Gaara's face changed, Akatsuki organization. He had previously received information from Iwagakure's Onoki, knowing that the Akatsuki organization's goal was tailed beasts. And this organization is mysterious and powerful. At this moment, he was in a dangerous situation, it was really bad. He quickly said, Fae, stop your ninjutsu, you can't beat them. There was a hint of urgency in his tone. As long as Fae released him immediately, he could still handle it with his own strength. But unfortunately, Fae didn't care at all and said, I have a barrier around me, they can't break it. He dared to come and capture Shukaku, naturally he was fully prepared. In order to avoid interference from other ninjas, he set up a barrier that even Tamari and Kankuro together couldn't break. Not to mention 2 unknown ninjas. What Akatsuki organization, he had never even heard of it. As for what Gaara said, he simply regarded it as a lie. It's impossible to deceive me into letting you go. Li Shang admired this confident guy. If you say your barrier is the 4 red yang formation, then that's not bad, because it can withstand the 10 tailed beast bomb. But this barrier cannot be performed by one person alone. Other than that barrier, it would be difficult to defend against Hoshigaki Kisame. With him and Samahata working together, they were enough to be called the tailed beast of the 0 tails. But before that, Gaara had to be dealt with. Li Zhang's body flashed and appeared in front of him. At this moment, because of the chains, he couldn't resist at all. Compared to the battle between Deidara and Gaara in the original work, this time it seemed quite easy. Li Shang formed hand seals, water style, Powerful water wrist technique. Chakra surged rapidly, and all the moisture in his body gathered in his left hand. He punched out. The reason for using ninjutsu was not to kill Gaara. It was because his skin was covered with a layer of sand armor. Normal attacks would be ineffective. Gaara's face cracked, revealing his true skin underneath. The tremendous force made him faint. The shattered sand fell to the ground. Even so, Fae's chains still didn't leave his body. It's useless. Fae confidently explained. Even-tailed beasts can't break free from my chains, let alone you. It's impossible to save Gaara. We didn't plan to save him. Li Shang shrugged and said, Teacher, finish him. Hoshigaki Kisame released Samahata from its restraints and slowly walked towards Fae. At a distance of 2 meters from him, he encountered an invisible barrier. His approach was quite simple. Samahata opened its big mouth and bit onto the barrier. Any ninjutsu, including barriers, is based on chakra. This is the rule of the Hokage world. Without chakra, ninjutsu cannot be performed. Even Might Guy and Rock Lee have chakra. It's just that their amount is small. The barrier began to make strange noises. This is impossible. Fae exclaimed in horror. His own strength was actually average, mainly focused on learning the sealing jutsu of chains. The current situation was particularly dangerous for him. Chakra crazily poured into Samahata's mouth. In the end, the barrier could no longer be maintained. Li Shang saw the situation and instantly appeared in front of Fae, snatching the pippa from him. The music stopped. The chains seemed to have lost their command and suddenly didn't know what to do. No no no. Fae suddenly shouted. Hoshigaki Kisame and Li Shang were slightly startled. We haven't even started yet. What's your name? Soon they understood the reason. They saw another chain split off, its tip aimed at Fae, directly piercing into his body. This thing specializes in absorbing tailed beasts. Hoshigaki Kisame grinned and said, Fae previously absorbed Gaara's chakra, so he also has Shukaku's chakra in his body, which is why the chains targeted him. How do we undo it? Li Shang looked at Fae and asked, don't you want to be drained dry by the chains? Quickly cut off my original chakra, Fae hurriedly said. At this moment, he experienced what Gaara had just felt. But his self-control was obviously not as good. It's also possible that because he had less chakra in his body, he would die faster. Li Shang walked up to him. There are many ways to cut off chakra, and the simplest is acupressure. Acupressure is not exclusive to the Hyuga clan. Any practitioner of physical techniques would learn about the body's meridians. It's just that the Hyuga clan has the Byakugan, which makes acupressure easier and has earned them great fame. Li Shang pressed a few points on Fae's body. The chakra immediately stopped flowing. The chains slowly retracted. This thing is destined to be with me, master, please reluctantly give it to me. Li Shang shook the pippa and without waiting for his answer, he put it away. Fae tugged at the corner of his mouth. Whether there is destiny or not, it's not up to you to decide, right? Can you play the pippa? Hoshigaki Kisame carried Gaara on his shoulder and casually asked. A little. Li Shang bluffed. He didn't know anything. He just rarely saw an instrument from his past life, so he collected it regardless of whether it was useful or not. Let's go. Hoshigaki Kisame walked out. Li Shang noticed that clumps of sand occasionally fell from Gaara's body. He did it on purpose. Next, they would go to the designated location to extract the one tail. After that, the Jincha, Riki would die, but not so quickly. It's not that they would die on the spot after extraction. If the people from Sanagakure discovered Gaara in time, they could still save his life. After Hoshigaki Kisame and Li Shang left, another figure appeared. Fae quickly stood up and said, Lord Fuyoshi. He was the leader of the faction in Sanagakure that opposed Gaara, with high status and influence, one of the elders. Apart from Chiyo and Ebizo, the two retired advisors to the Cage, he was slightly inferior to the Cage. He originally thought that after Ross's death, the position of Cage would fall into his hands. But unexpectedly, a little brat Gaara was parachuted in. How could he bear it? In addition, Gaara was a Jincha, Riki, quite unstable. In his opinion, making him the Cage would harm Sanagakure. What's going on? Where's Gaara? Fuyoshi looked around, not noticing his target, and frowned. Did you let him escape? You assured me earlier that there would be no problem. No, Fae quickly explained the situation. The Akatsuki? Fuyoshi's body trembled. As a high-ranking member of Sanagakure, he naturally knew about the Akatsuki. 2 people were able to capture the Jincha, Riki in Iwagakure, where there were many strong individuals. This strength is chilling. At least he can't do it himself. Not to mention taking away the Jincha, Riki, Even if he goes to Iwagakure, he's probably not coming back. Fui hesitated. His intention was to kill Gaara, but he didn't want to lose Shuhei. Without the tailed beast, what can Sanagakure rely on? Among the 5 great villages, Sanagakure is at the bottom due to its harsh environment. Now that they have lost the tailed beast, it's even worse. But soon he realized that this was an opportunity. An opportunity for him to become the cage. Fei, you leave first. Fui waved his hand and said. Fei's bald head is too obvious, and if someone sees him, they will definitely become suspicious. Then he cut his own arm, staining his sleeve with blood, without changing his expression. This sacrifice is necessary. Soon after, the sandstorm stopped. Konkuro and Tamari, who were rescuing people everywhere, received shocking news. Gaara was taken away by the Akatsuki organization. They were asked to return to Sanagakure immediately for a meeting. Tamari and Konkuro were extremely anxious and couldn't care about rescuing people anymore. Fortunately, the Demon Desert is not far from Sanagakure. The two quickly arrived at the entrance of the cage's office. Wait. Tamari suddenly stopped Konkuro and said, go and invite Granny Chiyo. Why? Konkuro obviously wasn't as clever as her and lacked political sensitivity. Granny Chiyo has retired and no longer manages Sanagakure's affairs. Gaara is missing. Who benefits the most from Sanagakure now? Tamari took a deep breath and said, those who oppose Gaara will definitely come out to seize power. You and I don't have enough prestige to control them. Konkuro immediately understood the seriousness of the situation and quickly turned around to leave. Tamari entered the conference hall. At this time, Gaara's position was vacant, but the other elders and department heads had already gathered. Fui stood up. Tamari immediately noticed the bandages on his arm. But there was no surprise, she had already heard the details of the incident. It was probably the Akatsuki organization that took Gaara away while they infiltrated the exam during the sandstorm. And Fui bravely tried to save him, but ultimately his skills were not enough to succeed. Where is Konkuro? He's still on the way. Tamari answered, should we wait for him? No need to wait. Fui's face was serious as he said, now that the cage has been captured and Sanagakure is without a leader, we need someone to make decisions. I propose selecting an interim cage. Tamari was shocked. This was blatant ambition. She retorted, when the cage is captured, the priority should be to rescue him, not to choose an interim cage. You're mistaken. Fui shook his head and said, the Akatsuki organization is mysterious and powerful. Whether Sanagakure should provoke them is still a question. What did you say? Tamari immediately slammed the table, furious, are you suggesting that we give up on rescuing Gaara? Tamari, watch your position. Fui said displeased, whether to save people or not is not for you to decide. What do the rest of you think? Discussions broke out. Tamari's face turned pale. 2 opinions emerged, and the idea of not rescuing Gaara seemed to have the upper hand. These guys. Sanagakure is being defeated by all of you. In that case, let me temporarily take the position of cage. The door opened. The old and short Granny Chiyo walked in. But no one dared to underestimate her, and the hall fell silent. Fui's face became ugly. Couldn't this old lady just wait for death peacefully? The appearance of Granny Chiyo silenced everyone in the council chamber. Only Tamari breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, she didn't have to hold on any longer. Although she became Gaara's bodyguard because of her relationship with him, she was insignificant and couldn't argue with Granny Chiyo. Not to mention that she couldn't match his influence. He had been in power for decades and wasn't easily toppled. If he insisted on not saving Gaara, perhaps everyone present would give up. It can only be said that everything was the fault of the 4th cage, Rasa. Gaara had been assassinated since he was young. It was called testing the stability of the Jincha, Riki. I really don't know what kind of theory this is. Even if it were placed on a normal person, they wouldn't be able to bear it, let alone Gaara. This also led to Gaara occasionally losing control, leaving a disastrous impression on the residents of Sanagakure. Even if he became the cage, he couldn't erase the inherent impression people had of him. It must be said that Gaara was quite pitiful. Granny Chiyo sat in the cage's seat. No one objected. From the 3rd cage to the 5th cage, Granny Chiyo had already experienced the 3rd cage. But she was not only living long, her strength also ranked among the strongest in Sanagakure. In terms of puppetry, no one could surpass her except for the defected Akasuna no Sasori. I am aware of the situation, Granny Chiyo said coldly. Although Akatsuki is powerful, how will outsiders view Sanagakure if the cage is captured and not rescued? You people have stayed in the village for too long and have lost your spirit. Although Fuyu was very unhappy, he couldn't find any reason to refute. And he didn't dare to confront Granny Chiyo. Compared to the unstable Gaara, she was the most powerful woman in Sanagakure. Most of the people present had received her favor. For now, let's put this matter aside. The important thing is to rescue Gaara. Granny Chiyo stood up and said, Akatsuki only has 2 people. Without space-time ninjutsu, they won't be able to leave the land of wind so quickly. As long as we intercept them in time, we can save Gaara. Therefore, to speed up, we don't need a large force to pursue them. She glanced at the people in the chamber and fell into a moment of contemplation, but soon made a decision. Fuyu, Baki, Konkuro, and Tamari, the 4 of you come with me. We will go to the place where Gaara disappeared. Baki was Gaara's teacher and supporter. In addition, he was powerful, so it was natural to bring him along. As for Fuyu, even he was a little surprised. After the conversation just now, he had already revealed his identity as an opponent of Gaara. Isn't it just asking for trouble to let him go? But he quickly understood the reason. Granny Chiyo was worried that he would cause trouble if left behind, so she simply brought him along. Although Fuyu was unwilling in his heart, his body could only be forced to participate. He led the 4 of them to the place where Gaara was taken. Granny Chiyo looked around and quickly noticed the slightly different color of the sand. Only Gaara's gourd sand had this texture. Due to the desert, much of it had been buried. But fortunately, not all of it had disappeared. After Granny Chiyo explained, except for Fuyu, the other 3 showed excited expressions. Gaara is truly remarkable to leave clues in such a crisis, Baki praised. In fact, it was left by Li Shang. Enough talk, let's set off immediately. Granny Chiyo leapt up and quickly disappeared. The 4 of them hurriedly followed. At this time, Hoshigaki Kisame and Li Shang had already arrived at a mountain range in the northeast border of the Land of Wind. Rain Shinobi Village was too far away, and going back would waste time. Moreover, it would be easy for people to guess that Akatsuki's base was in Rain Shinobi Village. This would inadvertently bring danger to Rain Shinobi Village. At least Sanagakure and Iwagakure might directly invade with a large army. The best way was to find a hidden place to perform the tailed beast extraction ritual. Following the map given by Nagato, Li Shang arrived at a deep cave in Yamanaka's stream. A profound mountain cave came into view. After they entered, a huge stone fell and blocked the entrance. In the dim environment, Hoshigaki Kisame dropped Gaara. After a moment, the colorful illusion of the Diva Pathpain appeared. It was the body flicker technique. He glanced at Gaara, didn't say anything, and began forming hand seals. Immediately, the ground shook. A behemoth rose from his back. It was none other than the Ghetto statue. Its hands emerged from the ground, forming 10 stone pillars. The Diva Pathpain landed on his middle finger and said lightly, "You 2, take your positions." Hoshigaki Kisame and Li Shang randomly chose 2 stone pillars. After a moment, illusions kept appearing. Konan, Juzo, Didera, Kakuzu, Hidan, Aoi, Diva Pathpain, Li Shang. Plus 2 Jonin from the Rain Shinobi Village. A total of 10 people. Because the illusionary Dragon 9 seals required 10 people to perform. The effect of this ninjutsu is to extract the tailed beasts from the Jinchuriki and seal them into the Ghetto statue. Before we begin, Juzo, send out white Zetsu clones to investigate nearby. If you find any Sanagakure ninja, report it immediately. Diva Pathpain said in a deep voice, "For the next 3 days, I won't allow anyone to disturb us." No problem. Juzo smiled and said, "Sanagakure ninja are nothing special, after all, the strongest one is right in front of us." He was referring to Sasori, Chiyo's grandson, the strongest puppeteer in the ninja world. In the original work, he died at the hands of Chiyo and Haruno Sakura. Of course, from the battle situation, it is highly likely that he was holding back. Sasori is actually very similar to Didera. Their betrayal of the ninja village was not because they lacked emotions, but because the ninja village did not support their ninjutsu. The former violated the rules by using ninjas as puppets, while the latter simply bombed everything, causing severe damage to Iwagakure. Begin. Diva Pathpain raised his finger and said coldly. The others immediately stopped talking and made the same hand seals. The stone pillars they were on lit up with a blue-green light. In the light, a word condensed. Each word represented their respective code names. The Ghetto statue above Diva Pathpain's head opened its mouth and 9 blue dragons formed by chakra poured out. The giant dragons descended from the sky and entered Gaara's body. In an instant, he was enveloped in light. A few seconds later, screams rang out. Blood-red pillars of light flew out from Gaara's eyes, mouth, ears, and other places, heading towards the Ghetto statue. The ritual officially began. 3 days later, all of Shukaku's chakra will be extracted. Li Shang suddenly felt that Fei's method seemed more effective. But the goal of the Akatsuki organization is to return Shukaku to the Gedo statue itself. In the end, the 9-tailed beasts will gather and the 10 tails will reappear in the world. The difficulty is different, so the speed is very slow. Li Shang maintained the illusionary dragon 9 seals. He was taught this sealing technique by Conan on his first day joining the Akatsuki organization. In a sense, the Akatsuki organization has 10 members because of it. The time quickly reached the 3rd day. It has to be said that chakra is versatile. In the past, going without food for 3 days and nights would make one hungry and think about eating everything. But Li Shang felt it was okay, not as hungry as he imagined. At this moment, Juzo opened his eyes and said, 5 jonin from Sanagakure have arrived nearby, led by a small, elderly woman. Sasori immediately glanced at him. Although the illusion couldn't show any expression, it was clear that he was no longer as calm as before. Sanagakure, and an elderly woman, it's obvious that it's Chiyo. 5 jonin, this lineup is quite impressive. Hoshigaki Kisame grinned, but there was no panic in his tone. Here, only he and Li Shang were the real bodies. If there's a need to intercept, they are the most suitable. The rest of the people can also help, but they can only use the phantom technique. A special ability from the Rinnegan. Create a clone using a living sacrifice. It probably only has 30% of the original's chakra, but it can use the original's weapons and bloodline limit. For ordinary ninjas, it's not very useful, but the members of the Akatsuki organization are all experts. Even with only 30%, they are comparable to the average Yanin. Especially ninjas like Hoshigaki Kisame, who have an abundance of chakra. In the original work, with only 30%, he forced Might Guy to open the 6th gate of the 8 inner gates and defeated him with the peacock technique. If it were another Yanin, they would most likely kneel. But this technique requires a living sacrifice. Hoshigaki Kisame and Li Shang did not bring a living sacrifice like the scorpion in the original work, who brought the Anbu from Sanagakure. There is currently no suitable sacrifice. There's 1 more hour. Pain of the Diva Path did not hesitate and ordered, Hoshigaki Kisame and Yayu, go and intercept. After the time is up, you can leave on your own. Yes. Li Shang jumped off the stone pillar. Except for him and Hoshigaki Kisame, the rest are all illusions, so it's quite easy to leave. As for Gaara, there's no need to worry. He was extracted to guard the crane, and it's a situation where he's bound to die. Pain of the Diva Path and the others won't be idle and try to finish him off. But according to Granny Chiyo's forbidden technique, unless Gaara turns into minced meat, he can be saved. A giant rock rises. Sunlight shines in. Li Shang squinted his eyes and left the cave. The giant rock falls again. In addition to obscuring the line of sight, a barrier is also set up outside. Even if Hoshigaki Kisame and Li Shang unfortunately die, the people of Sanagakure will have to put in some effort to get in. Tisk tisk tisk. Can't start by setting a flag. Li Shang stands by the river and thinks. In the original work, there were also 5 people who came. They were Chiyo, Kakashi, and the Uzumaki Naruto team. But it's definitely different now. But according to Ju's description, Chiyo is definitely there. The remaining 4. It's possible that it's Baki, Konkuro, and Tamari. After all, there aren't many well-known Yanin in Sanagakure. Regardless, he and Hoshigaki Kisame both appear to be quite dangerous. Especially him. Hoshigaki Kisame and Samahada's combination is simply endless. Plus, he has a lot of chakra, so there's no problem at all. But he's not the same. Li Shang estimates that he probably can't defeat Chiyo alone. The others might be able to put up a fight, but at most, it would be 2. He definitely can't handle 3. Putting aside his combat experience, he's just an ordinary Yanin. But he also has an advantage. The bloodline of the true ancestor makes him unable to die. But he'll try to avoid being hit if possible. His plan later is to let Hoshigaki Kisame attract the firepower. Then he'll take action depending on the situation. Anyway, just drag it out for an hour. After a while, the sound of rushing wind comes from a distance. In an instant, it arrives in front of them. Li Shang glanced and, as expected, it was just as he expected. Except for the unfamiliar Yanin, Fui, the rest are quite familiar. Where's Gaara? Tamari has a hot temper and immediately starts questioning when they meet. On the other hand, Chiyo is more cunning, scanning her surroundings and quickly noticing the giant rocks in the river. Hoshigaki Kisame sneered and formed hand seals. Water style. Great exploding water colliding wave. Infinite chakra transformed into a surging ocean. Even though Li Shang knew that his chakra was abundant, he didn't expect such an outrageous scene right from the start. In an instant, his location was completely submerged by the rushing water. His field of vision was mostly blue. The ocean descended. The range was more than 1,000 miles. Chiyo and the others were shocked. It was truly unbelievable. They were not clear about Hoshigaki Kisami's identity, but as soon as this ninjutsu was used, they immediately understood how troublesome he was. Temari took out the large fan from behind and swung it forcefully. Tornado Hurricane. A tornado appeared out of thin air in front of her, blowing the incoming waves back. The waves split in the middle. Chiyo's expression became serious as she said, "They disappeared, everyone be careful." At this moment, chakra appeared under their feet, allowing them to stand on the surface of the sea. Konkuro looked at his feet and couldn't see the bottom. This kind of chakra was truly astonishing. "They're coming," Chiyo reminded. The surface of the sea continuously arched, and in the next moment, countless sharks appeared. Shark skin. Under Hoshigaki Kisami's control, the sharks surged towards them, covering the sky and earth. Chiyo took out a scroll. After a burst of smoke, 10 puppets dressed in white appeared. White secret technique. Kinsatsu Jinin. Chiyo's fingers quickly flicked. 3 puppets gathered together, forming the shape of the character, crowd. They simultaneously formed hand seals. A violent whirlwind immediately blew out from the gap in the middle. The rushing sharks were immediately swept in and turned into dust in an instant. Various weapons emerged from the remaining puppets' bodies. With the cooperation of Temari and the others' attacks, they managed to kill all the sharks in a moment. But it had no meaning for Hoshigaki Kisame. A larger shark suddenly appeared and opened its mouth, biting towards Chiyo. Temari saw this and the fan in her hand flashed again. The storm turned into sharp blades that pierced into the shark's mouth. But to her surprise, it was useless. This huge shark actually absorbed all the chakra. Chiyo quickly manipulated the nearest puppet to rush in front of the shark. A scroll flew out from its body, turning into an earth wall. While the others were engaged in a heated battle, Li Shang was lurking in the water. As a water-style ninja and a member of the Kagetsu clan, he was like a fish in water. It was fortunate that it was Hoshigaki Kisame. Otherwise, the other ninjas wouldn't have the ability to create such a perfect environment for him. Li Shang formed hand seals. His target was Fugai. Because he noticed that this guy had already separated from the other 4 ninjas. Besides protecting himself, he didn't care when Chiyo and the others were attacked. Anyone with discerning eyes could see the contradiction. He was just slacking off. Coincidentally, he also wanted to slack off and blend in. But White Zetsu was nearby, so it would be too obvious if only Hoshigaki Kisame took action. Water style. Instant water. Li Shang shuttled through the water at an extremely fast speed, instantly appearing behind Fugai and locking his hands around his neck, dragging him underwater. This was a unique ninjutsu from the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. Apart from various miscellaneous forbidden techniques, if he were to say the strongest Mizukage, no one would object. Gurulu. Fui went crazy with spamming. He lived in Sanagakure and was a ninja, so he couldn't swim. Just like Artoria, he was protected by the lake spirit and was not afraid of water, but he couldn't swim either. After taking a few sips, he saw Li Shang coming at him with a shuriken. An alarm bell rang in Fuyi's mind. But he was one of the strong ones in Sanagakure after all. It would be too embarrassing if he died so easily. He raised both hands. The water in front of him suddenly blew away, revealing a net like strong wind. Li Zhang's shuriken returned without success, and he immediately retreated. Because he noticed that the wind-made net was trapping him. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Fui quickly spat out a few mouthfuls of water. The wind had blown the surrounding water far away. With the help of the wind, he flew up instantly. Li Shang used the body flicker technique to dodge the large-scale wind net, did not pursue, and formed hand seals. 5 feeding shark. In front of him, chakra quickly gathered and formed water bullets resembling 5-headed sharks. Immediately, they chased after Fui. At this moment, he had just left the water surface. He didn't have time to relax. The 5-headed sharks appeared, opening their mouths, trying to swallow him. Fui immediately used the body flicker technique to create distance, while his body leaned back and spat out several wind bullets from his mouth. The closest 2 sharks were torn apart and turned into waves, returning to the sea. Damn. Fui didn't expect Li Zhang's ninjutsu to be so powerful. It can only be said that the environmental bonus was indeed good. He continued to form hand seals. A violent wind enveloped his body, suddenly increasing his speed. After continuously avoiding the shark bites, he finally had a chance to counterattack. He opened his mouth and sprayed out a small storm, engulfing the remaining 3 sharks. Seeing this, Li Shang clapped his palm on the water. Rain 4 shark. 4 water sharks leapt up, instantly leaving the water surface and reaching a high altitude, then rushed towards Fui. You damn brat. Fui cursed and threw a shuriken with an explosive tag. He originally wanted to fish, but unexpectedly ended up in a life and death battle. Li Shang could only say that he had already released enough water. With his experience, he could completely release multiple ninjutsu at once. After all, he had several lifetimes of hand speed. Now playing a turn-based game with Fui was quite enjoyable. The main reason was that Hoshigaki Kisami's side was indeed quite dangerous. But he unexpectedly didn't fall behind when facing 3 opponents alone, truly incredible. Sometimes, the gap between Yanin and Yanin is simply indescribable in words. Of course, another reason was that Konkuro and Temuri's skills were indeed lacking. They were young and were forced to step up. Fui's shuriken hit the shark, immediately causing an explosion. But what he didn't expect was that the 4 sharks suddenly turned into 1,000 small sharks. A downpour poured down, covering Fui's whole body. His explosive tags even further enhanced the speed. Fui couldn't dodge in time and had 4 wounds pierced through his shoulder. He took a cold breath. His hatred towards Li Shang continued to grow. But this guy kept hiding in the water, which was quite troublesome. He gritted his teeth, and countless winds turned into blades. The water surface immediately picked up dense waves. Just like rain. But Li Zhang's speed in the water was extremely fast, almost instantly dodging the wind blades. Water style Waterfang bullet. 2 water bullets, resembling long fangs, spun and flew out. Fui was feeling frustrated and angry. He understood that his previous attack had been ineffective. Unless his ninjutsu could cover the entire ocean, which was impossible. He didn't have that much chakra. Although Fui was angry, he still had to dodge the attacks. His body moved so fast that it left afterimages. The water bullets were a bit slow and missed their target. Li Shang was not in a hurry and continued to play with Fui. The 2 of them were evenly matched, neither winning nor losing. Hoshigaki Kisame was having a hard time. After enduring for an hour, he turned around and ran away, not even caring about Li Shang. Seeing this, Li Shang quickly ran away as well. Fui tried to chase after them, but couldn't catch up. His speed underwater was too fast. Meanwhile, Chiyoshi and the other 3 completely ignored the 2 fleeing individuals and immediately arrived at the giant rock. Li Shang quickly joined forces with Hoshigaki Kisame. They didn't stay for long. They chose to return to Sanagakure. After all, the Chunin exams were not yet over. At this time, Sanagakure was in chaos, and all the participants temporarily returned to the rest area, waiting for further instructions. Since they had already come, it would be a waste of time to go back now. How is it? Did they ask about me? Li Shang saw Xianghua and Fuyang. As for Hoshigaki Kisame, he went to the residential area where the jonin of various ninja villages were located. No, Xianghua shook her head and explained. After we were brought back, no one came to ask, let alone inquire. Did something big happen? She looked at Li Shang. She instinctively felt that this matter was related to him. Mainly because it was too coincidental. As soon as he left, Sanagakure became like this. There must be a problem if there is a connection. Kei's cage Gaara has disappeared, but he should be back soon. Li Shang thought for a moment and said. He didn't explain the reason. But it was enough to shock Xianghua and Fuyang. They knew that Li Shang had joined the Akatsuki organization, but they didn't expect him to attack Gaara during the Chunin exams. Thinking about the mission given by Conan, they had already guessed that the target was the tailed beasts. They spent a peaceful day. After breakfast, they saw the messenger from Sanagakure. There has been an accident, the competition is terminated, but your performances are enough to promote you to Chunin. What does that mean? Xianghua asked. The Kei's cage will send a letter to Rain Shinobi Village to report your results. After the messenger finished speaking, he chose to leave. The 3 of them looked at each other and had the same feeling. A promising start but a disappointing end, but they didn't mind. After all, they weren't really here to participate in the exams. The other ninja villages had complaints, but after hearing the reason, they didn't say anything more. Chiyoshi's grandmother passed away. Of course, there was another reason. Gaara died and came back to life, and his body was in a weakened state. If they were to hold the Chunin exams again, there might be more unexpected events. Considering all these factors, they chose to cancel it. Li Shang and the others left safely. The Akatsuki organization was also listed as a target by Sanagakure. After Gaara recovered, he received intelligence that more than half of the Jinchuriki, like him, had been attacked. There was no doubt. As the previous Oanoki from Iwagakure had said, the Akatsuki organization's target was the tailed beasts. Tamari. After a long silence, Gaara said, send people to Konoha village, Cloud Shinobi village, Iwagakure, and Kirigakure to invite the Cage to discuss the matter of the Akatsuki organization. Tamari was shocked. The 5-Cage summit had only been held once before. That was the initial stage of the founding of the Hidden Leaf Village. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara dominated the ninja world. They pacified the chaotic times with their powerful strength. So they called for a 5-Cage summit to establish future policies. The strength of the Akatsuki organization, you must understand, Gaara sighed. Sanagakure alone is unable to oppose them. Tamari naturally understood. The 5 of them couldn't defeat the 2 members of the Akatsuki organization. Especially Hoshigaki Kisame gave her a great shock. Not to mention the recent news of their gathering, indicating that they have 8 members. I will take care of it immediately. Tamari left the Cage's office with a serious expression. 4 teams, led by 4 Yanin, personally went to the major ninja villages. At the same time, Li Shang, who had been resting for half a month, received a meeting notice. Inside the tower, he saw all the members of the Akatsuki organization gathered for the first time. As for the 2 Yanin of the illusionary Dragon 9 Seals, they were just there to make up the numbers and were not considered official members. Naturally, they were not included in the meeting. Before this, Li Shang had already learned about the current situation through White Zetsu. The 2 Tails went smoothly. Just like in the original story, the 2 Tails Jinsha, Riki became too arrogant and ended up bringing in Kakuzu and Hidan into what they called a death trap, trying to get rid of them. But they ended up being killed instead. After that, dealing with the 8 Tails became quite troublesome. Among all the tailed beasts, except for the 9 Tails, the 8 Tails had the strongest power. The 8 Tails Jinsha, Riki, Killer Bee, was also formidable in the entire ninja world. And he was a perfect Jinsha, Riki, able to fully unleash the power of the 8 Tails. Kakuzu and Hidan undoubtedly had a hard time in the beginning, but their abilities were too underhanded. The former had 5 hearts and 5 lives, with extensive combat experience. After all, he was a man who had fought against Senju Hashirama. The latter had an immortal body, and special methods were needed to kill him. But Killer Bee was far from Nara Shikamaru's level of intelligence. In exchange for 3 hearts, Kakuzu finally managed to capture Killer Bee. Dealing with the 4 Tails Jinsha, Riki and the 6 Tails Jinsha, Riki was relatively simple. They encountered Asuma, Sasori, and Deidara. Not only were they unable to defeat them, they couldn't even escape. Not to mention the wild 3 Tails. In Hokage Ninja, there was a phenomenon where the tailed beasts were not as strong as the Jinsha, Riki. Perhaps it was because the tailed beasts only knew one move, the tailed beast bomb. Asuma went and used his Mangekyo Sharingan to control the 3 Tails. In the end, only 2 tailed beasts remained, the 7 Tails and the 9 Tails. The Akatsuki organization called for a meeting to deal with this matter. As usual, Li Shang climbed up the stone pillar. Although he had joined the Akatsuki organization, the ones he was more familiar with were Hoshigaki Kisame and Konan. So he didn't greet the others. Besides, there weren't many normal people in the entire Akatsuki organization. If he went to greet them, he would be looked down upon. Tenda Pain appeared in front of everyone. The meeting officially began. The 7 Tails Jinsha, Riki is in a Megacure, and the 9 Tails Jinsha, Riki is in Konoha village. The first one to speak was unexpectedly Asuma. Wearing a mask, he spread his hands and said, "We are only one step away from our plan. I suggest that the leader take action personally and let the ninja world experience true pain." Li Shang raised an eyebrow. Was the invasion of pain happening ahead of schedule? It seems that Asuma, or rather Obito and Black Zetsu, couldn't wait any longer. The former wanted to create a world with Rin, while the latter wanted to rescue Asutsuki Kagaya. After planning for so long, they finally reached the crucial moment. If it were Li Shang, he couldn't help but feel the same way. And from the surface, the Akatsuki organization had the advantage. I think Asuma makes sense. Za agreed and spoke. Konoha village represents the strongest power in the ninja world. Before Project Tsuki no Mi is launched, we must let them understand the strength of the Akatsuki organization. Tenda Pain pondered slightly. I have to say, he was somewhat persuaded. Capturing 9 Tails, no matter who is sent, it will be quite difficult. But if it's me, it will definitely be a piece of cake. At the same time, what Afei said also aligns with his intentions. Konoha village should be destroyed. After a moment of silence, Pain spoke, in a megacure, we have Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke. I'll leave the 7 Tails Jinsha, Riki to you, Afei. I believe you won't disappoint me. He is one of the few who knows that Afei possesses Uchiha Madara's identity. In other words, as the ancestor of the Uchiha clan, it would be too embarrassing if he couldn't handle 2 younger generations. A Fei was stunned and suddenly felt a headache. He has already had dealings with Uchiha Itachi. That guy is too clever, he doesn't have confidence in defeating him. But he is, Uchiha Madara, if he refuses, Nagato will definitely suspect. No problem. A Fei said calmly, I look forward to your good news. Pain nodded and continued, I'll take care of Konoha village. I will make them understand the wrath of a god. What about us? You won't let us participate in such an interesting event. Hidan couldn't help but speak, in Konoha village, there must be sacrifices that Lord Jashin would like. You're not needed. Pain said expressionlessly, I am enough on my own. Konoha village is a particularly special existence for Nagato. His parents died at the hands of Leaf Village ninjas, but his mentor was Jiraiya. The meeting ended. A Fei set off for a megacure. But he wasn't alone, he brought Ju. The reason given was that he needed him for reconnaissance. Of course, Li Shang understood that it was a lie. It was clear that it was because he couldn't defeat Uchiha Itachi and had to bring along Black Zetsu. Nagato's body couldn't go to Konoha. It could only be done by Pain, the Six Paths. But because the control distance was limited, Nagato had Konan protect his true body and go to Konoha village. At that time, he would be in a relatively safe position, and then Pain, the Six Paths, would launch the attack. And besides Konan, he trusted no one else. That's why he didn't bring anyone else. Once they discovered that the true body of a god was actually disabled, it would undoubtedly make these unruly guys think differently. At the same time, Li Shang was struggling with a question. How should a megacure and Konoha village be dealt with? They definitely couldn't be proven to be destroyed. But both Pain, the Six Paths, and Black Zetsu were extremely difficult to deal with. Of course, his idea was to first kill Black Zetsu and Obito. As for Nagato, it would be best to keep him. This way, his Rinnegan would never fall into Uchiha Madara's hands. Li Shang quickly made a plan. He would go to Konoha village in person and summon Higurashi Hiyori to a megacure. He wanted both of them. Thinking of this, Li Shang no longer hesitated. Because Nagato and Black Zetsu were no longer there, no one was monitoring them. He easily left the Rain Shinobi village. Li Shang controlled Higurashi Hiyori to go to a megacure. He himself headed towards Konoha. With Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke in a megacure, there was no need to worry in the short term. The main concern was Konoha village. Nagato's destructive power was too great. But fortunately, his body was not agile. In his desperate situation, Li Shang arrived at Konoha village ahead of time. He quickly arrived at the Hokage's office. The current Hokage is Uchiha Shisui. Li Zhang's current identity is a shinobi from the Rain village, Yeyu. No one knows that he is Uchiha Lang. If he were to explain, it would definitely be troublesome. He didn't want to repeat the same thing over and over again, and those Ambu guys probably wouldn't let him speak freely. They would probably capture him first before listening to him. So Li Shang planned to infiltrate the Hokage's office and meet Uchiha Shisui directly. But things don't always go as planned. He had just entered the range of the Hokage building and was already discovered. Li Shang was a bit speechless. It wasn't the Anbu who defeated him, but technology. He looked at the surveillance camera, raised his hand, and said to the two Anbu ninjas who suddenly appeared, I mean no harm, I want to see the Hokage. The Hokage is not someone you can see just because you want to. The Anbu obviously wanted to confirm his identity first. Letting him in based on his word alone would be a dereliction of duty if he turned out to be an assassin. Li Shang understood and said, please relay a message to the Hokage, Billa has returned. Billa. The two Anbu ninjas obviously didn't understand what he meant. Their authority was too low to have contact with the 7 members of the Tenda. But just to be safe, one of the Anbu went to the Hokage's office, knocked on the door, and entered. Hokage-sama. He respectfully bowed and said, someone just broke in, and he called himself Billa. Uchiha Shisui's face immediately darkened. Are you sure he said Billa? Yes, he did. The Anbu ninja repeated, Billa has returned. Uchiha Shisui suddenly stood up and hurriedly asked, where is he? Because his identity is unknown, we have temporarily detained him. The Anbu ninja noticed his expression and said, I will bring him over immediately. Go quickly. Uchiha Shisui changed his mind and said, wait, take me with you. The Anbu ninja was surprised. What kind of identity does this Billa have that Hokage-sama values him so much? He didn't dare to delay any longer and quickly walked towards the detention room. Hokage-sama. Uchiha Shisui waved his hand, opened the door, and saw Li Zhang's unfamiliar face, slightly startled. But because of the previous incident, he wasn't too surprised. You guys go out first, I want to talk to him alone. The two Anbu ninjas in the room immediately turned around and closed the door. Are you Uchiha Lang? Uchiha Shisui sat across from him, asking uncertainly. Of course. Li Shang didn't pretend to be his disciple anymore. The Akatsuki organization no longer needed him. Just the words, rise, were enough to meet the current conditions. He was just one step away from the 5-cage summit in the original story. Li Shang was in a hurry and didn't know that Gaara had already invited the other 4 villages. Otherwise, he would be even more certain that he had passed the conditions. Actually, even if it wasn't a perfect evaluation, it didn't matter to him. His current talent was enough. What about your finger protector? Uchiha Shisui looked at his clean hands and asked. I didn't have time to get it. Li Zhang's finger protector was in the hands of his other identity, Higurashi Hiyuki. And he had already gone to the Hidden Rain village. So I'll just say the slogan. Li Shang raised his right hand and said, we have a fiery will, a steadfast belief like iron armor. We protect the peace of Konoha, we protect the future of the world. We act on behalf of heaven, we never close our eyes. Welcome back, Uchiha Shisui said with a smile. Compared to their last meeting, he seemed calmer. No wonder he became the Hokage. Has he matured so much? Li Shang felt a bit emotional. The guy who used to be confused and lost all the time has disappeared. Let's get down to business, Li Shang said. Li Shang wasn't sure how fast Nagato was, but he definitely wasn't slow. He was probably close to Konoha by now. Once he launches an attack, it will be difficult to stop. I have become a member of the Akatsuki organization during this time, Li Shang said without much preamble. The leader of the Akatsuki will arrive in Konoha soon. Is he here to fight? Uchiha Shisui asked calmly. If it's for negotiations, you wouldn't have rushed back like this. Li Shang nodded. Don't worry, Konoha has developed enough strength over the years. I believe that. Li Shang knew where his confidence came from. Thanks to his suggestions, Konoha's overall strength is undoubtedly the top among the ninja villages. And there are 4 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan. It's really hard to lose, but the Rinnegan is different after all. Even if Nagato is not in his prime state, if he lets loose, Konoha will definitely suffer heavy losses. The leader of the Akatsuki is called Nagato, Li Shang introduced. He possesses the Rinnegan. Uchiha Shisui didn't react much when he heard the first half, because he really didn't know who Nagato was. Jiraiya never told the Konoha ninja about Nagato's existence. But the second half suddenly made him shocked. The Rinnegan is the eye of the legendary Sage of 6 Paths. And the strength of the Sage of 6 Paths goes without saying. After all, he created the moon above their heads. Although Uchiha Shisui firmly believes that the Mangekyo Sharingan is the top bloodline limit, it still falls short compared to the Rinnegan's performance. Are you sure what you're saying is true? How could it be the Rinnegan? Uchiha Shisui asked. It's meaningless for me to lie to you. That's true. Uchiha Shisui quickly calmed down and asked, how strong is he? If he were in his prime, none of you would be his match, Li Shang said after thinking for a moment. Nagato's strength after the Impure World reincarnation is simply outrageous. It can be seen that his crippled legs and insufficient chakra have seriously hindered him. In fact, he was a rare genius in the first place. Li Shang remembered that he had mastered 6 chakra nature transformations at the age of 10, almost able to use all mainstream ninjutsu. No wonder Jiraiya believed he was the child of prophecy. It's really beyond imagination. Uchiha Shisui was genuinely surprised this time. Li Shang knew about their Mangekyo Sharingan and understood their true strength. Since he said so, it must be true, but he quickly noticed the word, if. Are you saying he hasn't reached his prime yet? Yes and no, Li Shang said, looking at his confused expression, and explained the incident where Danzo and Hanzo ambushed Nagato. Uchiha Shisui remained silent for a long time after listening. This is also Danzo's doing. If he hadn't intervened, perhaps the Akatsuki organization would have become a partner of justice. Of course, the chances were very slim. Without Danzo, Uchiha Madara, and Black Zetsu, Nagato would not have deviated from their path. In short, Nagato's true power cannot be fully utilized. He used the Rinnegan to create 6 puppets, known as the 6 Paths of Pain. Li Shang smiled and said, dealing with the 6 Paths of Pain is relatively simple, as long as you know their special abilities. Do you know? Uchiha Shisui sensed his hidden meaning. Yes, that's why I came back, Li Shang nodded. To talk to Nagato, he must first defeat him. Otherwise, no matter how nice the words are, they are meaningless. Because in his eyes, everything he did was right, and everything else was just misleading. In addition, he had never been defeated, and his arrogance surpassed that of ordinary people. Considering himself a god was a manifestation of his arrogance. Only those who consider themselves invincible dare to call themselves gods. The 6 paths of pain are divided into Diva path, Animal path, Hungry ghost path, Human path, Hell path, and Naraka path. Their respective abilities are. Li Shang roughly described the abilities of the 6 paths of pain from memory. Indeed, it is the Rinnegan. Uchiha Shisui sighed after listening. It is indeed difficult to defeat them without knowing their abilities. In his opinion, the Rinnegan was an enhanced version of the Mangekyo Sharingan. If Li Shang knew his thoughts, he could only give him a thumbs up. There is no error in this statement. Isn't the ultimate path of the Sharingan the Rinnegan? The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in the middle didn't enhance much functionality. It just eliminated the side effects of blindness. Oh, right, there's also Susanoo. But the Rinnegan has too many functions. It's just that the promotion is too difficult. Except for the Atsutsuki clan, other ninjas can only dream. Uchiha Madara was able to awaken the Rinnegan because he was the reincarnation of Indra, the eldest son of the Sage of 6 Paths. In short, it's all about the Atsutsuki clan. Most of the 6 Paths of Pain possess ninjutsu with large-scale attacks, especially the Diva path. So we can't let them enter Konoha. Otherwise, years of development will be wasted. Li Shang continued, we must defeat them outside of Konoha. Uchiha Shisui naturally had no objections. It's difficult to stop the 6 Paths of Pain with just one person. It's best to gather 6 people in Konoha to stop them separately. He thought for a moment and asked, what do you think? That's exactly what I wanted to say. Li Shang smiled and asked, what about the candidates? Fugaku-sama and I can deal with 2 of them. The remaining 2 are Jiraiya-sama, Kakashi, Inoshika-cha, and you. What about Uzumaki Naruto? Li Shang didn't hear the familiar name and couldn't help but ask. He's studying Sage Mode at Mount Myaboku, and also avoiding attention. I don't know if he can catch up, Uchiha Shisui explained. Previously, the Akatsuki organization came aggressively and almost captured all the Jinsha, Riki. The safety of Uzumaki Naruto naturally became extremely important. Finally, Jiraiya sent him to Mount Myaboku to learn Sage Mode, claiming it was the reason. And the carefree Uzumaki Naruto didn't realize the true purpose. In addition, Uchiha Sasuke awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, which greatly stimulated him, so he really wanted to enhance his strength. I see, Li Shang shook his head and said, but I have something more important. Nagato's true body is entrusted to me. Uchiha Shisui immediately understood what he wanted to do and frowned, are you sure it's okay? Don't worry, I just want to negotiate with him, Li Shang smiled and said, and my chances of success depend on whether you can defeat the 6 Paths of Pain. That shouldn't be a problem, Uchiha Shisui was still confident. If they still lose after knowing the enemy's information, Konoha really has no reason to exist. The final path of hell, relatively speaking, is relatively easy. When the time comes, let Might Guy handle it. Li Shang suddenly thought of this Azure Beast. At this time, because the 4th Great Ninja War had not yet arrived, Uchiha Madara had not said the sentence, I shall call you the strongest. In the eyes of others, he was just a yanin with peculiar behavior. Only a few people knew his true strength. Uchiha Shisui was slightly taken aback, but agreed. By the way, where is Orochimaru? Li Shang still felt unsure. To ensure nothing went wrong, the best method was impure world reincarnation. As for the matter of sacrifices, it was quite simple. Just use the extremely wicked criminals in the Leaf Village's high-security prison. Playing with the souls of the deceased was indeed not very ethical. But if the summoned one was a Hokage, then the burden would not be so great. Especially the 4th generation. Minato must be eager to chat with his son. Moreover, his soul and half of the 9 tails were sealed inside the Shinigami's stomach. Releasing him would be a good thing in itself. We have him locked up. Uchiha Shisui said, because of the living corpse reincarnation, it is difficult to kill him. Later, Jiraiya pleaded, so a special prison was created for him, and he has been living in it. I want to talk to him. Li Shang expressed his thoughts. Uchiha Shisui couldn't help but hesitate, but it was indeed very tempting. If the 4th generation was released, the complete 9 tails could return to Konoha. You must understand Orochimaru's danger. Are you confident in persuading him? More or less. Li Shang knew what Orochimaru's dream was. Keeping him locked up was more unbearable than death. But he was not a ninja who would sit and wait for death. He might be thinking of a way to escape at this moment. And with the Mangekyo Sharingan, he should understand that cooperation is the most advantageous. Li Shang stood up with a smile and said, let's go, let me meet him. Undoubtedly, Orochimaru's nemesis was the Mangekyo Sharingan. And currently, the Uchiha clan had 4 pairs of them. Unless Orochimaru had a way to deal with it, he would be very clever. He obviously had similar thoughts at the end of the original work. Li Shang followed Uchiha Shisui to a cell, but the environment was quite good. If you didn't look at the iron bars and complex ceiling techniques around, it could be called a luxurious residence. Orochimaru heard the sound, raised his head, and had a calm expression. He glanced and quickly lowered his head. Obviously, he wasn't interested. Do you want to get out? Li Shang asked. Orochimaru raised his head again, slightly confused. Who are you? You don't need to worry about who I am. Li Shang didn't explain too much. After all, their relationship had already broken. I can guarantee that what he says represents Konoha. Uchiha Shisui added. Orochimaru suddenly became interested and asked, what about the price? Talking with smart people is refreshing. Li Shang smiled and said, the price is simple. Help me release Namikaze Minato from the Shinigami's stomach and let him undergo impure world reincarnation. In return, Konoha can not only release you but also provide you with various conditions and materials for experiments. Of course, innocent people cannot be indiscriminately killed. You seem to understand me quite well. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. In his opinion, this condition was too generous. For a moment, he hesitated, fearing it was a trap. Orochimaru ultimately agreed to Li Zhang's request. Being imprisoned and achieving nothing. Even if it's a trick, it doesn't matter if experiments can be conducted. Consider it the price for obtaining freedom. Naturally, Orochimaru's first action after coming out was not to run away. Although he has great abilities, it's not easy to escape from Konoha. First, he has to break through the surveillance of several Uchiha Jonin Anbu. Then there are surveillance devices all over Konoha, and finally Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Fugaku. No matter how you think about it, it's very dangerous. After seeing Konoha's laboratory, Orochimaru suddenly felt that staying was worth it. As everyone knows, no matter what kind of experiment, it requires extremely precise instruments and related materials. And all of these are very expensive. One of the important reasons Orochimaru went out to establish Otogakure was to make money. Konoha has been extremely wealthy in recent years, resulting in its laboratory being quite luxurious. For him, it is undoubtedly a great temptation. Although there is a premise of not indiscriminately killing innocent people, it doesn't mean he can't use prisoners or anything like that. There are some restrictions, but it's not a big problem. Orochimaru is very satisfied. And Konoha doesn't force him to make his findings public. Of course, if he wants to sell them, he will prioritize selling them to Konoha. Uchiha Shisui handed him the Shinigami mask from the Uzumaki clan shrine. Orochimaru nodded. If you want to summon, then summon the first Hokage and the fourth Hokage. Li Shang thought for a moment and said, he suddenly had a wicked interest. Let the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato deal with Obito. As for why summon the first Hokage, there's no way around it. The third Hokage was killed by their own hands, and the second Hokage also had some opinions about the Uchiha. Okay. Just prepare the sacrifices. Orochimaru had no objections. Summoning one person or 2 people doesn't make much difference. The ritual officially began. Orochimaru would use the living corpse reincarnation to suppress the Shinigami's bug. In fact, Li Shang should be able to do it too. His true ancestor body is immortal. But the Shinigami deals with souls, so to avoid accidents, it's better not to try. And this ritual requires stabbing oneself with a knife. Li Shang is not accustomed to cutting his abdomen. As the Shinigami appeared, the room became cold. But except for Orochimaru, they couldn't see his true face. Li Shang found it quite interesting. There is very little information about the divine aspects among the Hokage ninjas, which can be considered as a part that Kishimoto did not fill in. Where do the Shinigami or the evil gods that Hidan worships come from and where do they reside? From their performances, their strength is not bad. The former seals away corpses, and everyone is afraid of it. Except for a few ninjas other than Orochimaru, almost no one can escape. The latter gave Hidan an immortal body, which is quite outrageous. But Li Shang is just curious. There is no time to explore these dangerous gods. Uchiha Shisui returned with 2 sacrifices. Unfortunately, they are not white Zetsu. The effect of the impure world reincarnation will be much worse. No wonder Uchiha Madara, who was summoned through the impure world reincarnation, said that. Have you seen me in my prime? In addition to Uchiha Shisui, Jiraiya and Tsunade also arrived. One as Namikaze Minato's teacher, and the other as Senju Hashirama's granddaughter. It is undoubtedly best for them to explain the situation. Your name is Uchiha Lang. As soon as Tsunade entered the room, she locked onto Li Shang. Li Shang was somewhat puzzled. afraid that her next sentence would be something like, "So you're called Uchiha Lang, damn it." He didn't dare to try her punch after being single for decades. Uchiha Lang went to a megacure. Li Shang replied, "This guy actually dared to deceive me in that way. I must treat him well." Tsunade sneered. Undoubtedly, she was referring to how Li Shang had bought the casino to make her return to Konoha. It sounded like she was talking like a scumbag. Li Shang quickly gave Uchiha Shisui a look. As brothers, he understood. The ceremony ended. Li Shang suddenly realized that there were many grievances and conflicts among the people in this room. The Sannin gathered together, master and disciple reunited, and a family reunion. Li Shang and Uchiha Shisui waited outside the door. "I have sent Anbu and ninjas skilled in sensory ninjutsu to investigate around Konoha, but there is still no news. Ordinary sensory ninjutsu should be ineffective against the Rinnegan." Li Shang pondered for a moment and said, "Let's leave this matter to the first Hokage. He has Sage Mode, and his sensory range is among the top 3 in the Jonin ranks. Considering his outrageous chakra, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he is the first. Senju Hashirama once said that half of the 9 tails combined with Uzumaki Naruto's chakra barely matched him. By this calculation, there would be thousands of Kakashi." Uchiha Shisui nodded in response. He hadn't thought of that. "I will send the 4th Hokage to a megacure later." Li Shang continued, "My shadow clone over there informed me that the enemy has arrived. Is it troublesome?" Uchiha Shisui couldn't understand. A megacure has Itachi and Sasuke. What enemy could be a match? "It's a long story. I'll explain the cause and effect after it's over." Li Shang paused and said. Whether it was Black Zetsu or Obito, it felt like it could be a long conversation. There's no time for that now. He suddenly felt that resurrecting Minato was a very wise decision. Because he not only knew the Flying Thunder God technique, but also the Uzumaki clan's sealing jutsu. Li Shang had previously thought that Black Zetsu was quite troublesome, but if he used sealing jutsu, he might be able to restrain him. Among the Hokage ninjas, sealing jutsu was undoubtedly a magical existence. All kinds of complicated and troublesome individuals could be dealt with using sealing jutsu. Like a Sutsuki Kagaya, tailed beasts, Orochimaru, and so on. Black Zetsu was no exception. In fact, his own strength was not powerful, he just seemed a bit strange. In addition, he was separated from a Sutsuki Kagaya, and his methods were unknown. But for Li Shang, it was fine. After all, he had read the original work. The conversation didn't last too long. "You are the 6th Hokage, Uchiha Shisui, right?" Senju Hashirama said with emotion. If Madara were still here, he would probably be very happy. Li Shang smirked. He would be happy? Yeah, right. Actually, he always felt that Senju Hashirama had a bit of a naturally dark feeling. But in the end, his strength was stronger, to the point where he could control the smarter Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Shisui was particularly humble in the face of Senju Hashirama. After all, he was a big shot, and their own ancestors were beaten up by him. Uchiha Shisui didn't think he could beat him. Namikaze Minato was in a good mood. He had known Shisui when he was alive. Before the 9 Tails incident, he had already negotiated with the Uchiha clan, trying to help them improve their reputation. If he hadn't died, maybe he could have succeeded. But unfortunately, he encountered the traitor Obito. Seeking revenge on Konoha, he directly targeted his master and mother. Truly unbelievable. But now there was an opportunity in front of Minato. To avenge Kushina. Minato possessed the Flying Thunder God technique. In theory, even during the 9 Tails incident, he shouldn't have died, but because of Kushina, he chose to sacrifice himself. It's not that he didn't love Uzumaki Naruto, he probably thought that the 3rd generation Sarutobi Hiruzen would treat him well. But after being betrayed by Obito, he was betrayed by his own master. Li Shang immediately explained the situation. Minato's eyes lit up immediately and he asked, "Are you sure it's the same masked man from before? He possesses the Hollow's dimensional ninjutsu. Then it must be him." Minato also had a temper, especially when it came to Kushina. But he quickly asked about Uzumaki Naruto and was relieved to hear that he was training at Mount Myaboku. "I'll go to a megacure first." Minato thought for a moment and said. He planned to deal with Obito first before going to see his son. After all, he understood the impure world reincarnation technique and its ability to grant immortality. "I left the Flying Thunder God seal on the masked man back then, and it's coming in handy today." Minato smiled. It seems he hasn't noticed. Li Shang also had to give a thumbs up. Truly worthy of the 4th generation. A man with almost no flaws. Minato disappeared in an instant before everyone's eyes. "Then let's begin as well." Senju Hashirama clapped his hands and entered Sage Mode. His perception expanded, and he instantly located the position of Pain's 6 paths. Follow me. Senju Hashirama headed in their direction. Li Shang, Jiraiya, and Tsunade immediately followed. Orochimaru didn't get involved. It wasn't part of the deal. Uchiha Shisui immediately went to inform Uchiha Fugaku. As for Kakashi and the others who had originally planned to go, they were left behind in Konoha. With Senju Hashirama present, they were completely unnecessary. A tree outside Konoha village. In reality, it wasn't a tree, but a tree formed by Conan's paper. Inside the hollow cavity, Nagato took a deep breath and said lightly, "Let's begin, destroy Konoha." His spirit immediately spread through the Rinnegan towards Pain's 6 paths. The 6 puppets in the distance immediately sprung into action. Especially Diva Path Pain, who gradually ascended into the air. But just then, a huge wooden dragon flew out from low to high, startling everyone. Diva Path Pain immediately noticed this unexpected attack. There was no way not to notice it. This thing had a size comparable to a tailed beast. Wood style. Diva Path Pain was somewhat surprised. The reputation of wood style, along with Senju Hashirama, resounded throughout the ninja world. Compared to other bloodline limits, wood style was undoubtedly the most special. Especially in the eyes of Konoha. Otherwise, they wouldn't have taken the risk of transplanting Hashirama's cells. In fact, Orochimaru and Shimura Danza were just continuing the research. Diva Path Pain raised his hand. An invisible and powerful repulsive force erupted in front of him. The wooden dragon immediately encountered strong resistance and was sent flying after a few seconds. Ha ha ha. What an amazing power. Senju Hashirama and his hearty laughter appeared in Diva Path Pain's line of sight. Very unfamiliar. Diva Path Pain searched through his memories but couldn't find a matching name. He found it strange. Such a powerful wood style, yet it went unnoticed? It was completely unscientific. Just as Senju Hashirama appeared, the other 5 paths also came under attack. Nagato behind them couldn't help but frown. How could they be discovered? Could there be a traitor within the Akatsuki? Controlling Diva Path Pain, he asked, "Who are you? Don't recognize me. It seems you're not from my era. After all, everyone from that time is dead." Senju Hashirama sighed and said, "I am Senju Hashirama." If Li Shang could hear what he said, he would tell him that there is still someone from his past in the Akatsuki organization. Kakuzu. But he would probably shout, "Don't come near me," and try to escape. However, Li Shang is heading towards where Conan is. As his disciple, he can tell if something is a paper transformation or not. What did you say? As a puppet, Diva Path Pain doesn't show any change in expression. But Nagato behind him is somewhat surprised. The reason he is not so shocked is because he has seen Uchiha Madara, who is on par with Senju Hashirama. He is surprised that this guy isn't dead. How did he come back? Is it a situation similar to Uchiha Madara? I am Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama said again, then smiled and said, "As for proof of identity, it naturally has to be this. Wood style. Tree world birth. Countless trees instantly sprouted from the ground and turned into a forest in an instant." Diva Path Pain opened his mouth, wanting to say something but stopped. Compared to Obito's version of Uchiha Madara, the wood style in front of him is obviously more shocking. He envies this massive amount of chakra just by looking at it. If the Rinnegan belongs to Senju Hashirama, perhaps nothing else would happen. Diva Path Pain immediately dodged. Vines chased after his body in the sky like lion majesty. Senju Hashirama clapped his hands again. Wood style, laughing Buddha Jutsu. A wooden hand emerged from the forest and instantly grabbed Diva Path Pain. Shinra Tensai. The giant hand was pushed away. But immediately, another one appeared. Endless, as if it would never stop. 10 minutes passed, and Nagato's state of mind began to falter. Although he has a lot of chakra, he can't withstand such a large-scale consumption. More importantly, he found himself at a disadvantage. For a moment, he began to doubt the value of Uchiha Madara. Universal pull. Diva Path Pain suddenly sucked towards Senju Hashirama. The tremendous suction force made his body fly involuntarily. But it quickly lost its effect. Countless trees flew out and entangled Senju Hashirama with vines. For a moment, they were deadlocked. Seeing this, Senju Hashirama clapped his hands. Sage art. Myojin Gate. A red torii gate descended from the sky, instantly suppressing Diva Path Pain to the ground. The suction force of universal pull naturally disappeared. Li Shang glanced and couldn't help but sigh. Having a lot of chakra means being able to do whatever you want. Nagato is completely powerless, but that's normal. Li Shang estimates that this damaged version of Nagato, even with all 6 paths, wouldn't be able to defeat Senju Hashirama in the end. It should be this tree. He withdrew his gaze and looked at the tree in front of him. There was a familiar chakra fluctuation on it. For others, it would be difficult to recognize, they would only think it's an ordinary tree. Teacher. Li Shang called out. Nagato and Konan inside the tree were suddenly startled. How did he find this place? Both of them almost had the same thought, then they realized that it would be easy to deduce his betrayal from Konoha. I'll go see him, Konan said with a cold expression. She truly treated him as her disciple. But she didn't understand why Yuru betrayed them, even though he grew up in the Rain Shinobi village. Tell me the reason, Konan said expressionlessly. But it didn't mean she had no emotions. Countless paper sheets had already covered her body. The preemptive dance of the Shikigami proved that she was very angry now. The kind of anger that would kill people without hesitation. Because the Akatsuki organization's desired peace will not come. Li Shang took a deep breath and said, "Do you know what you're saying?" Konan raised her hand, and a killing intent filled the air. She had been striving for peace her whole life. When Yahiko was alive, he hoped to create a peaceful world based on mutual understanding between people. After his death, Nagato followed suit, bringing pain to the ninja world before bringing peace. As for Obito's infinite Tsukuyomi plan, they didn't believe in it. But because the process was similar, Nagato believed that with his Rinnegan, he had nothing to fear, so he cooperated with Obito. Now Li Shang was denying her. Even if she was her disciple, she would never forgive her. I naturally know. Li Shang nodded and said, I want to see the leader, and then I will explain the reason. Konan frowned. Outside as Senju Hashirama, you should know the leader's current situation. Li Shang continued, I can make him stop temporarily. Who are you? How do you know so much? Konan's expression changed. Apart from herself, no one should know Nagato's true condition. And the most outrageous thing was that Yeyu said he could command Senju Hashirama. Sorry, I forgot to tell you that I joined Konoha. Seeing her expression, Li Shang said again, even if you want to kill me, do you want the leader to die because of this battle? Konan gritted her teeth and, after struggling for a while, said, you make them stop first. No problem, but you need to understand that their patience is limited. Li Shang created a shadow clone. After a moment, the intense fighting stopped. Konan showed an expression of disbelief. To be honest, she didn't really believe it just now. Because Li Shang was too young. No matter how much of a genius he was, it was impossible for him to become the core of Konoha village. Although she was still puzzled at the moment, she believed it to some extent. Follow me. Konan separated the giant tree, revealing a path. Li Shang was able to see the real Nagato. Pierced with black rods, he was so thin that it seemed he wouldn't live much longer. In fact, that was the case. But with the Gedo statue to prolong his life, it wouldn't be so easy for him to die. You should know the consequences of betraying the Akatsuki organization. Because they had just fought, Nagato looked somewhat weak. If it lasted a little longer, he might only be able to summon the Gedo statue at the cost of his life. Or unify the 6 paths and unleash planetary devastation. But he wasn't sure if it would work against Senju Hashirama. His wood style was just too terrifying. I haven't betrayed the Akatsuki organization. Li Shang spoke up. I just don't want to see you all deviate further from the right target. Deviate? Nagato's anger surged as he asked, is bringing peace to the world wrong? That is naturally not wrong. What I'm talking about is the method. Relying solely on fear can only maintain temporary peace, and you haven't changed the essence of the world. Li Shang continued, now there is the Akatsuki organization, but 100 years later, who will be there to carry out the task of intimidating the ninja world? Konan couldn't help but say, I originally thought you were the successor of our Akatsuki organization. But you should understand that it's difficult for me to reach the leader's level. If there are powerful ninjas in the future who want to start a war, we won't be able to stop them at all. Why would they start a war? We've had peace for so long. Because there has been peace for too long, they want to gain more power. And even if you make all the ninjas submit, what about the daimyos and nobles? The Akatsuki organization has powerful force, so naturally they will submit, Konan thought for a moment and said. Indeed, the Akatsuki organization did not consider the nobles' affairs. In Li Zhang's view, they were essentially no different from Senju Hashirama. Peace achieved by force. Unless Nagato had the ability to live forever. But even that is not guaranteed, because the Asutsuki clan is still watching closely. The best way is to overthrow this old world, abolish the ninja system, develop resources, and arm more people in theory and in strength. Instead of simply fighting back and forth, it's just superficial submission. Li Shang shook his head and said, if given the chance, they would be the first to kill you. Because they, who are high above, would not allow you to surpass them. What do you mean then? Kill them, eliminate the nobles. Li Shang said lightly. Nagato and Conan trembled. This was the first time they had heard of such an idea. Because ninjas and daimyos have always had their own roles. Even if the Akatsuki organization sought peace, they were actually dealing with ninjas and ninja villages. Not daimyos and nobles. Just like how they occupied the Rain Shinobi village, not the land of rain. Fundamentally, they still had a ninja mindset. Do you think that the root of the chaos is the ninjas? Isn't it? Nagato asked in return. What is the purpose of the Great Ninja War? It's for resources, land, and to vent excess combat power. Li Shang calmly asked. And who wants these two things? It's not the 5 great villages, but the 5 great nations. Ninjas receive assistance from daimyos and are aligned with the larger nations in the grand scheme of things. Li Shang didn't believe that the daimyos were unaware of the Great Ninja War. Just looking at the 4th Great Ninja War in the original work, there was a scene where 5 daimyos held a meeting before the war started. In other words, the wars initiated by the ninja villages were actually for the sake of the daimyos. After several great ninja wars, the size of the 5 great villages did not expand. Their purpose in fighting was actually for money. And if they lost, they would be like Sanagakure, their aid would be reduced. In the Boruto era, because Konoha village had been peaceful for too long, the daimyo of the Land of Fire also wanted to reduce aid. As for the excess combat power, it goes without saying. Take the Cloud Shinobi village as an example. Because they constantly expanded their military strength, the entire village became obsessed with a warlike atmosphere. Even without Obito and Black Zetsu, they would probably instigate battles. With so many ninjas, who knows how many resources they could produce if they were put to work. Unfortunately, they did not realize the concept that chakra is the primary productive force. Without the nobles, the ninja villages would be even more chaotic. Conan pondered for a moment and said, because they would have less assistance. You're right. Li Shang nodded and said, so the root is not the nobles, nor the ninjas, but the system. The system? They were slightly startled, savoring these 2 words. Since the founding of the ninja villages by Senju Hashirama, the relationship between ninjas and nobles has been fixed. But is this ninja village system really right? Nagato and Conan fell silent. This was another question that no one had ever thought about. Assuming the Akatsuki organization succeeds, what is the difference between you and Senju Hashirama? You rely only on your own strength. Once you die, the policies will no longer continue. The state of Konoha in the hands of the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was so bad not only because his strength was insufficient. The system established by Senju Hashirama was inherently flawed. It relied solely on his strength to make it work. In this regard, Senju Tobirama was undoubtedly more perfect. He made a lot of plans for the mess, such as the Ninja Academy, the Konoha police force, the Anbu, and so on. But he died early, making it difficult for Sarutobi Hiruzen to handle. Both Nagato and Conan were unsure how to respond at this moment. Li Zhang's words made them realize that they were indeed quite similar to Senju Hashirama. They were both invincible in the ninja world, but the peace they established did not last long. Nagato had just experienced firsthand the power of Senju Hashirama. Unless there was something wrong with his own body, it was highly unlikely that he would be able to defeat him. Without a doubt, Nagato was confident in taking over the entire ninja world. But what should they do next? Their original idea was that if ninjas felt the pain, they would not provoke wars anymore. However, after Li Zhang's analysis, they realized that the root cause was not the ninjas, but the daimyos and nobles. But Nagato couldn't imagine a world without the system of daimyos, nobles, and ninjas. He looked at Li Shang with some uncertainty and asked, do you have a new system? Well, you've asked the right person. Li Shang smiled slightly, knowing that Nagato was already considering it. Of course, the main reason was the assistance of Senju Hashirama and others. In this world where personal strength was paramount, one had to be strong enough to have the right to speak. Although he often made fun of Uzumaki Naruto, he undeniably possessed unparalleled strength. Enough to make anyone calm down and listen to him. The great nations hold power and wealth, while the ninja villages hold strength. They complement each other and maintain the current world. Li Shang continued, because of this, we have overlooked a group of people, the ordinary civilians. What can they do? Nagato frowned and asked. One of the most direct roles they play is in creating value, which is the foundation of the entire world, Li Shang replied. Where do the daimyos and nobles get their wealth from? They neither work nor produce. Similarly, ninjas have been detached from ordinary civilians for too long, and all they have in their minds is war. Nagato and Conan felt a sudden sense of enlightenment. There was a lack of education and knowledge in this world. Even though Li Zhang's words might not be entirely correct, they were shocking enough for them. We must eliminate the nobles, abolish the ninja system, use chakra for production, maintain peace under the condition of basic needs, and develop the economy and entertainment, Li Shang concluded. Of course, this is just a rough idea, and many aspects still need to be discussed. If you are interested, we can cooperate. Are you talking about Konoha? Nagato's face showed hesitation, but more reluctance. His parents died at the hands of Konoha shinobi, so he had reservations about cooperating with them. Li Shang understood his thoughts. After all, it was a deep-seated hatred. Although it was an individual act, it was also related to Konoha. Fortunately, he created Tendo. Tendo relied on Konoha but was not Konoha. I am not here on behalf of Konoha, Li Shang shook his head and said, I am talking about the Tendo organization. Nagato and Conan glanced at each other, both showing a puzzled expression. They had never heard of Tendo. Although the Akatsuki organization had White Zetsu, the most powerful radar in the ninja world, Tendo had always operated as Anbu. Moreover, their actions had little to do with ninjas. It was normal for White Zetsu not to notice. After briefly explaining the origins of the Tendo organization, Li Shang said, Konoha is just one of our bases. Nagato and Conan were truly surprised to find out that there was such a large organization right under their noses. Without realizing it, they had already taken over Konoha village and a megacure. But if that was the case, cooperation was not out of the question. What do you think? Li Shang noticed Nagato's expression and asked. Before we cooperate, I must understand what you're talking about. If it's true, we can cooperate, Nagato pondered for a moment and said. That's only natural, Li Shang was not surprised. Although he had the gift of eloquence, it was still quite exaggerated to persuade Nagato in just a few words. This result was already quite good. You guys should send a group of people to join Akatsuki and conduct on-site investigations to determine the truth. Li Shang suggested. Okay. Nagato agreed without hesitation. This statement was in line with his intentions. You guys should return to the Rain Shinobi village first. After today's matters are settled, I will notify you. Li Shang felt relieved when he saw Nagato agree. He was afraid that his senior brother would object. After bidding farewell to the two, Li Shang negotiated with Shisui and others. I'll go talk to him. Jiraiya volunteered. I never expected Akatsuki to be my disciple. This remark reminded Li Shang. Although Uzumaki Naruto was not present, Jiraiya had the same effect. But he didn't have time to stay any longer. On the side of a megacure, with Obito's arrival, he had to focus his energy on Higetsu Hiyuki. Obito possessed Kamui, so theoretically, he should have arrived at a megacure earlier than Nagato. But he didn't. The reason was simple, lack of confidence. The pressure Uchiha Itachi gave him was too great. Especially when he was caught off guard by Kamui's weakness last time, it reminded him of his teacher, Namikaze Minato. After discussing with Juei, he planned to find two helpers. Kakuzu and Hidan, so he went back to invite them. Hidan readily agreed when he heard the reason. The reason was simple. He believed that the Uchiha clan's sacrifice to the evil god would surely satisfy him. Kakuzu, on the other hand, initially refused. But after Obito reminded him, he realized that the combined bounty for Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke had already exceeded 1 billion. And he promised not to take a single penny. Hidan and Juei also agreed. This meant that he could personally take this money. Undoubtedly, it was a lucrative deal. After weighing the strength of the four individuals, Kakuzu believed they could win, so he agreed to Obito's invitation. With all the back and forth, their speed was delayed. So after Li Shang finished dealing with Nagato's matters and shifted his focus back to Higetsu Hiyuki, he received news of the arrival of the four. The one delivering the information was none other than Namikaze Minato. After using the Flying Thunder God technique to reach Obito's side, he relied on his skills and followed him all the way. He even stumbled upon Akatsuki's base. If it weren't for the cooperation message brought by Li Shang, he would probably have been trying to take down Akatsuki. With his strength, it was indeed possible, especially with half of the 9 tails sealed within him. According to the original plot, Minato was undoubtedly the perfect Jinsha, Riki. Coupled with his Flying Thunder God technique and the use of harassment tactics, anyone would find it troublesome. It seems that the power of the weasel is quite impressive. Li Shang shook his head upon hearing about the four. But I'll handle the masked man. Minato said calmly, I have a score to settle with him. No problem. Uchiha Itachi nodded. When Minato was Hokage, both he and Shisui had already made a name for themselves, so he had a good impression of him. Then let's go. Li Shang stood up and said, the masked man will be pleasantly surprised to see you. He still hadn't told Minato that the true identity of the masked man was Uchiha Obito. It would be more interesting for him to discover it himself. Because Kakuzu and Hidan were brought in, Obito was able to regain his confidence and was eager to give Uchiha Itachi an unforgettable lesson. And he also realized something quite exciting. Mangekyo Sharingan. Obito had previously forgotten about it due to his fear of Uchiha Itachi, but there are 2 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan here. If he could obtain them, his power would undoubtedly increase. The Akatsuki organization never fights as a group. This time is a rare exception. But because all 4 of them are proud individuals, they didn't bother with anything else and openly headed towards Konoha. The only thing to be careful of is not to look into their eyes, so as not to fall into genjutsu. Uchiha Obito reminded them, although you are all strong, I'm sure you understand the power of the Uchiha clan. No need to worry about us. Kakuzu clearly didn't appreciate the reminder. As the oldest member of the Akatsuki organization and the most experienced, genjutsu is nothing but child's play to him. Is there anyone stronger than Senju Hashirama back in the day? After all, he was a man who fought against the god of the shinobi world. Hidan was even more direct, saying, if you feel scared, leave it to us. Lord Jashin can't wait any longer. You. Obito was about to retort, but suddenly froze. In front of them appeared 4 people from Konoha. That's not the point. They came swaggering over, and unless the people from Konoha were blind, they would definitely notice. But the question is, who is this familiar ultimate, golden-haired youth? Isn't he dead? Why would he appear again? Could it be that I'm under genjutsu? Obito's mind was in chaos for a moment. We meet again. Minato spoke calmly. Are you really Namikaze Minato? Obito asked, pretending to be calm, aren't you already dead? Kakuzu and the others were also somewhat surprised. They had naturally heard of the name Golden Flash. Only everyone knows that Minato died in the Nine Tails Rampage. I am indeed already dead. Minato nodded and said, this is impure world reincarnation. Damn Orochimaru. Obito immediately guessed the reason. Orochimaru's improvement of impure world reincarnation was not a secret to their organization. A lot of materials were provided by them, but Obito always thought Orochimaru was already dead. He planned the destruction of Konoha, there was no reason for him to survive. But blaming him now would be meaningless. Obito understood that they might be in big trouble today. They might not be able to defeat them. He also had some knowledge of the effects of impure world reincarnation. Although not at its peak, it was quite troublesome to deal with immortality. Especially since Minato possessed the Flying Thunder God technique. Let's stop reminiscing here. Minato looked at Obito, his gaze gradually becoming cold. Let's settle the old scores from over a decade ago. He threw a handful of kunai directly. Seeing this, Obito didn't hesitate to use Kamui. He didn't want to get involved with the Flying Thunder God seal again. Proceed according to the previous division of labor. Li Shang spoke up. Uchiha Itachi possessed the powerful sealing technique of the Ten-Fist Sword. Although Black Zetsu was strange, his strength was there, but it hadn't reached the level of the 6 paths. Using Uchiha Itachi to deal with him would have a high chance of success. And Hidan had immortality. Although Uchiha Sasuke was not as smart as Narashikamaru, both of his Sharingan techniques could be considered as restraints. First is Amaterasu, the flame that is said to never extinguish. Without any external interference, the flames of Amaterasu would burn the captured target to ashes before extinguishing. This is like a spear and a shield. Let's see if the unextinguishable flame is powerful or if the immortality can hold on. If not, then use Tsukuyomi. If the problem can't be solved, then solve the person who posed the problem. Directly change Hidan from the source, but Li Shang doesn't guarantee success either. After all, Hidan has a problem with his brain, always obsessed with the evil god. In a sense, his faith is particularly firm. As for the final Kakuzu, naturally leave it to Li Shang to handle. Among the 4 people, he is actually the simplest. Although he has 5 lives, there is nothing particularly special about him. For true masters, whether it's 1 life or 5 lives, there is no difference. Where did this brat come from? Kakuzu felt that he was being underestimated. The opponents of the other 3 teammates are either Mangekyo Sharingan or Golden Flashes. But he only has an unfamiliar brat. It's like not putting him, a ninja in his 90s, in his eyes at all. He clasped his hands together, his skin hardened, and large patches of black appeared. Earth-style earthen spear. Even explosive tags can be blocked. He suddenly accelerated with his feet, turning into an afterimage, and his fist instantly pierced through Li Zhang's body. You actually dodged? Kakuzu quickly turned around and looked at Li Shang behind him. Suddenly, his heart shook. Special eyeshadow, faintly appearing natural energy. The last time he saw it was Senju Hashirama. Li Shang smiled faintly. Appearing in front of him, he also threw a punch. Crack. The black skin cracked. Kakuzu flew backward. A sense of foreboding arose. Earth Grudge Fear Mode. Kakuzu didn't hesitate to use his strongest form. Countless black tendrils appeared on his surface. There is a mask on each shoulder, a heart, clearly wind style and fire style. 3 masks appeared on his back, lightning style, water style, and earth style. Among them, earth style is his own heart, and the others are hearts obtained by snatching from ninjas with different attributes. As long as one heart exists, he will not die. Wind style A pressure. Kakuzu's wind style mask suddenly opened its big mouth. A highly compressed high-pressure wind ball shot out. It exploded in midair, a violent wind swept through. Wherever it passed, things exploded one after another. Sage Art A water style A water severing wave. Li Shang quickly formed hand seals with both hands and spit out an inconspicuous stream of water. It looked like a rolling pin, but it rushed forward crazily in the strong wind. Anything that blocked it was cut in half. This is the ninjutsu that Senju Tobarama is best at. Highly compressed with great destructive power. In the original work, it directly cut off the roots of the divine tree. Kakuzu's pupils contracted sharply. He finally realized that this brat is probably not inferior to him. The disdain in his eyes disappeared, and he became serious. Sishu instantly disappeared and reappeared next to Li Shang. Behind him, 8 giant tentacles stretched out, making him look like a spiderweb. Li Shang formed hand seals with both hands. The earth in front of him turned into giant snakes and pounced into the spiderweb. Kakuzu's expression changed. What kind of ninjutsu is this? He has lived for 90 years and has never seen it before. Thoughts flashed through his mind, and Kakuzu quickly retracted his tentacles and clasped his hands together. Composite ninjutsu Inferno Wind Raging Waves. The wind style mask and fire style mask simultaneously spewed out a large amount of chakra. Terrifying high temperatures instantly boiled. The flames spread at an astonishing speed, and in just 1 second, a sea of fire formed. Fire borrows the momentum of the wind. In terms of power, Kakuzu's composite ninjutsu is no less inferior to a typical S-rank ninjutsu. The giant snake created by Li Zhang's sage art, inorganic reanimation technique can hardly move in the flames. Although it is not burned to ashes, it doesn't have much effect either. Moreover, the sea of fire has already spread over. However, fire style is the best ninjutsu for Li Shang to deal with. Because as the heir of the Higurashi family, he possesses the inherited water style secret technique, not to mention that he has also learned all of Senju Tobarama's water style. Apart from the differences in chakra and forbidden techniques, Li Shang dares to say that he is the successor of Senju Tobarama. Sage Art. Water style, Water Surge. A rotating water wave appears centered around Li Shang and quickly rises. After reaching a certain height, it falls from the sky like a pouring galaxy. The flames encounter the waterfall. The clash of chakra against chakra. Mist rises. Seeing this, Li Shang smiles slightly and disappears into the mist. Sorry, but this is my home ground. Kakuzu's heart trembles. His eyes scan around, but what makes him uneasy is that he doesn't discover anything. Silent killing technique? After this thought arises in his mind, he can't help but feel puzzled. Because Li Shang is too young. Why does he know so many ninjutsu? It's simply unscientific, but Kakuzu still has confidence. Just at this moment, he senses something abnormal. The air around him starts to tremble. After a moment, he feels his whole body going numb, his bones rubbing against each other, and his vision and hearing being affected. Sage Art. White Flash Technique. Taking advantage of Kakuzu's weakness, Li Shang goes for the kill. Even though there is a buffer from Earth Grudge Fear, Kakuzu still can't break free from the stiffness in the first moment. Sage Art. Water Style, Water Severing Wave. A stream of water, like a high-speed cutting blade, hits Kakuzu. The masks in front and behind him shatter suddenly. Only the lightning, water, and fire masks remain. Kakuzu frantically flees, avoiding the range of the white flash technique. The fear in his eyes is evident. Having lost 2 masks and with no hope of victory, the only thing on his mind now is retreat. Kakuzu has managed to survive for so long, relying not only on Earth Grudge Fear but also on his keen eyesight. After escaping from Senju Hashirama's hands back then, he understood that life and death are sometimes only a thin line apart, and as long as there are green mountains, there will be no shortage of firewood. And there is another reason that has prompted him to make up his mind. His few teammates are currently in a very bad situation. Uchiha Obito is facing Namikaze Minato. It has been proven many years ago that a teacher will always be a teacher. In terms of intelligence, Minato is far ahead of Obito. Now, Minato has already reached the point of seeing through Obito's identity. Black Zetsu is being chased by Uchiha Itachi, who has activated Susanoo. And Hidan is screaming in a strange black flame as if he's giving birth. With incompetent teammates and enemies who are too strong, Kakuzu feels that he has a reason to retreat. But how could Li Shang let him leave? The enhancement brought by Sage Mode is comprehensive. Kakuzu was never good at speed to begin with. Chakra surges out from Li Zhang's body. His body turns into a gust of wind. Kakuzu senses the impending danger. The lightning-style mask on his back opens its mouth. A sonic boom resounds. 2 blue lightning bolts shoot out from its mouth, like 2 long spears, directly piercing through Li Zhang's back. The speed is so fast that it's almost ultimate. Just as Li Shang notices the lightning bolts, they have already reached him. Water transformation technique. He instantly turns into a puddle of water. The 2 long spears whiz past above his head. Higurashi clan? Seeing this, Kakuzu's face becomes even darker. The water-style secret technique of the Gurren clan is famous in the ninja world. It's quite troublesome. Li Zhang's body recovered. Sage Arta Water Iron Konoha double ding. He raised his hands, and a terrifying aura surged out. His chakra condensed into bullets and rushed out wildly. Kakuzu heard the sound and his feet spun with the airflow, causing his body to change direction. He even used an S-shaped footwork to dodge the water bullet's attack. Truly one of the most experienced ninjas in the ninja world. Li Zhang's figure hesitated. Kakuzu responded beautifully, not slowing down his speed and saving chakra. But that's all. Sage Arta Water Style A Great Waterfall Technique. Li Shang clapped his hands. A large water ball spewed out of his mouth, rushing into the sky and turning into a waterfall, creating a water path between the two of them. Sage Arta Water Style A Instant Water. Li Zhang's body suddenly disappeared. He quickly shuttled through the waterfall at a speed invisible to ordinary people. Just as Kakuzu was about to counterattack, Li Shang appeared behind him. Sage Arta Water Style A Powerful Water Wrist Technique. A punch was thrown. The incomparable power caused Kakuzu's body to explode. But fortunately, due to the presence of Earth Grudge Fear, countless black tentacles wrapped around him, preventing him from being killed. Even so, his left and right masks were shattered, leaving only the final lightning-style mask. Li Shang had no intention of showing mercy, and leaving Kakuzu behind didn't make much sense either. Sage Arta Water Style A Hard Whirlpool Water Blade. A rotating water flow appeared in Li Zhang's right hand. After being thrown out, it formed a huge water vortex. Kakuzu seemed to be thrown into a washing machine. Spinning, jumping. In the end, he met his demise. To die under the water style unique to the second Hokage, you're not at a loss. Li Shang looked at Kakuzu's corpse and said, his battle was not the fastest to end. The fastest was Black Zetsu. He had already been sealed by Uchiha Itachi in the Sword of Tatsuka. And Hidan was still being burned by Amaterasu. As for Obito and Minato, they had disappeared without a trace. Li Shang speculated that Obito probably used Kamui to escape, and Minato followed closely, triggering the Flying Thunder God seal to catch up with him. With Minato's strength, it would be difficult for Obito to defeat him. Mainly because Kamui was restrained, it would be difficult for him to threaten Minato with his remaining means. Not to mention that Minato was in the state of impure world reincarnation. Theoretically, he had an immortal body. Obito was truly helpless. This world simulation has reached the highest evaluation. The Rise of Akatsuki event is complete. You can choose to commit suicide and return or return freely, but the evaluation and rewards cannot be increased. The slogan for free return is, if I could start over, I would choose Li Bai. After returning, the Hokage world will continue according to the current plot. Li Shang was a little uncertain whether the Absolute Order would have any tricks up their sleeves, but now that the system had appeared, it at least proved that the situation had basically come to an end. Perhaps there would still be twists and turns ahead. But for Li Shang, he had done what he needed to do. After a moment, Minato reappeared. At the same time, there was also Obito's body. If you hadn't told me that he still had Izanagi, he almost would have escaped. Minato avenged his great grudge, a relaxed smile on his face. For an ordinary ninja, even if I told them, it wouldn't have made a difference. Li Shang spoke the truth. It was fortunate that it was Minato. One of the few ninjas in the ninja world with the highest combat talent. If it were someone else, dealing with Obito would have been difficult. Seal Hidan. Li Shang glanced at Hidan, who was still burning, and said, Minato nodded. He possessed the sealing jutsu of the Uzumaki clan. After finishing everything, Minato used the Flying Thunder God technique to bring them all back to Konoha. After returning to Konoha, Li Shang did not retract the Gurren Higashizuki and appeared together with the original body, Yayu. Mainly because he was too lazy to explain. Anyway, with his current strength, it wasn't too difficult to multitask. And in name, Yayu was Gurren Higashizuki's disciple, so he had a lower seniority and could speak less. Now that the threat of Uchiha Obito and Black Zetsu has been eliminated, as long as Orochimaru doesn't get bored and use Uchiha Madara's impure world reincarnation, there shouldn't be any major issues. Of course, the Atsutsuki clan still needs to be on guard. Even if Atsutsuki Kagaya doesn't come out, there will still be several members of the Atsutsuki clan behind the shinobi world. In terms of strength, they are quite formidable. But now with Nagato joining, Konoha has taken another step forward. Plus, there's someone hidden in Yadu. The possibility of the destruction of the shinobi world is extremely low. Minato told Uchiha Shisui that he didn't release the impure world reincarnation, and then hurriedly went to Mount Myaboku. There's no doubt that he went to see his son. At the same time, he returned the other half of the 9 tails. The remaining people gathered together for a meeting. What are you planning to do with the remaining members of Akatsuki? Nagato asked. Shisui pondered for a moment and glanced at Li Shang. Leave it to you to manage, including the range shinobi village. For the time being, we won't make any moves. Alright. Nagato nodded. Although he didn't know if Shisui was sincere, he was satisfied with this attitude. After getting the answer he wanted, he didn't say anything else. Conan stood beside him, also remaining silent. What are you planning to do next? Li Shang asked, taking the initiative to ask the question. His simulation this time was already over, and he didn't plan to stay too long. If there are no problems with Konoha's future development, he can return to the type moon. The Land of Fire. Shisui immediately answered, Konoha is already strong enough, but the Land of Fire is not. Li Shang nodded. This is indeed a more prudent choice. Although with Konoha's current strength, they can consider conquering other shinobi villages, taking it slowly is not a big mistake. It can be said to be a steady and stable path. What about you? Shisui asked in turn, where are you planning to go after this? Li Shang was slightly stunned, pondered for a moment, and said, maybe the Land of Water. I have a personal relationship with the Mizukage, I'll try to persuade her. With this reminder, Shisui remembered that he was currently Gurren Higashizuki. He had lived in Kirigakure for a long time. Do you have confidence? Shisui asked again. If he could persuade Kirigakure to surrender, it would naturally be the best choice to avoid war. Although they have a greater chance of winning, people will still die in the end. It's hard to say. Li Shang shook his head and said. Any persuasion to Terumi Mei is just an excuse for him to leave the Hokage. Seeing this, Shisui didn't ask anything else. The group discussed how to build the Land of Fire. Nagato and Conan, who were listening on the side, were completely confused. They could understand the surface meaning of many things, but they didn't understand the underlying reasons. They didn't know why they had to do it this way. After the meeting, the two of them felt that they really needed further education, otherwise they wouldn't be able to understand anything. Li Shang stayed in Konoha for about a month before heading to Kirigakure alone. While in the sea, he chose to return. This simulation in this world is over. Evaluation. I'm sorry, I am an undercover agent. Reward. 5 simulated coins, current deposit. 19B. 1 random talent, 90% chance of obtaining a premium item. 1 random item, 90% chance of obtaining a good item. The next simulation will start in 1 year. Related event. Fate, Grand Order, 100-Year War. New character card. Yayu. 100-Year War? The first chapter of FGO? Li Shang raised an eyebrow. How should I put it? It feels somewhat expected. Since a study is Universe Rin, it means that this world will indeed follow the FGO storyline. Isn't it just about tearing apart the Pillar of Demons? That's what I'm best at. Li Shang rubbed his hands together and started drawing talents and items. Master Qualification. X level, 100% Mystic Code Transfer Qualification, traversing time and space to save humanity. Sharingan. X level, upgradable special item. The bloodline limit possessed by the Uchiha clan can activate with intense emotions. Something interesting. Li Shang felt a slight change in his eyes. He walked up to the mirror and saw a black jade hanging on each side. The Sharingan was originally driven by chakra, but after modification, it can be powered by magic. Otherwise, even if Li Shang had the Sharingan, it would be useless. Oh, your eyes have been upgraded. Nick, the hidden fox, appeared out of nowhere. It's just a manifestation of my abilities. Li Shang turned off the Sharingan and casually instructed, don't mention it to anyone. Don't worry. Nick patted his belly and said, by the way, your senior sister wants you to go out for a meal. Oh. Li Shang left the room. Sister. Why do you keep calling me a statty? Sorry, it's a habit. Li Shang picked up his chopsticks and smiled, where are the others? Luvia and Sakura didn't come back last night, they're probably with Rin. It seems like they've become close quickly. Perhaps. Astati couldn't help shaking her head and said, just yesterday morning, Luvia and Rin were fighting at the Mineral Science and Technology University, destroying quite a few tables and chairs. Impressive. Li Shang remembered that all the classrooms in the clock tower were built on top of magical veins, which meant they were protected by a large amount of magic. It wasn't easy to destroy tables and chairs. What do you think about Chaldea? Astati changed the topic and asked, like establishing a Chaldea. Li Shang hesitated for a few seconds and asked, do we have enough money? Chaldea can be considered a product of both high technology and magic. In the original work, it was established with the nearly infinite wealth granted by the Holy Grail. But now, without that element, it's hard to say if such a huge hole can be filled. Astati does have money, but it's unlikely to reach the point of being infinite. Well, it's not enough. Astati admitted calmly, and for Idrafil, I am ultimately an outsider, so it's unlikely that I will squander all my wealth. In that case, why are you? Do you know about an unpolluted Holy Grail? No, Astati shook her head and said, although there are many Holy Grails, most of them are just crystallizations of magic power, unless we rebuild the Holy Grail ritual in Fuyuki City. But the cost is quite high, so I have a simpler solution, find a wealthy person. Li Shang showed a puzzled expression. Who are you talking about? It's difficult for a single monarch to bear the burden, but it's possible if we gather 12 monarchs together. But they are like water and fire, how could they crowdfund a Chaldea? You are the master. Astati blinked mischievously and said, we summon Gilgamesh and then rob his treasury.